Adriane Mayes, AI genius, proud member of the Divine Nine and Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the Project 2025 900-page mandate for leadership, live, part 13. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated spoke to Own Your Votes, Oprah Winfrey Network, about Project 2025. Check that out on YouTube. As for today, we're going to cut into the policy agenda. And being a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, we want to make sure that before you make a viewpoint one way or another, if you should actually have reservation, if you should go one way or go another way, the key thing is to have your information. So what we want to do here with CCC Because We Care Foundation and Random Acts of Kindness that Adriane Mayes is bestowing upon you on this beautiful July 8th, 2024, is part 13 of the live reading of the Project 2025 Mandate for Leadership. You can check out parts 1 through 12 right on at Adriane Mayes. Getting ahead of the conversation. So this book is intended, maybe, if Donald Trump gets into office, this is the actual policies that he's going to intertwine. The Heritage Foundation wrote a book about a few years back, and it's literally a book as an invitation for the conservatives on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. If you go to www.project2025.org/policy, you'll be able to actually come to the 180-day playbook by clicking playbook up top, and you'll have the short conservative playbook plan so that you're able to kind of see the first 180 days of the new administration to bring quick relief to Americans suffering from the left's devastating policies. So you would click here on Mandate for Leadership, and this is the document that we are reading and going to pick up. We were on page 550 of 922, reading the whole document. So again, and the next part is, and the plan is to break down this document into 60 seconds excerpts. That way people can actually have small consumable information, but no input on Adriane Mayes thus far. I want to be able to say one way or another way, if we should, if we shouldn't, but we have to finish the document first. So over 50% done, we're almost 60% there. So wanting to provide this information as a proud member of CCC Because We Care Foundation, a proud God tapped me on the shoulder, honestly, on Independence Day to read this document. And I'm so thankful that he did, opening my eyes to wealth creation and the different opportunities that for financial education, for travel experiences, for health and wellness, for artificial intelligence education, the plights that my for-profit and nonprofit stand on. So in regards to having a billionaire journey and reaching the best in your business, personally, professionally, you want to see where we are now, where we're going, so you can have foresight to future plan. So Adriane Mayes took on the task of reading the documents, Project 2025. So we're going to jump right into it and get right to page 550 of 922. And I want you to go ahead and leave to a random acts of kindness. When you join our community, our random acts of kindness community, submit ideas for random acts of kindness. Yes, this is a bespoke, this is unique, but what we are doing is September 11th, 2024, Unica Gaines and Adriane Mayes with CCC Because We Care Foundation is celebrating 15 years in the community. So providing unique ways to give back to the community. So post your ideas and your acts of kindness and in your comments as well. So that way, kind of let us know what you're thinking about, like a random acts of kindness that you can help someone else in regards to knowledge about the Project 2025, and post in the community, as we're going to be able to have a look at the leaderboard and be able to reward those in the leaderboard on September 11th. So we're going to get right into the reading. I want to not delay any longer, almost 5 minutes here. So we're on chapter 16, Department of the Interior, William Perry Penley. The U.S. Department of the Interior, DOI, oversees, manages, and protects the nation's natural resources and cultural heritage, provides scientific and other information about these resources, and honors the nation's trust responsibilities or special commitments to American Indians, Alaska Natives, and affiliated island communities. Agency overview. DOI's purview encompasses more than 500 million acres of federal lands, including national parks and national wildlife refuges, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, 1.7 billion acres of the Outer Continental Shelf, OCS, 23% of the nation's energy, water in 17 Western states, and trust responsibilities for 566 Indian tribes and Alaska Natives. DOI's 2024 budget request totals $18.9 billion, an increase of $2 billion or 12% more than the 2023 enacted level. The budget also provides an estimated $12.6 billion in permanent funding in 2024. In 2024, DOI will generate receipts of $19.6 billion. A home department had been considered in 1789 and urged by presidents over the decades until DOI's creation in 1849. The variety of its early responsibilities, the Indian Bureau, the General Land Office, the Bureau of Pensions, and the Patent Office, among others, earned it various nicknames, including Great Miscellany, Hydra-Headed Monster, and Mother of Departments. Its mission became more focused on natural resources with the rise of the conservation movement in the early 20th century. However, it kept its historic, since the days of the Founding Fathers, role as overseer of vast working landscapes involving grazing, logging, mining, oil, and gas, and with the Bureau of Reclamation in 1902 as the nation's dam builder. Today, DOI has 70,000 employees in approximately 2,400 locations with offices around the United States, Puerto Rico, and U.S. territories and freely associated states. Historically, DOI operated in a bipartisan manner consistent with the laws enacted by Congress pursuant to its powers under the Property Clause. Thus, DOI fulfilled its statutory responsibilities in a manner that ensured the ability of Western states, counties, and communities to be sustained by both economic and recreational activities on neighboring federal lands, especially given that in some rural Western counties, federal lands constituted 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90% of the county's landmass. That ended with the administration of President Jimmy Carter, who, beholden to environmental groups that supported his election, adopted DOI policies consistent with their demands, much to the horror of Western governors, most of whom were Democrats. President Ronald Reagan campaigned against this war on the West, declared himself a sagebrush rebel, and on taking office, quelled the rebellion by reversing Carter administration policies. President George H.W. Bush distanced himself from Reagan's Western policies, committed to a kinder and gentler America, and proclaimed his desire to be the environmental president, which resulted in changes at his administration's DOI. Again, much to the dismay of Westerners. President Bill Clinton resumed Carter's war on the West, epitomized by his DOI's deploying of wolves into the states bordering Yellowstone National Park, the decreed death of a world-class mine in Montana, and the designations of a vast national monument in Utah over the objections of Utah leaders, but with the support of the Hollywood elites. Although Texas Governor George W. Bush and former Wyoming Representative Dick Cheney, Republican Wyoming, campaigned in 2000 against Clinton's worst outrages, including the Utah monument, there was no significant ratcheting back on DOI policies that were either objected to by Westerners or contrary to the express provisions of federal statutes. President Barack Obama's DOI resumed the anti-economic federal lands policies activated by Carter and amplified by Clinton. However, Obama's DOI's antipathy to oil and gas activity on federal lands as mandated by Congress could not have come at a worse time. After the demonstrated success of fracking on Bureau of Land Management (BLM) acreage in Wyoming in 1993, the fracking revolution soon swept the nation, yielding massive discoveries on state and private land from coast to coast, but not thanks to Obama on Western federal lands. President Donald Trump, on the other hand, immediately ordered his DOI to comply with federal law, conduct congressionally mandated lease sales, and seek to achieve energy dominance or independence. Thanks in part to the success of oil and gas operations on federal land in the West, the United States achieved energy security for the first time since 1957 in 2019. President Joe Biden's DOI, as is well documented, abandoned all pretense of complying with federal law regarding federally owned oil and gas resources, not since the administration of President Harry S. Truman. Prior to creation of the OCS oil and gas program, have fewer federal leases been issued. At DOI, not since the Reagan administration was the radical environmental agenda, first implemented by Carter, resumed by Clinton, and revitalized by Obama, rolled back as substantially as it was by President Trump. Trump's DOI change affected not only oil and gas leasing, as noted above, but all statutory responsibilities of its various agencies, bureaus, and offices. Thus, whether the statutory mandate was to promise economic activity, to ensure and expand recreational opportunities, or to protect valuable natural resources, including, for example, parks, wilderness areas, national monuments, and wild and scenic area efforts were expended. Barriers were removed, and career employees were aided in the accomplishment of those missions. Unfortunately, Biden's DOI is at war with the department's mission, not only when it comes to DOI's obligation to develop the vast oil and gas and coal resources for which it is responsible, but also as to its statutory mandate, for example, to manage much of federal land overseen by the BLM pursuant to multiple use and sustained yield principles. Instead, Biden's DOI believes most BLM land should be placed off limits to all economic and most recreational uses. Worse yet, Biden's DOI not only refuses to adhere to the statutes enacted by Congress as to how the lands under its jurisdiction are managed, but it also insists on implementing a vast regulatory regime for which Congress has not granted authority and overturning by unilateral regulatory action. Congressionally acts that set forth the productive economic uses permitted on DOI managed federal land. Budget structure. At $18.9 billion, DOI's 2024 proposed budget is small relative to many other federal agencies. On the other side of the ledger, the DOI forecasts it will generate more than $19.6 billion in offsetting receipts from oil and gas royalties, timber and grazing fees, park user fees, and land sales, among other sources. Most of the proposed allocations are divided among nine bureaus. Bureau of Indian Affairs fulfills Indian trust responsibilities on behalf of 566 Indian tribes, supports natural resource education, law enforcement, and social service programs delivered by tribes, operates 182 elementary and secondary schools and dormitories, and 29 tribally controlled community colleges, universities, and post-secondary schools. Bureau of Land Management manages and conserves resources for 245 million acres of public land and 700 million acres of subsurface federal mineral estates, including energy and mineral development, forest management, timber and biomass production, and wild horse and bureau management. Bureau of Ocean Energy Management manage access to renewable and conventional energy resources of the outer continental shelf, including more than 6,400 fluid mineral leases on approximately 35 million OCS acres, issues leases for 24% of domestic crude oil and 8% of domestic natural gas supply, oversees lease and grant issuance for offshore renewable energy projects. Bureau of Reclamation manages, develops, and protects water and related resources, including 476 dams and 337 reservoirs, delivers water to 1 in every 5 Western farmers and more than 31 million people. It's America's second largest producer of hydroelectric power. Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement regulates offshore oil and gas, facilitates on 1.7 billion acres of the outer continental shelf, oversees oil spill response, supports research on technology for oil spill response. National Park Service maintains and manages 401 natural, cultural, and recreational sites, 26,000 historic structures, and more than 44 million acres of wilderness, provides outdoor recreation, provides technical assistance and support to state and local programs. Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement regulates coal mining and site reclamation, provides grants to states and tribes for mining oversight, mitigates the effects of past mining. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages the 150 million acre National Wildlife Refugee System, manages 70 fish hatcheries and other related facilities for endangered species recovery, protects migratory birds and some marine mammals. U.S. Geological Survey conducts scientific research in ecosystems, climate, and land use change, mineral assessments, environmental health, and water resources, produces information about natural hazards, earthquakes, volcanoes, and landslides, leads climate change research for the department. Restoring American energy dominance. Given the dire adverse national impact of Biden's war on fossil fuel, no other initiative is as important for the DOI under a conservative president than the restoration of the department's historic role managing the nation's vast storehouse of hydrocarbons, much of which is yet to be discovered. The U.S. depends on reliable and cheap energy resources to ensure the economic well-being of its citizens, the vitality of its economy, and its geopolitical standing in an uncertain and dangerous world. Not only are valuable natural resources owned generally by the American people involved, so too are those owned separately by American Indian tribes and individual American Indians, both of which have been injured by Biden's illegal actions. The federal government owns 61% of the onshore and offshore mineral estate of the U.S., but only 22% of the nation's oil and 12% of U.S. natural gas comes from those federal lands and waters, and even that amount is declining. Additionally, sorry about that. Additionally, 42% of coal production takes place on federal lands in 11 states. DOI manages a subsurface mineral estate of 700 million acres onshore and 1.7 billion acres offshore, for a total of 2.46 billion acres. The total land area of the U.S. is 2.263 billion acres. Private and state lands at 1.563 billion acres make up only 39% of the total onshore and offshore subsurface area of the United States. Oil, natural gas, coal, and other minerals on federal lands and waters are managed by the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. These agencies' responsibilities frequently overlap with resource management by the U.S. Forest Service and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, state governments, and property owners. Biden is aligning the management of public lands and waters to support robust climate action, as envisioned in Executive Orders 14008 and 13990. One of his first actions was to ban federal coal, oil, and natural gas leasing on federal lands and waters to fulfill his campaign promise of no federal oil, followed by actions from Interior Secretary Deb Haaland to rescind the Trump administration's energy dominance agenda, To this end, DOI unilaterally overhauled resource management plans, lease sales, fees, rents, royalty rates, bonding requirements, and permitting processes to prevent new production of coal, oil, and natural gas on federal lands and waters, to dramatically increase production of solar and wind energy, and to accomplish its 30 by 30 America the Beautiful agenda to remove federal lands from multiple, that is, productive use. DOI is abusing National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA processes, the Antiquities Act, and bureaucratic procedures to advance a radical climate agenda, ostensibly to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, for which DOI has no statutory responsibility or authority. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act, FLPMA, Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, OSCLA, General Mining Law, and other congressional acts clearly set forth multiple use principles and processes that include production of coal, oil, natural gas, and other minerals as legitimate activities consistent with the welfare of all Americans and of environmental stewardship. Biden's DOI is hoarding supplies of energy and keeping them from Americans whose lives could be improved with cheaper and more abundant energy, while making the economy stronger and providing job opportunities for Americans. DOI is a bad manager of the public trust and has operated lawlessly in defiance of congressional statute and federal court orders. Administration priorities, rollbacks. A new administration must immediately roll back Biden's orders, reinstate the Trump-era energy dominance agenda, rescind Secretarial Order SO 3398, and review all regulations, orders, guidance documents, policies, and similar agency actions made in compliance with that order. Meanwhile, the new administration must immediately reinstate the following Trump DOI secretarial orders. SO 3348, concerning the federal coal moratorium. SO 3349, American energy independence. SO 3350, American First Offshore Energy Strategy. SO 3351, strengthening the Department of the Interior's energy portfolio. SO 3352, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. SO 3354, supporting and approving the federal onshore oil and gas leasing program and federal solid mineral leasing program. SO 3355, streamlining national environmental policy reviews and implementation of Executive Order 13807, establishing discipline and accountability in the environmental review and permitting process for the infrastructure projects. SO 3358, Executive Committee for its expedited permitting. SO 3360, rescinding authorities inconsistent with Secretary's Order 3349, American Energy Independence. SO 3380, public notice of the costs associated with developing Department of the Interior publications and similar documents. SO 3385, enforcement priorities, and SO 3389, coordinating and clarifying National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 reviews. Actions. At the same time, the new administration must reinstate quarterly onshore lease sales in all producing states according to the model of BLM's IM 2018-034, with the slight adjustment of including expanded public notice and comment. The new administration should work with Congress on legislation such as the Lease Now Act and Onshore Act to increase state participation and federal accountability for energy production on the federal estate. Conduct offshore oil and natural gas lease sales to the maximum extent permitted under the 2023 through 2028 lease program, with the possibility to move forward under a previous state study but unselected plan alternative. Develop immediately and finalize a new 5-year plan while working with Congress to reform the OCSLA by eliminating 5-year plans in favor of rolling or quarterly lease sales. Review. All resource management plans finalized in the previous 4 years, and when necessary, select studied alternatives to restore the multi-use concept enshrined in FLPMA and to eliminate management decisions that advance the 30 by 30 agenda. Set rents, royalty rates, and bonding requirements to no longer higher than what is required under the Inflation Reduction Act. Comply with the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, ANILCA, and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 to establish a competitive leasing and development program in the coastal plain and area of Alaska that was set aside by Congress specifically for future oil and gas exploration and development. It is often referred to as the Section 1002 area after the section of ANILCA that excludes the area from Arctic National Wildlife Refuge's wilderness designation. Conclude the programmatic review of the coal leasing programs and work with the congressional delegations and governors of Wyoming and Montana to restart the program immediately. Abandon withdrawals of lands from leasing in the Thompson Divide of the White River National Forest, Colorado, the 10-mile buffer around Chaco Cultural Historic National Park in New Mexico, restoring the compromise forest in the Arizona Wilderness Act, and the Boundary Waters area in northern Minnesota if those withdrawals have not been completed. Meanwhile, revisit associated leases and permits for energy and mineral production in these areas in consultation with state elected officials. Require regional offices to complete right-of-way and drilling permits within the average time it takes states in the region to complete them. Rulemaking. The following policy reversals require rulemaking. Rescind the Biden rules and reinstate the Trump rules regarding number one, BLM waste prevention. Number two, the Endangered Species Act rules defining critical habitat and critical habitat exclusions. Number three, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And number four, CEQ reforms to NEPA. Reinstate President Trump's plan for opening most of the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska to leasing and development. Personnel changes. The new administration should be able to draw on the enormous expertise of state agency personnel through the country who are capable and are knowledgeable about land management and prove it daily. States are better resource managers than the federal government because they must live with the results. President Trump's Schedule F proposal regarding accountability in hiring must be reinstituted to bring success to these reforms. Consistent with the theme of bringing successful state resource management examples to the forefront of federal policy, DOI should also look for opportunities to broaden state, federal, and tribal federal cooperative agreements. Immediate actions. BLM headquarters. BLM headquarters belongs in the American West. After all, the overwhelming majority of the 245 million surface acres, 10% of the nation's land mass, managed by the agency lies in the 11 western states and Alaska. A mere 50,000 surface acres lie elsewhere. Moreover, 97% of BLM employees are located in the American West. Thus, the Trump administration's decision to relocate BLM headquarters from Washington, D.C. to the West was the epitome of good governance. That is, it was not only well informed, but it was also implemented efficiently, effectively, and with an eye toward affected career civil servants. Plus, despite overblown chatter from the inside, the Beltway media, Congress will bipartisan support approved of funding the move. Meanwhile, states, tribal, and local officials, the diverse collection of stakeholders who use public lands and Western neighbors became accustomed to having top BLM decision makers in Grand Junction, Colorado, rather than up to 4 time zones away. All of them also appreciated that the BLM's top subject matter experts were located not in the District of Columbia, but in the Western states that most need their knowledge and expertise. Westerners no longer had to travel cross country to address BLM issues. Neither did officials in the West closest to the resources and people they manage. On July 16, 2019, Secretary of the Interior David L. Bernhardt delivered to Congress the proposal for the relocation of nearly 600 BLM headquarters employees. On August 10, 2020, Secretary Bernhardt formally established the Robert F. Bernhardt headquarters, named after the longest serving BLM director, a Grand Junction native, with a staff of 41 senior officials and assistants. Another 76 positions were assigned to BLM state offices in Western communities such as Billings, Montana, Boise, Idaho, Reno, Nevada, Salt Lake City, Utah, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, to meet critical needs. Scores of other positions were assigned to the states that require BLM expertise. For example, wild horse and bureau professionals were relocated to Nevada, home to nearly 60% of these Western icons. 61 positions were retained in Washington, D.C. to address public, congressional, and regulatory affairs, Freedom of Information Act compliance, and budget development. Despite the dislocating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the BLM successfully filed hundreds of long vacant positions, as well as those that opened because of the move west. The BLM saw notable numbers of applicants for these positions, so numerous that the BLM capped the number of eligible applicants to no more than 50. Obviously, reduced commuting times, often from hours to mere minutes, lower cost of living, and opportunity to assess vast public lands for recreation made these jobs attractive to potential employees. Many, if not most, applicants stated that they would have not applied had the positions been based in Washington, D.C. At the same time, Western positions attracted those with the skills needed to meet the BLM's multiple use, sustained yield mandate, disproving the claim that the BLM was suffering a brain drain. The Trump administration recognized that despite its attractions, not everyone employed by BLM in Washington, D.C. could move west. The administration applied a hands-on approach with all employee briefing and question and answer sessions, regular email communications, and a website devoted to frequently asked questions. Two human resources teams aided employees wishing to remain in federal jobs in the DC area. All received new opportunities. The BLM's move west incurred no legal challenges, no formal equal employment opportunity or U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board complaints, and no adverse union activity. It is hard to please everyone, but the Trump administration's BLM did just that, putting the lie to assertions by some that the BLM was trying to fire federal employees. The total cost of $17.9 million for relocation incentives, permanent change of station moves, temporary labor, travel, printing, rent, supplies, equipment, and other contracts will save money for the American people. For example, in fiscal 2020, the BLM estimated $1.6 million in travel cost savings, which will grow slightly over time, and $1.9 million in savings from its terminated lease in Washington, D.C. Furthermore, BLM estimated that by October 2022, the BLM move west would generate a net savings of $3.5 million, which the following fiscal year would increase to $10.3 million. Those funds can be devoted to reducing the risk of wildfires, increasing recreational opportunities, conserving public lands, and addressing tough issues such as wild horses and bureaus. Moreover, those funds will be used more wisely thanks to efficiency manner. Senior seasoned managers working closely with BLM field employees in near daily contact with Western officials, stakeholders, and neighbors. In late 2022, Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland announced the return of headquarters and scores of highly paid senior employees to Washington, D.C. Subsequently, BLM Director Tracy Stone Manning revealed 56 BLM jobs in BLM's Western headquarters, and 70 other BLM jobs will remain in Grand Junction, an increase of 15 from the 41 announced by Trump's BLM in 2019, and an increase of 40 other jobs above the 16 first announced by Biden's officials. Thus, the director, the two deputy directors, 6 of 7 assistant directors, ADs, and their staffs are now or soon will be in Washington. The Biden administration failed to recognize the wisdom of having BLM's leadership, including its director, deputy directors, and ADs in the West. That is why decades ago, the AD and staff in charge of BLM's firefighters were relocated to Boise, Idaho, where they remain. Not so the head of BLM law enforcement and security, who supervises over 200 uniformed law enforcement rangers and 76 special agents stationed mainly in 11 Western states and Alaska. Holland moved that official to Washington, far from state troopers, county sheriffs and deputies, and city police with whom BLM law enforcement officers keep the peace in the West wide open spaces. BLM's top cop might as well be on the moon. The AD in charge of oil, gas, and minerals was also moved to Washington, D.C., notwithstanding that most oil, gas, and minerals are in the West and Alaska. New Mexico's Permian Basin, for example, is second only to Alaska in petroleum potential, and Montana and Wyoming's Powder River Basin contains the world's best low sulfur coal. The AD responsible for wild horses and bureaus was moved east as well, despite the fact that the uncontrolled growth of wild horses and bureaus poses an existential threat to public lands. 60% of the nation's wild horses are in Nevada, but thousands are in 9 other Western states. There is no way these and other ADs can professionally manage issues thousands of miles and multiple time zones away. It is not just effective in responsive management that has been lost. Colorado lost its chance to become a must-visit destination for BLM stakeholders. Thus, those seeking to develop world-class mineral deposits in Minnesota or another Prudhoe Bay in Alaska, to expand recreational across BLM's vast, diverse, and unique landscapes, or to manage timber and rangelands to prevent wildfires, would all journey to Grand Junction. Convention opportunities on Colorado's western slope would abound for BLM's disparate constituencies to congregate and meet with BLM leadership. The Western States Sheriff's Office Association, for example, whose annual gathering attracts hundreds of law enforcement officers from 17 Western and Plain states, might have moved its event to Grand Junction. Law enforcement officers. In 2002, at the direction of the Secretary of the Interior in the days following the 9/11 attack, the Inspector General IG for DOI made a series of department-wide recommendations regarding law enforcement. Then, Secretary of the Interior Gail Norton ordered adoption of those recommendations, which drew strong bipartisan support from Congress. Over the years, most were implemented. One, however, remained undone, placing all BLM law enforcement officers, LEOs, that is, its 212 law enforcement rangers and 76 special agents, is an exclusively law enforcement chain of command. This was not just the IG's recommendation in 2002, but that of every IG who followed. It is also the strong recommendation of the department's top LEO. Moreover, it has been the urgent recommendation of law enforcement professionals across the country, especially in the West, for decades, including the Western States Sheriff's Association. Unfortunately, over time, BLM leadership stonewalled, adhering to a haphazard system in which LEOs reported to non-LEO superiors, including not only state directors, but also district and field managers with expertise in other fields, range management or petroleum engineering, for example, with only 24 hours of law enforcement study. Obviously, those managers lack a comprehensive understanding of law enforcement issues, constitutional, legal, and tactical. In addition, they do not uniformly apply or enforce rules of conduct or ethical standards for Leos and special agents, leading to weakened esprit de corps and morale. Worse yet, because of their duties as managers of the multiple use lands under their jurisdiction, they are exposed to conflicts of interest and may intentionally or unintentionally prevent LEOs from investigating violations or applying the law. In the final days of the Trump administration, Secretary David L. Bernhardt ordered and Deputy Director William Perry Penley implemented the IG's recommendation. Of course, leadership heads exploded. They were furious with their loss of authority, not to mention subordinates and budgets. Unfortunately, in the first days of the Biden administration, BLM Deputy Director Mike Ned suspended Penley's order. Nonetheless, LEOs, the BLM, and Westerners want LEOs who make life and death decisions to be as well trained and well equipped as possible. They should report to a professional expert and knowledgeable chain of command. After all, they protect visitors to BLM lands and the natural and cultural resources of those lands, as well as the employees who manage those lands. BLM's LEOs must keep in touch with work. BLM's LEOs must keep in touch, work closely, and coordinate with fellow federal, state, and local law enforcement officers. In the Trump administration, they joined state and local law enforcement in arresting dangerous suspects in Cortez, Colorado, responded to a request from a rural sheriff in Arizona to rescue a family stuck in freezing temperatures, and teamed up an all hands on deck effort to locate a missing American Indian teenager in rural Montana. More important, Western Leos need the assurance that the BLM Leos with whom they work are professionally who report through a professional chain of command. Wild horses and burros. In 1971, Congress ordered the BLM to manage wild horses and burros to ensure their iconic presence never disappeared from the Western landscape. For decades, Congress watched as these herds overwhelmed the land's ability to sustain them, crowded out indigenous plants and other animal species, threatened the survival of species listed under the Endangered Species Act, invaded private and permitted public land, disturbed private property rights, and turned the sod into concrete. BLM experts said in 2019 that some affected land will never recover from this unmitigated damage. There are 95,000 wild horses and burros roaming nearly 32 million acres in the West, triple what scientists and land management experts say the range can support. These animals face starvation and death from lack of forage and water. The population has more than doubled in just the past 10 years and continues to grow at a rate of 10 to 15% annually. This number includes the more than 47,000 animals the BLM has already gathered from public lands at a cost to the American taxpayer of nearly $50 million annually to take care for them in off-range corrals. This is not a new issue. It is not just a Western issue, it is an American issue. What is happening to these once proud beasts of burden is neither compassionate nor humane, and what these animals are doing to federal lands and fragile ecosystems is unacceptable. In 2019, the American Association of Equine Practitioners and the American Veteran Medication Association, two of the largest organizations of professional veterinarians in the world, issued a joint policy calling for further reducing overpopulation to protect the health and well-being of wild horses and burros on public lands. The National Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board, a panel of 9 experts and professionals, convened to advise the BLM endorse the joint policy. Furthermore, Animal welfare organizations such as the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and the Humane Society of the United States recognize that the prosperity of wild horses and burros on public lands is threatened if herds continue to grow unabated. The BLM's multi-pronged approach in its 2020 report to Congress included expanded adoptions and sales of horses gathered from overpopulated herds, increased gatherers, and increased capacity for off-range holding facilities and pastures, more effective use of fertility control efforts, and improved research in concert with the academic and veterinary communities to identify more effective contraceptive techniques and strategies. All of that will not be enough to solve the problem, however. Congress must enact laws permitting the BLM to dispose humanely of these animals. Immediate actions regarding Alaska. Alaska is a special case and deserves immediate action. When Alaska was admitted to the Union in 1959, nearly its entire landmass was federally owned. Therefore, Alaska was granted the right to select 104 million acres out of 375 million acres to manage for the benefit of its residents. In less than 8 years, Alaska selected 26 million acres. Then Interior Secretary Stuart Udall, who served during the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, put a freeze on further land selections to protect any claims that might be asserted by Native Alaskans. Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The discovery of oil at Prudhoe Bay in 1968 made resolution of the issue by Congress a matter of urgency. As a result, in 1971, Congress passed the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, which allowed the Native community to select 44 million acres. Environmentalists, upset that too much of the land they coveted will be selected by the state and Native Alaskans for development, demanded the inclusion in the act of a provision, Section 17D2, that ordered the Interior Secretary to withdraw 80 million acres for future designation by Congress as parks, refuges, wild and scenic rivers, and national forests. The deadline for this congressional action was 1978, and as it neared, the Carter administration, impatient and worried, decided to force Congress's hand. The administration unilaterally withdrew 100 million acres from any use by the state or Native Alaskans. Alaska promptly sued, charging that the administration had failed to comply with the National Environment Policy Act. In a lame duck session at the end of 1980, Congress passed over the objections of the Alaskan delegation, the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, which revoked all of the withdrawals of the Carter administration and substituted congressional designations that put 100 million acres permanently in federal enclaves, doubled the acreage of national parks and refuges, and tripled the amount of land declared to be wilderness. Through all of this, Alaska pressed for the DOI to convey the lands to which Alaska was entitled by federal law, but the department grudgingly transferred only portions of the land. By the time Ronald Reagan took office, Alaska had received less than half the lands to which it was entitled after its admission into the Union, and Native Alaskans have received only 1/3 of the land due to them. From January of 1981 through 1983, however, under Reagan, Alaska received 30 million acres and a commitment of land transfers at the rate of 13 million acres annually. In the same period, Native Alaskans received 11 million acres, which constituted nearly 60% of their entitlement, and an additional 15 million acres were transferred by the end of 1988. Despite the passage of nearly 40 years since the end of the Reagan administration, the federal government has yet to fulfill its statutory obligation to Alaska and Alaska Natives. Specifically, each group has 5 billion acres of entitlement remaining. Standing in the way are public land orders, PLOs, issued by the BLM, seizing that land for the agency. Those PLOs must be lifted to permit Alaska and Alaska Natives to select what was promised by Congress. For example, revocation of PLO 5150 will provide the state of Alaska 1.3 million acres of its remaining state entitlement. This revocation should be a top priority. BLM recommended this revocation in the 2006 report to Congress based on the Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act, and the Interior Secretary has authority to revoke based on the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act under Section D1. All other remaining BLM PLOs, all of which are more than 50 years old, should be revoked immediately. Alaska has untapped potential for increased oil production, which is important not just to the revitalization of the nation's energy sector, but is vital to the Alaskan economy. 1/4 of Alaska's jobs are in the oil industry, and half of its overall economy depends on that industry. Without oil production, the Alaskan economy will be half its size. A new administration must take the following actions immediately. Approve the 2020 National Petroleum Reserve Alaska Integrated Activity Plan, NPRA-IAP, by resigning the record of decision. Secretary Holland's order reverted to the 2013 IAP, the science for which it is out of date, unlike the 2020 IAP. Reinstate the 2020 Arctic National Wildlife Refuge Environmental Impact Statement, EIS, by secretarial order and lift the suspension of the leases. Approve the 2020 Willow EIS, the largest pending oil and gas projection in the United States in the National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska, and expand approval from these 3 to 5 drilling pads. Minerals. Alaska is not just blessed with an abundance of oil, it has vast untapped mineral potential. Therefore, the new administration must immediately approve the Ambler Road project across BLM managed lands pursuant to the Secretary's authority under the ANILCA and based on the final environmental impact statement on the project. This will permit construction of a new 211-mile roadway on the south side of the Brooks Range, west from the Dalton Highway to the south bank of the Ambler River, and open the area only to mining-related industrial uses, providing high-paying jobs in an area known for unemployment. Wildlife and waters. Throughout Alaska's history, the federal government has treated Alaska as less than a sovereign state. This is especially the case when it comes to two of Alaska's most valued resources, its wildlife and its waters. Immediate action is required to end, at least in part, this injustice. A new administration should revoke National Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rules regarding predator control and bear baiting, which are matters for state regulation. Such revocation is permitted under the 2017 Congressional Review Act. Recognize Alaska's authority to manage fish and game on all federal lands in accordance with ANILCA as during the Reagan administration, when each DOI agency in Alaska signed a memorandum of understanding with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game ceding to the state the lead on fish and wildlife management matters. Issue a secretarial order declaring navigable waters in Alaska to be owned by the state so that the lands beneath these waters belong to Alaska. This will force the BLM to prove that water is not navigable, since in the case of non-navigability, any submerged lands belong to the BLM. Currently, BLM requires Alaska to prove navigability at its own expense, including the BLM's preposterous assertion that the mighty Yukon River is non-navigable. Reinstate President Trump's 2020 Alaska roadless rule for the Tongass National Forest in Alaska, which was replaced by a Biden roadless rule that continues a 2001 rule affecting 93.7 million of the forest's 16.7 million acres. The Clinton rule affects an area where communities are in small islands with no with no road access. It has prevented multiple infrastructure projects, including roads, electric electric transmission lines, and water and sewer projects, and it forces residents to use a heavily subsidized ferry system. Logging has been shut down to the extent that the New York harvests more timber than the has been shut down to the extent that New York harvests more timber than does all of Alaska. Other actions: the 30 by 30 plan. President Biden's executive order 14008 30 by 30 plan requires that the federal government, which already owns one third of the country, remove vast amounts of private property from productive use, and two, end congressionally mandated uses of all federal land. The end result will be total federal control of an additional 440 million acres of land or oceans in the United States by 2030. Although the new president should vacate that order, DOI, DOI under a conservative president must take immediate action on the 30 by 30 plan by vacating a secretarial order issued by the Biden DOI that eliminated the Trump administration's requirement for the approval of state and local governments before federal acquisition of private property with monies from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. National Monument designation. As he has every Democratic president before him, beginning with Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden has abused his authority under the Antiquities Act of 1906. Like the outrageous unilateral withdrawals from public use of multiple use federal land under the Carter, Clinton, and Obama administration, Biden's first national monument was one in Colorado, adopted over the objections of scores of local groups and at least one American Indian tribe. In the days before the 2024 election, Biden will likely designate more Western monuments. Although President Trump courageously ordered a review of national monument designations, the result of that review was insufficient in that only two national monuments in one state, Utah, were adjusted. Monuments in Maine and Oregon, for example, should have been adjusted downward, given the finding of Secretary Ryan Zink's review that they were improperly designated. The new administration's review will permit a fresh look at past monument decrees and new ones by President Biden. Furthermore, the new administration must vigorously defend the downward adjustments it makes to permit a ruling on a president's authority to reduce the size of national monuments by the U.S. Supreme Court. Finally, the new administration must seek repeal of the Antiquities Act of 1906, which permitted emergency action by a president long before the statutory authority existed for the protection of special federal lands, such as those with wild and scenic rivers, endangered specials, or other unique places. Moreover, in recent years, Congress has designated as national monuments those areas deserving of such congressional action. Oregon and California Lands Act. One national monument worthy of downward adjustment is in Oregon, where its designation and subsequent expansion interfere with the federal obligation to residents to harvest timber on its BLM lands. A federal district court ruled in 2019 that land subject to the Oregon and California O&C grant lands of 1937 was set aside by Congress to be harvested for the benefit of the people of Oregon. Specifically, those federal lands are to be managed for permanent forest production and its timber so cut and removed in conformity with the principle of sustained yield. As the district court concluded, beginning in 1990, the federal government erected a trifecta of illegal barriers to the accomplishment of the congressional mandate, beginning with a response to the listing of the northern spotted owl, continuing a decade later with the designation of the Cascade Siskiyou National Monument, and concluding in 2017 with an expansion of that monument. In order to fulfill the yet unaltered congressional mandate contained in federal law, to provide for jobs and well-paying employment opportunities in rural Oregon, and to ameliorate the effects of wildfires, the new administration must immediately fulfilled its responsibilities, and managed the ONC lands for permanent forest production to ensure that the timber is sold, cut, and removed. NPA reforms. Congress never intended for the National Environmental Policy Act to grow into the tree killing, project dooming, decade spanning monstrosity that it has become. Instead, in 1970, Congress intended a short, succinct time presentation of information regarding major federal action that significantly affects the quality of the human environment so that decision makers can make informed decisions to benefit the American people. The Trump administration adopted common sense NEPA reform that must be restored immediately. Meanwhile, DOI should reinstate the secretarial orders adopted by the Trump administration, such as placing time and page limits on NEPA documents and settling forth on page one the cost of the document itself. Meanwhile, the new administration should call upon Congress to reform NEPA to meet its original goal. Consideration should be given, for example, to eliminating judicial review of the adequacy of NEPA documents or the rectitude of NEPA decisions. This would allow Congress to engage in effective oversight of federal agencies when prudent. Settlement transparency. Interior Secretary David Bernhardt required DOI to permanently display and provide open access to any and all litigation settlements into which DOI or its agencies entered, and any attorney's fees paid for ending the litigation. Biden's DOI, aware that the settlements into which it planned to enter and the attorney's fees was likely to pay would cause controversy, ended this policy. A new administration should reinstate it. The Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act was intended to bring endangered and threatened species back from the brink of extinction and, when appropriate, to restore real habitat critical to the survival of the species. The Act's success rate, however, is dismal. Its greatest deficiency, according to one renowned expert, is conflict of interest. Specifically, the work of the Fish and Wildlife Service is the product of species cartels afflicted with groupthink, confirmation bias, and a common desire to preserve the prestige, power, and appropriations of the agency that pays or employs them. For example, in one highly influential sage grouse monograph, 41% of the authors were federal workers. The editor, a federal bureaucrat, had authored one-third of the paper. Meaningful reform of the Endangered Species Act requires that Congress take action to restore its original purpose and end its use to seize private property, prevent economic development, and interfere with the rights of states over their wildlife populations. In the meantime, a new administration should take the following immediate action. Delist the grizzly bear in the greater Yellowstone and northern Continental Divide ecosystems and defend to the Supreme Court of the United States the agency's fact-based decision to do so. Delist the gray wolf in the lower 48 states in light of its full recovery under the ESA. Cede to Western states jurisdiction over the greater sage grouse, recognizing the on-the-ground expertise of states and preventing use of the sage grouse to interfere with public access to public land and economic activity. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to end its abuse of Section 10J of the ESA by reintroducing so-called experiment species populations into areas that no longer qualify as habitat and lie outside the historical ranges of those species, which brings with it the full weight of the ESA in areas previously without federal government oversight. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to design and implement an impartial conservation triage program by prioritizing the allocation of limited resources to maximize conservation returns relative to the conservation goals under a constrained budget. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to make all data used in ESA decisions available to the public with limited or no exceptions, to fulfill the public's right to know and to prevent the agency's previous opaque decision-making. Abolish the biological resources decision of the U.S. Geological Survey, and obtain necessary scientific research about species of concern from universities via competitive requests for proposals. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to number one, design and implement an Endangered Species Act program that ensures independent decision making by ending reliance on so called species specialists who have obvious self interest, ideological bias, and land use agendas. And number two, ensure conformity with the Information Quality Act. Office of Surface Mining. The Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, OSM, was created by the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977, SMCRA, to administer programs for controlling the impacts of surface coal mining operations. Although the coal industry is contracting, coal constitutes 20% of the nation's electricity and is a mainstay of many regional economies. The following actions should ensure OSM's ability to perform its mission while complying with SMCRA and without interfering with the production of high quality American coal. Relocate the OSM Reclamation and Enforcement headquarters to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to recognize that the agency is field driven and should be headquartered in the coal field. Reduce the number of field coal reclamation inspectors to recognize the industry is smaller. Reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Permit coal company employees to benefit from the OSM training program, which is currently restricted to state and federal employees. Revise the applicant violator system, the nationwide database for the federal and state programs, to permit federal and state regulators to consider extenuating circumstances. Maintain the current 10-day notice rule, which requires OSM to work with state regulators in determining if an SMCRA violation has taken place in recognition of the fact that a coal mining state with primacy has the lead in implementing state and federal law. Preserve Directive INE 26, which relates to approximate original contour, a critical factor in permitting efficient and environmentally sound surface mining, especially in Appalachia. Western water issues. The American West, from the Greater Plains to the Cascades Range, is arid, as recognized by John Wesley Powell during his famous trip across a large part of its length. Pursuant to an executive order signed by President Trump and consistently with his authority, along with other federal agencies, DOI's Bureau of Reclamation must take the following actions. Develop additional storage capacity across the arid West, including by number one, updating dam water control manuals for existing facilities during routine operations, and number two, engaging in real-time monitoring of operations. Reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies by consolidating federal water working groups. Implement actions identified in the Federal Action Plan for improving forecasts of water availability, especially by adopting improvements related to number one, forecast-informed reservoir operations, and number two, aerial snow observation systems. Clarify the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act to ensure consistent application with other federal infrastructure loan programs under the Federal Credit Reform Act. This should be done to foster opportunities for locally led investment in water and infrastructure. Reinstate presidential memorandum on promoting the reliable supply and delivery of water in the West. American Indians and U.S. trust responsibility. The Biden administration has breached its federal trust responsibilities to American Indians. This is unconscionable. Specifically, the Biden administration's war on domestically available fossil fuels and mineral sources has been devastating. To wit, the ability of American Indians and tribal governments to develop their abundant oil and gas resources has been severely hampered, depriving them of the revenue and profits to which they are entitled during a time of increasingly worldwide energy prices, forcing American Indians who are among the poorest Americans, to choose between food and fuel. Indian nations with significant coal resources have some of the highest quality and cleanest burning coal in the world, but the Biden administration has sought to destroy the market for their coal by eliminating coal fired electricity in the country and to prevent the transport of their coal for sale internationally. Meanwhile, the Biden administration, at greater public expense, artificially boosted the demand for electric vehicles, which, because of their remote locations, the absence of increased electricity demands for charging electric vehicles nearby, and the distances to be traveled are not a choice for Indian communities. A significant percentage of critical minerals needed by the United States is on Indian lands, but the Biden administration has actively discouraged development of critical mineral mining projects on Indian lands rather than assisting in their advancement. Despite Indian nations having primary responsibility for their lands and environment and responsibility for the safety of their communities, the Biden administration is reversing efforts to put Indian nations in charge of environmental regulation on their own lands. Moreover, Biden administration policies, including those of the DOI, have disproportionately impacted American Indians and Indian nations. By its failure to secure the borders, the Biden administration has robbed Indian nations on or near the Mexican border of safe and secure communities while permitting them to be swamped by a tide of illegal drugs, particularly fentanyl. When ending COVID protocols at Bureau of Indian Education schools, Biden's DOI failed to ensure an accurate accounting of students returning from school shutdowns, which presents a significant danger to the families that trust their children to that federal agency. The BIE is not reporting student academic assessment data to ensure parents and the larger tribal communities know their children are learning and are receiving a quality education. The new administration must take the following actions to fulfill the nation's trust responsibilities to American Indians and Indian nations. End the war on fossil fuels and domestically available minerals and facilitate their development on lands owned by Indians and Indian nations. End federal mandates and subsidies of electric vehicles. Restore the right of tribal governments to enforce environmental regulation on their lands. Secure the nation's border to protect the sovereignty and safety of tribal lands. Overhaul BIE schools to put parents and their children first. Finally, the new administration should seek congressional reauthorization of the land buyback program for tribal nations, which provided a $1.9 billion trust land consolidation fund to purchase fractional interest in trust or restricted land from willing sellers at fair market value, but which sunsets November 24th, 2022. New funds should come from the Great American Outdoors Act. Authors note the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 presidential transition project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but some deserve special mention. Kathleen Sagama, Dan Kish, and Katie Tubb wrote this section on energy in its entirety. I received thoughtful, knowledgeable, and swift assistance from Aubrey Betancourt, Mark Cruz, Lanny Erdos, Aurelia S. Giacometto, Casey Hammond, Jim McGanana, Chad Paget, Jim Pond, Rob Roy Ramey II, Kyle E. Scherer, Tara Sweeney, John Toshad, Rob Wallace, and Greg Zazarin. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter. No views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. And so that's page 571 out of 922. We're on the endnotes. And on the download, that's page 539. So moving on along, it's 30 chapters, and we are now coming across chapter 17, Department of Justice, Gene Hamilton. Okay, we're going to take a break in about an hour. So Chapter 17, Department of Justice, Gene Hamilton. The Department of Justice has a long and noble history. And leave in the comments too, if you're here visiting, a random act of kindness that you can actually share this project 2025 and let someone know about the education of this before they even make a wayward thoughts, one way or another, if they agree or don't agree. That's the whole key about it. So that's the whole point, to literally get the education first, then make a decision if you want to go one way or another. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is on there, Joe Biden, Adriane Mayes, even though I'm not. But what I'm saying is the key thing is before you make a decision, before you vote for anything, you want to have the information. So that's what we're giving you here today. No input of mine on my own. This is what I'm reading is the Project 2025 900-page Mandate for Leadership Live, Part 13. The 12 other parts can be found live at Adriane Mayes. So Chapter 17, Department of Justice, Gene Hamilton. The Department of Justice, DOJ, has a long and noble history. That history began with the creation of the Office of the Attorney General pursuant to the Judiciary Act of 1789 and has continued through the creation of the department in 1870, the formation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, in 1908, reforms following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and to the present day. Properly understood within the framework of a constitutional republic that values ordered liberty, the Department of Justice has two primary functions: protecting protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. Unfortunately, the department has lost its way in recent years and has forfeited the trust of large segments of the American people. Large swaths of the department have been captured by an unaccountable bureaucratic managerial class and radical left ideologues who have embedded themselves throughout its offices and components. The department also suffers from institutional inattentiveness to its core functions. Instead of being perceived as possessing the utmost impartiality and fairness as it advances the national interest on behalf of the American people, fighting crime and defending the rule of law, the DOJ has become a department that 46.6% of Americans recently indicated is, in their view, too political, corrupt, and not to be trusted. The weight of the publicly available evidence indicates that there are many reasons for this lack of trust. For example, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, knowing that claims of collusion with Russia were false, collaborated with Democratic operatives to inject the story into the 2016 election through strategic media leaks, falsified Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, warrant applications, and lied to Congress. Personnel within the FBI engaged in a campaign to convince social media companies and the media generally that the story about the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop was the result of a Russian misinformation campaign, while the FBI had possession of the laptop the entire time and could have classified the authenticity of the source. The DOJ engaged in conduct to chill the free speech rights of parents across the United States in response to supposed threats against school boards, yet it failed to engage in any concerted campaign to protect the rights of Americans who actually were terrorized by acts of violence like those perpetuated against pregnancy care centers. The FBI tasked agents with monitoring social media and flagging content they deemed to be misinformation or disinformation, not associated with any plausible criminal conspiracy to deprive anyone of any rights for platforms to remove. The FBI engaged in a domestic influence operation to pressure social media companies to report more foreign influence than the FBI was actually seeing and to stop dissemination of and censor true information directly related to the 2020 presidential election. The department has devoted unprecedented resources to prosecuting American citizens for misdemeanor trespassing offenses or violations of the FACE Act, while dismissing prosecutions against radical agents of the left like Antifa. The department has consistently threatened that any conduct not aligning with the liberal agenda could violate federal law without actually taking a position that the conduct in question is illegal, using the prospect of protracted litigation and federal sanctions to chill disfavor behavior, such as with state efforts to restrict abortion or prevent genital mutilation of children. The department has sued multiple states regarding their efforts to enhance election integrity. The department has failed to do its part to stop the flood of fentanyl and other deadly drugs that are, that are flowing across our borders and disseminating families and communities across the states. The department has abdicated its responsibility to assist in the enforcement of our immigration laws and has engaged in whole-scale abandonment of its duty to adjudicate cases in the immigration court system. These actions stand in stark contrast to Attorney General Merrick Garland's assertion before taking office that there must not be one rule for Democrats and another for Republicans, one rule for friends and another for foes. While it is true, as it is with other federal departments and agencies, that there are committed career personnel across the department who perform their duties faithfully and with the best intention, this small sampling of scandals illustrates that the DOJ has become a bloated bureaucracy with a critical core of personnel who are infatuated with the perpetuation of a radical liberal agenda and the defeat of perceived political enemies. It has become a cabinet-level department whose leadership appears to care more about how they are perceived than the next Politico or Washington Post article or their stature with any number of radical leftist organizations than they do about justice and advancing the interests of the American people. It is essential that the next conservative administration places a high priority on reforming the DOJ and its culture to align the department with its core purposes and advance the national interests. Critically, this must include the FBI. Anything other than a top to bottom overhaul will only further erode the trust of significant portions of the American people and harm the very fabric that holds together our constitutional republic. At a practical level, not reforming the Department of Justice will also guarantee the failure of that conservative administration's agenda in countless other ways. Successful reform will require more than minor peripheral adjustments. It will require a holistic, energetic, leadership-driven effort to remedy the damage that has been done and advance the national interest. Additionally, some needed reforms will not be possible without legislative changes from Congress. While it is true that certain offices and components like the FBI or the Civil Rights Division will require more attention than others, committed direction from the department's political leadership can restore the department's focus on its two core functions, protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. This chapter features prominently the things the department must do to restore its focus on these functions. Of course, there are other important reforms that do not necessarily fit within either of those core functions. So this chapter includes an additional section to address those areas. Prioritizing the protection of public safety. Ordered liberty is at risk when our citizens lack physical safety, when career criminals do not fear the law, when foreign cartels move narcotics and illegal aliens into our nation at will, and when political leaders call citizens domestic terrorists. For exercising their constitutional rights, the Department of Justice, in partnership with state and local partners, must recommit in both word and deed to protecting public safety. The overwhelming majority of crimes in the United States are properly handled at the state and local levels, but the DOJ can provide critical technical support for local law enforcement and play a critical agenda-setting role. With respect to the department's core responsibilities, enforcing our immigration laws, combating domestic and international criminal enterprises, protecting federal civil rights, and combating foreign espionage, the federal government has primary authority and accordingly accountability. The evidence shows that the Biden administration's Department of Justice has failed to protect law abiding citizens and has ignored its most basic obligations. It has become at once utterly unserious and dangerously politicized. Prosecution and charging decisions are infused with racial and partisan political double standards. Immigration laws are ignored. The FBI harasses protesting parents, branded domestic terrorists by some partisans, while working diligently to shut down political disfavored speech on the pretext of its being misinformation or disinformation. A department that prosecutes FACE Act cases while ignoring dozens of violent attacks on pregnancy care centers and or the coordinated violation of laws that prohibit attempts to intimidate Supreme Court justices by parading outside of their homes has clearly lost its way. A department that has twice engaged in covert domestic election interference and propaganda operations, the Russian collusion hoax in 2016 and the Hunter Biden laptop suppression in 2020 is a threat to the republic. Restoring the department's focus on public safety and a culture of respect for the rule of law is a gargantuan task that will involve, at minimum, four overriding actions: restoring the FBI's integrity, renewing the DOJ's focus on violent crime, dismantling domestic and international criminal enterprises, pursuing a national security agenda aimed at external state and non state actors, not US citizens exercising their constitutional rights. Restoring the FBI's integrity. The FBI was founded in 1908 to tackle national crime and security issues when there was hardly any systematic way of enforcing the law, across this now broad landscape of America. It best serves the American people when it dedicates its resources and energies to attacking violent crime, criminal organizations, child predators, cybercrime, and other uniquely federal interests. Revelations regarding the FBI's role in the Russia hoax of 2016, big tech collusion, and suppression of Hunter Biden's laptop in 2020 strongly suggest that the FBI is completely out of control. To protect the Constitution, fight crime effectively, and protect the nation from foreign adversaries, the next conservative administration should begin to restore the FBI's domestic reputation integrity and enhance its effectiveness in meeting actual foreign threats. To do so, the next conservative administration should conduct an immediate comprehensive review of all major active FBI investigations and activities and terminate any that are unlawful or contrary to the national interest. This is an enormous task, but it is necessary to re-earn the American people's trust in the FBI and its work. To conduct this review, the department should detail attorney appointees with criminal, national security, or homeland security backgrounds to catalog any questionable activities and elevate them to appropriate DOJ leadership consistent with the new chain of command discussed below. The department should also consider issuing a public report of the findings from this review as appropriate. Align the FBI's placement within the department and the federal government with its law enforcement and national security purposes. DOJ veterans often opine that the FBI reviews itself as an independent agency, accountable to no one and on par with the Attorney General in terms of stature. But the fact remains that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is located in the Department of Justice. It is not independent from the department, just as Immigration and Customs Enforcement is not independent from the Department of Homeland Security and does not deserve to be treated as if it were. The next conservative administration should direct the Attorney General to remove the FBI from the Deputy Attorney General's direct supervision within the department's organizational chart and instead place it under the general supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division and the supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for the National Security Division as applicable. This can be accomplished through a simple internal departmental reorganization and does not need to be approved by Congress. Such a structure would allow the FBI to play an important role in advising the department's leadership on emerging threats and updating notable investigations through daily briefings conducted with the Criminal Division and National Security Division leadership. But it would also place the FBI under a politically accountable leader with fewer things to manage than the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General have. All notifications and approvals that currently run to the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General should be evaluated and redirected in the first instance, where appropriate, to the relevant Assistant Attorney General. Such a move would better align the FBI with the mission of the divisions with which it most often interacts and emphasize the need for the areas on which it should focus. In general, however, under no circumstances should the FBI ever be able to go around the Attorney General or the department's leadership on any matter within its area of responsibility. Prohibit the FBI from engaging in general in activities related to combating the spread of so-called misinformation and disinformation by Americans who are not tied to any plausible criminal activity. The FBI, along with the rest of the government, needs a hard reset on the appropriate scope of its legitimate activities. It must not look or rely on the past decade as precedent or legitimization for continued action in certain spaces. This is especially true with respect to activities that the FBI and the US government writ large claim are efforts to combat misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. The United States government, and by extension, the FBI, have absolutely no business policing speech, whether in the public square, in print, or online. The First Amendment prohibits it. The United States is the world's last best hope for self-government, and its survival relies on the ability of our people to have healthy debate free from government intervention and censorship. The government, though, through its officials, is certainly able to speak and provide information to the public. That is a healthy component of an informed society. But government must never manipulate the scales and censor information that is potentially harmful to it or its political leadership. This is the way of totalitarian dictatorships, not of free constitutional republics. The DOJ needs a hard firewall between its legitimate activities, monitoring online activity for potential threats in its mission space, looking at social media profiles for evidence of intent or other criminal activity, and those in which it must engage asking or demanding public forums or publishers to remove material based on the content and or viewpoints expressed or itself censoring speech. Streamline the non-law enforcement functions within the FBI, such as its Office of General Counsel, and obtain those services from other offices within the department. The next conservative administration should eliminate any offices within the FBI that it has the power to eliminate without any action from Congress. For example, few Americans know that the FBI maintains a core of approximately 300 attorneys within its Office of General Counsel, an office that has been involved in some of the FBI's most damaging recent scandals. These attorneys are not necessary to the functioning of the FBI in their current capacity. Legal advice should come from attorneys at the DOJ, whether those attorneys are within the Criminal Division, the National Security Division, the Justice Management Division, or the Office of Legal Counsel. Moving legal review outside the FBI would serve as a crucial check on an agency that has recently pushed past legal boundary after legal boundary. Similarly, the FBI does not need its own Office of Congressional Affairs separate and apart from the DOJ Office of Legislative Affairs, nor does it need its own Office of Public Affairs. Emphasize fund and reward field offices while shrinking headquarters staff. While the FBI has essential headquarters functions that must be fulfilled and should likely be fulfilled by a team in Washington, D.C., The next conservative administration should make a priority of deploying, funding, and rewarding the work of the field offices to the greatest extent possible. The Department of Justice must value badges over bureaucracy, must rethink its internal reporting structures, and should aim to realign the FBI's resources accordingly. Submit a legislative proposal to Congress to eliminate the 10-year term for the director. After J. Edgar Hoover's decades-long term as FBI director came to an end following his death in 1972, and in light of oversight conducted by Congress into alleged intelligence community and FBI abuses in the 1970s, Congress limited the director's tenure to one 10-year term. The realities of the FBI's abuses and overreach in recent years demonstrate that further reform is still necessary. The director of the FBI must remain politically accountable to the president in the same manner as the head of any other federal department or agency. To ensure prompt political accountability and to rein in perceived or actual abuses, the next conservative administration should seek a legislative change to align the FBI director's position with those of the head of all other major departments and agencies. Renewing the department's focus on violent crime. Despite the DOJ's pronouncements that violent crime continues to be a top priority, it has increased across the United States. The department's leadership must make actually reducing violent crime a priority across the United States, and it must do so in partnership with state and local officials in a manner that is tailored to the needs and conditions in those states and localities. Targeting violent and career criminals, not parents. The next conservative administration must ensure that the Department of Justice devotes significant effort to reducing violent crime nationwide. The Attorney General should require all U.S. attorneys to develop a jurisdictional specific plan whenever possible in coordination with state and local law enforcement. To reduce violent crime within each of their districts, then the Attorney General should hold each U.S. attorney accountable for achieving actual results. In recent years, federal and state officials have succumbed to calls from anti-law enforcement advocates for so-called criminal justice reform. The pleasant sounding terminology of reform masks the darker reality of this movement, which is one that has supported dismantling effective federal, state, and local law enforcement and stripped away some of the most fundamental tools that law enforcement has long had at its disposal. This campaign is not just ill-advised, it has had real-world consequences in the form of catastrophic increases in crime, particularly violent crime nationwide. As discussed in the next section, the Department of Justice has special obligation to restore law and order in such district. Juxtaposed against this increase in violent crimes are things like Attorney General Merrick Garland's October 4th, 2021 memorandum, directing the commitment of significant resources and energies to combating imaginary, politically convenient threats of violence toward members of school boards and their staffs during the heat of the Virginia gubernatorial race. There was no similar effort to investigate elected officials and other public officers who conspire with outside allies to target and harass parents who were merely exercising their constitutional and statutory rights. If we are all continue to have informed and civil dialogue in the United States on issues of public concern, the DOJ must enforce applicable civil rights laws in an even-handed way when citizens' livelihoods are threatened merely because they have exercised their rights. Enhancing the federal focus on resources and jurisdictions with rule of law deficiencies. A disturbing number of state and local jurisdictions have enacted policies that directly undermine public safety, leave doubt about whether criminals will be punished, and weaken the rule of law. While the prosecution of criminal offenses in most jurisdictions across the country must remain the responsibility of state and local governments, the federal government owes a special responsibility to Americans in jurisdictions where state and local prosecutors have abdicated this duty. Jurisdictions suffering from deficiencies in the rule of law warrant, as appropriate within our federal system, greater attention and additional federal resources that are sufficient to protect the rights of American citizens and federal interests. In the next conservative administration, the DOJ, acting primarily through its U.S. attorneys, should therefore use applicable federal laws to bring federal charges against criminals when local jurisdictions wrongfully allow them to evade responsibility for their conduct. The department should also increase the federal law enforcement presence in such jurisdictions and explore innovative solutions to bring meaningful charges against criminals and criminal organizations in such jurisdictions. Where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favored defining characteristics of the would-be offender: race, so-called gender identity, sexual orientation, etc., or other political considerations, for example, immigration status. Pursue policies and legislation that encourage prosecution of violent crimes as well as appropriate sentences for such offenses. The Biden administration has adopted policies that do not prevent armed career criminals who actually commit violent crimes from committing those crimes. A recent U.S. Citizen Commission report shows that armed career criminals are consistently sentenced below their minimum sentencing guidelines range. There are valid reasons for sentence reductions in particular cases. For example, if the defendant has provided substantial assistance in prosecuting other offenders. At the same time, the DOJ must ensure that its line attorneys are consistently using the tools at their disposal in cases with violent offenders, including pursuing mandatory minimum sentences under the Armed Career Criminal Act, ACCA. The department should also support legislative efforts to provide further tools, such as the Restoring the Armed Career Criminal Act, which Senators Tom Cotton, Republican, AR, Marsha Blackburn, Republican, TN, Tennessee, and Cindy Hyde Smith, Republican, Mississippi, introduced in 2021 in response to U.S. Supreme Court decisions neutering the ACCA. Enforce the death penalty where appropriate and applicable. Capital punishment is a sensitive matter, as it should be, but the current crime wave makes deterrence vital at the federal, state, and local levels. However, providing this punishment without ever enforcing it provides justice neither for the victim's family nor for the defendant. The next conservative administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on federal death row. It should also pursue the death penalty for applicable crimes, particularly heinous crimes involving violence and sexual abuse of children, until Congress says otherwise through legislation. Dismantling domestic and international criminal enterprises. Criminal organizations are as old as crime itself, but are more extensive, sophisticated, and dangerous today than at any other point of history. The Department of Justice has a key role in tackling transnational criminal organizations like Mara Salvatrucha, MS-13, and Mexican drug cartels, as well as purely domestic criminal organizations, like those built on the more traditional mafia crime model as part of its obligation to ensure the safety and security of the American people. The department's primary directive under the next administration should be to return to an unapologetic focus on dismantling these criminal organizations and incarcerating their membership. Once this reprioritization occurs, the department's political leadership should take concrete steps to use agency reach and resources to prevent these crime organizations from operating and surviving. Assaulting the business model of these criminal organizations, which are massive, Diversified enterprises with nationwide or international operations is essential for success. The next administration will therefore need to revitalize the DOJ's use of the array of statutory tools that exist for dealing with the threat of criminal organizations. The most potent ones are the simplest. For example, the department should, number one, rigorously prosecute as much interstate drug activity as possible, including simple possession of distributable quantities. Recent efforts to create the impression that drug possession crimes are not serious offenses has contributed to the explosion of criminal organization activities in the United States. Number two, aggressively deploy the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, which Congress expressly created to empower the Department of Justice to treat patterns of interstate level crimes, such as robbery, extortion, and murder, as federal criminal conduct for criminal organizations and networks. The next administration can use existing tools while it works with Congress to develop new tools. Secure the border, which is the key point for many criminal organizations and their supplies, products, and employees. Mexico, which is arguably functioning as a failed state run by a drug cartel, is the main point of transit for illegal drugs produced in Central and South America. Fentanyl precursors from the Chinese Communist Party led People Republic of China, weapons, human smuggling, and traveling, and other contraband. Mexican drug cartels include the dominant Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel, CJNG, are the main drivers of fentanyl production and distribution in the United States. The southwestern land border is sufficiently porous that Mexican drug cartels have operational control of large sections of the border, which facilitates easy movement of product and personnel. These cartels are also violent and not afraid to demonstrate force on both sides of the border. Their conduct represents a clear and present danger to the United States and its citizens. In addition to finalizing the southwestern land border wall, the next administration should take a creative and aggressive approach to tackling these dangerous criminal organizations at the border. This could include use of active duty military personnel and National Guardsmen to assist in arrest operations along the border, something that has not yet been done. A new and forceful approach to interdiction will have a ripple effect on the operations of these criminal organizations, which currently operate freely without concern for criminal prosecution, and will lay the necessary groundwork for initial prosecutions of these organizations and their leaders. It is critical that the federal government staunch the flow of drugs by preventing the far too easy access to the United States that now exists. These can be no serious dispute that the Biden administration has opened the southwest border to whomever wants to enter, and that some of those entrants are smuggling fentanyl into the country. More than 100,000 Americans died in a 1 year period from opioid overdoses, and many of them died specifically from having used fentanyl. The federal government should treat this problem as aggressively as necessary. Enforcing the customs and immigration laws is a matter of life and death. Pursuing a national security agenda aimed at external state and non-state actors, not U.S. citizens exercising their constitutional rights. The Department of Justice plays a vital role in protecting our national security, and it must not refrain from engaging in public initiatives that identify our adversaries and educate the American people about their objectives, their activities. The DOJ's China initiative under President Trump reflected the department's priority of combating Chinese threats to our national security. Because China was accountable for approximately 80% of all prosecutions for economic espionage and approximately 60% of all thefts and trade secrets, then Attorney General Jeff Sessions set key goals for the China initiative that included development of an enforcement strategy concerning researchers in labs and universities who are being co-opted into stealing critical U.S. technologies, identification of opportunities to address supply chain threats more effectively, and education of colleges and universities about potential threats from Chinese influence efforts on campus. In February of 2022, the Biden administration terminated the department's China initiative largely out of a concern for poor optics. While the Biden administration correctly identified China as America's only competitor, with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it, it unfolded in the face of political correctness and sent the message that liberal sensitivities outweigh bringing justice to threats from China. The next conservative administration should therefore restart the China initiative, pursue other programs to educate the American people about the security that are posed by actors across the globe, most notably China and Iran. Ensure that it is agile enough to devote sufficient resources and attention to other emerging threats that involve federal interests, such as increases in sextortion, ransomware, and the continued proliferation of child pornography. Defending the rule of law. The DOJ's action over the course of the Biden administration exhibits scorn for its slated mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. The Biden administration's unprecedented politicization and weaponization of the department therefore demand a comprehensive response from the next administration. Restoration of that department's values of independence, impartiality, honesty, integrity, respect, and excellence must serve as principles, as first principles for its efforts on all fronts. Concretely, the DOJ must identify and address all individuals, policies, and directives that have fueled the destruction of these core values and the American people's loss of trust in the department and its officials. The next administration will need to exert significant energy to dismantle the two-tier system of justice currently in place at the department while simultaneously applying the rule of law evenly and with neutrality. Specific examples of department corruption, such as the Russia collusion hoax, will need to be tackled, exposed, and addressed head on. This will require not just winning in a court of law, but also demonstrating culpability to the public and the media in a concrete and non-refutable manner. These efforts will require commitment and willpower, but they will be essential to restoring the trust of the American people. Promptly and properly eliminating lawless policies, investigations, cases, including all existing consent decrees. Few things undermine the DOJ's credibility more than brazenly partisan and ideological driven prosecution of an administration's perceived political enemies. Yet the department has readily indulged in such misadventures during the Biden administration. Before even entering the Robert F. Kennedy building on January 20th, 2025, the next administration should conduct a thorough review of all publicly available policies, investigations, and cases. In a manner consistent with applicable law, prepare a plan to end immediately any policies, investigations, or cases that run contrary to law or administration policies. Ensure that upon the next president's inauguration, appointees at the department obtain information about anything that was not learned before taking office and conduct the same analysis. As egregious example of the need for such a review is provided by the department's use of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, FACE Act, to harass pro-life demonstrators while not pursuing similar investigations of shocking acts of violence committed against pro-life pregnancy resource centers. On the morning of September 23rd, 2022, pro-life activist Mark Hook was arrested by more than 15 FBI agents at his home in Pennsylvania in front of his wife and small children. Agents came to his door with guns drawn to arrest the 48-year-old father of 7 whose alleged crime involved a minor altercation with an activist who was harassing one of his children in front of an abortion clinic almost 1 year before Mr. Holt's arrest by the FBI. Similarly, Paul Vaughn, a 55-year-old father of 11, was arrested at his home in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, by armed FBI agents for allegedly participating in a peaceful protest at an abortion clinic 1 year earlier. These arrests stand in stark contrast to the department's virtual silence on the wave of vandalism and violence directed at religiously affiliated institutions, including pregnancy resource centers, following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. The Catholic News Agency reported more than 100 such incidents as of September 2022. By engaging in disparate and viewpoint-based enforcement of an already controversial law like the FACE Act against pro-life activists, the DOJ has needlessly undermined its credibility with law-abiding people of faith. The department should make every effort to uphold equal protection of the law and avoid politically motivated and viewpoint-based prosecutions. Specifically, it should ensure that its review extends beyond ending the absurd double standards embodied in the ongoing campaign of FACE Act prosecutions and instead be a thorough and holistic review of all DOJ activities, including all consent decrees and settlement agreements currently in force. Seek to terminate any unnecessary or outdated consent decree to which the United States is a party. Consider pursuing intervention in other matters where consent decrees or settlement agreements continue to bind parties years or decades after the fact. As its review concludes, and consistent with applicable law, take appropriate action in all cases, including those on appeal. Enact policies and regulations that prohibit settlement payments to third parties. Engaging in zealous advocacy for and defense of the Constitution and lawful administration, regulations, and policies. The Department of Justice has the exclusive responsibility for the conduct of a litigation in which the United States, an agency or officer thereof, is involved and has been charged with the supervision of all litigation to which the United States, an agency or officer thereof is a party. However, in political contentious cases, assistant United States attorneys and other line prosecutors during conservative administrations seek to influence outcomes of cases not because of any legal deficiency in the case or policy being defended, but by refusing to take certain positions, by writing public letters of protest, and by engaging in false resignations from certain internal appointments. This can cause the department to take positions that are inconsistent with the interests of the president and his appointees in other places throughout the administration. While the supervision of litigation is DOJ responsibility, the department falls under the direct supervision and control of the President of the United States as a component of the executive branch. Thus, in putting aside criminal prosecutions that can warrant different treatment, litigation decisions must be made consistent with the president's agenda. This can force line attorneys to take uncomfortable positions in civil cases because those positions are more closely aligned with the president's policy agenda. Ultimately, the department will have to make tough calls as it manages its litigation, but those calls must always be consistent with the president's policy agenda and the rule of law. A line attorney should never either directly or indirectly pursue a policy agenda through litigation that is inconsistent with the agenda of his or her client agency or the president. The department should also be cognizant of any attempts to slow litigation and outlast the administration to avoid finality. The next conservative administration should therefore issue guidance to ensure that litigation decisions are consistent with the president's agenda and rule of law. Ensure that consistent with this principle, The department's leadership is prepared to impose appropriate disciplinary action as circumstances arise. Affirming the separation of powers. Federal courts have jurisdiction to deal with a wide array of issues in law and equity in the United States. This increase the increasingly aggressive posture of federal courts does not change one constitutionally immutable fact. All three branches of the federal government retain not just the rights, but the obligation to assess constitutionality. It is this obligation that is the foundation of the separation of powers. The next conservative administration should embrace the Constitution and understand the obligation of the executive branch to use its independent resources and authorities to restrain the excesses of both the legislative and judicial branches. This will mean ensuring that the leadership of the Department of Justice and its components understand the separation of powers, that pushback among the branches is a positive feature and not a defect of our system, and that the federal system is strengthened, not weakened, by disagreement among the branches. One example includes potentially seeking the overruling of Humphrey's Executor versus United States. This case approved so-called independent agencies whose directors are not removable by the president at will. The Supreme Court has chipped away at Humphrey's executor in cases like Sela Law versus Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, but the precedence remains. The next conservative administration should formally take the position that Humphrey's executor violates the Constitution's separation of powers, zealously guarding over other constitutional protections. The next conservative administration must ensure that the DOJ zealously guards the constitutional rights of all Americans and all that it does. This extends not only to rights implicated in the department's criminal activities, but to all rights enjoyed by the American people, such as the First Amendment. The department should reject any invitation to limit these fundamental promises based on the political ideology of the speech at issue. A recent Supreme Court case illustrates the problems that arise when the DOJ takes a cramped interpretation of the First Amendment in service of a political ideology. In 303 Creative LLC versus Alanis, the department argued in favor of the government's ability to coerce and compel what the lower courts all found to be pure speech. The oral argument made clear the department's view that it was the viewpoint expressed that gave the government power to censor and compel speech. During oral arguments, the United States took the remarkable position that government can compel a Christian website designer to imagine, create, and publish a custom website celebrating same-sex marriage, but cannot compel an LGBT person to design a similar website celebrating opposite-sex marriage. In the government's view, declining to create the latter website was based on an objection to the message, while the former was based on status rather than message. But this argument inevitably turns on the viewpoints expressed. It means that the government gets to decide which viewpoints are protected and which are not, a frightening and blatantly unconstitutional proposition. Just as troubling, the government's arguments against free speech are not limited to the facts of 303 Creative. As Colorado admitted to the lower courts, all sorts of artists and speakers like speechwriters, photographers, and videographers can be compelled to design custom messages that violate their most fundamental convictions as long as it serves a certain viewpoint that the government wants to promote. In fact, it was only a few years ago in Masterpiece Cake Shop that the government acknowledged the constitutional problems involved in compelling artists to speak government-favored messages. In that case, the United States acknowledged a basic First Amendment principle that freedom of speech prohibits the government from telling people what they must say. The department had it right when it argued that the government may not compel the dissemination of its own preferred message because the First Amendment protects the individual freedom of mind. It also It was also correct when it argued that an artist cannot be forced to paint, a musician cannot be forced to play, and a poet cannot be forced to write. The United States' directly contrary position in 303 Creative is hard to explain based on anything other than its support for the message the state of Colorado was attempting to compel. It is it is black letter law that no official can prescribe what shall be orthodox or force citizens to confess by word or action their faith therein. Rather, the First Amendment places the decision as to what views shall be voiced largely into the hands of each of us, in the hope that use of such freedom will ultimately produce a more capable citizenry and more perfect polity. As the Supreme Court has noted, government officials have frequently sought to coerce uniformity of sentiment in support of some end thoughts essential to their time and country. In the fact of such attempts to coerce orthodoxy, the DOJ should maintain its commitment to upholding the Constitution's neutral principles of free speech, which commit the government to preserve an uninhibited marketplace of ideas in which truth will ultimately prevail. Pursuing equal protection for all Americans by vigorously enforcing applicable federal civil rights laws in government, education, and the private sector. Entities across the private and public sectors in the United States have been besieged in recent years by an unholy alliance of set of special interests, radicals in government, and the far left. This unholy alliance speaks in platitudes about advancing the interests of certain segments of American society. But that advancement comes at the expense of other Americans and in nearly all cases violates longstanding federal law. Even though numerous federal laws prohibit discrimination based on notable immutable characteristics such as race and sex, the Biden administration, through the DOJ's Civil Rights Division and other federal entities, has enshrined affirmative discrimination in all aspects of its operations under the guise of equity. Federal agencies and their components have established so called diversity, equity, and inclusion offices that have become the vehicles for this unlawful discrimination. And all departments and agencies have created equity plans to carry out these ambiguous schemes. To reverse this trend, the next conservative administration should ensure that the DOJ spearheads an initiative demonstrating the federal government's commitment to non-discrimination. The department should also lead a whole of government of government's recommitment to non-discrimination and should be working with all other federal agencies, boards, and commissions to ensure that they are both complying with constitutional and legal requirements and using their authorities and funding to prevent discrimination not only internally, but also at the state, local, and private sector levels. This will require particularly close coordination with several key agencies, including such obvious candidates as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Departments of Defense, Education and Housing, and Urban Development, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. It will also require enforcing contractual requirements that prohibit discrimination on federal contractors, reorganize and refocus the DOJ's Civil Rights Division to serve as the vanguard for this return to lawfulness. The Attorney General and other DOJ political leadership should provide the resources and moral support needed for these efforts. The Civil Rights Division should spend its first year under the next administration using the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local governments, institutions of higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who are engaged in discrimination in violation of constitutional and legal requirements. Announcing a campaign to enforce the criminal prohibitions in 18 U.S. Code 1461 and 1462 against providers and distributors of abortion pills that use the mail. Federal law prohibits mailing every article, instrument, substance, drug, medicine, or thing which is advertised or described in a manner calculated to lead another to use or apply it for producing abortion. Following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs, there is now no federal prohibition on the enforcement of the statute. The Department of Justice and the next conservative administration should therefore announce its intent to enforce federal law against providers and distributors of such pills. Reassigning responsibility for prosecuting election related offenses from the Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division. The Attorney General and the next conservative administration should reassign responsibility for prosecuting violations of 18 U.S. Code 241 from the Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division where it belongs. Otherwise, voter registration fraud and unlawful ballots correction will remain federal election offenses that are never appropriately investigated and prosecuted. Voter fraud includes unlawful practices concerning voter registration and ballot correction. When state legislators are silent as to procedures for absentee ballot curing or provide specific rules governing that curing, neither counties nor courts may create a cure right where one does not exist and may not modify the law on curing and certainly cannot engage in creating consent orders with the force of law that are inconsistent with the orders of other similarly situated counties. The DOJ has ceded substantial discretion concerning voter suppression to the Civil Rights Division. Since the Bush administration, DOJ leadership has determined that using the election crimes branch to prosecute fraudulent voter registration, including mail-in ballot fraud, was too politically costly. The Criminal Division's Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses Handbook advised that schemes that violated equal protection constituted voter suppression, prosecutable under 18 U.S. Code 241 as part of the guidelines for which the department's criminal prosecutors were trained. State-based investigations of election crimes are supposed to be referred to the Public Integrity section for review. Historically, 18 U.S. Code 241, conspiracy against rights, was used as a basis for investigating state officials whose statements or orders violated the equal protection rights of voters or deliberately misinformed voters concerning the eligibility of their ballots. Nevertheless, the Department of Justice has formalized the civil rights divisions as opposed to the criminal divisions, criminal jurisdiction over 18 U.S. Code 241 investigations and prosecutions. The criminal division is no longer involved in consultation or review of 18 U.S. Code 241 investigations. The criminal division has accordingly advised states that in the case of a crime of violence or intimidation, they should call 911 immediately and before contacting federal authorities because state and local police have primary jurisdiction over polling places despite clearly applicable federal law. This is a mistake. With respect to the 2020 presidential election, there were no DOJ investigations of the appropriateness or lawfulness of state election guidance. Consider the state of Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State sent guidance to the county stating that this revised guidance addresses the issuance, voting, and the examination of provisional ballots under the election code. Provisional ballots were originally mandated by Section 302 of the Help America Vote Act of 2002, HAVA. Provisional ballot amendments included in Act 77 of 2019 went into effect for the 2020 primary election. Provisional ballot amendments included in Act 12 of 2020 go into effect for the first time on November 3rd, 2020. So we're going to take a brief intermission break here, and we're going to jump into a Adriane Mayes YouTube, where you can go and find all of these 1 through 13, as we are currently on 13. And so we're going, until we get done, right? So at Adriane Mayes YouTube channel is where you can actually see all of these documents. So as you can see, you go to at Adriane Mayes and you go to the live tab and you'll see parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and live we're on 13. But while we take this short break, I'm going to play, this is day 63 of the billionaire journey. And the key thing is to finish. So we're going to go ahead. Day 63 of the billionaire journey of Adriane Mayes. Let me introduce you to BB. That is, used to have a car named BB, which is Black Beauty, and that's the Blue Bomber. So again, day 63 of the Adriane Mayes AI journey, building wealth and reading the Project 2025 is opening up so many different things, so many different ideas for wealth creation. So as we're building this city of Detroit, Michigan, what up though? And getting ready to start day 63, the billionaire journey, we're currently at page 550 of 922. This eye-opening experience is so amazing for change, and you have to be able to know where you're going in order to plan effectively. So it's eye-opening, and change is one of those things where you have to consistently work it. And I just thank God for choosing me to be humble enough to know that every step is for the reason. We just got finished reading about mortgages and insurance and being about that life and having a background in mortgages. You just find that literally you need to understand what's going on now so you can build your wealth and help others plan for the future. So as we know, this is the development and growing of downtown Detroit, Michigan. We're going to continue to grow and build your billionaire mindset because there's nothing that can stop you in this crazy world except you. So that's the one thing that Adriane Mayes, AI genius, hold fast and hold stance as we continue to grind every day in the growth, in the journey. You see the bridges being built in the journey of Adriane Mayes, AI genius. So let me get over to my appointment. Have to get there between 9 and 11. Just wanted to give you a couple of smiles for the day, to engage, to grow, to build. Share with someone about the Project 2025, a random acts of kindness that, maybe would not have been before. Give somebody some education. Give them a smile. And just know that do the work and the end result is amazing. I can, I will, I must. Adriane Mayes, AI genius. Let's go. So you can check out all of those fun videos, on at Adriane Mayes, so that way you have that opportunity. Yay! So I hopefully you enjoyed the short break. We're going to jump right back into it. We're rolling, right? So we are on page 596. Let me make sure I can bring it back up here. We're rolling. We're getting the 922. Finish is the anything you start, you want to finish. That's the key. There's no other. You start something, you have to finish it. If your name is on it, you got to finish. You have whatever you tie your name to in this game called life. So when I started this on July 4th, I didn't know it was going to take me until Monday, July 8th, 2024. I didn't know. I did not know. But I'm here and I have to finish. So here we are. I did not know, guys. But here we are. Project 2025 Mandate for Leadership. Page 596 out of 922. And we're going to pick up where we left off. However, mandates, and I'm sorry, 563 on the download. So we're on page 596 out of 922. And let me give the percentage for my percentage people. And thank you so much for the, we're at 64.6%. Yay. So we're over 60% done. So we got to just keep going. We'll get to 922. Prayerfully, we'll get there tonight. And if we don't, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. That's all God said is that we're going to get there. So I'm just going to be quiet and read. Okay. HAVA, however, mandates provisional ballots only for eligible voters who are not on a state voters registration list. It does not apply to those who registered for mail-in voting, but whose ballots were rejected due to some form of spoliation. Pennsylvania Act 12, amended in 2020, does not authorize curing by providing provisional ballots for mail-in voters whose ballots were rejected. Act 12 requires, as part of the mail-in application process, an affidavit that the elector shall not be eligible to vote at a polling place on election day unless the elector brings the elector's mail-in ballot to the elector's polling place, remits the ballot and the envelope containing the declaration of the elector of the judge of elections to be spoiled, and signs a statement subject to the penalties under 18 PACS 4904 relating to unsworn falsification to authorities to the same effect. The law in Pennsylvania clearly states that no county may affirmatively provide provisional ballots. The mail-in voter must vote in person and sign a new affidavit. In the 2020 election, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court recognized that the election code contains no requirement that voters whose ballots are deemed inadequately verified be apprised of this fact. Thus, unlike in-person voters, mail-in or absentee voters are not provided any opportunity to cure perceived defects in a timely manner. Given the Pennsylvania Secretary of State's use of guidance to circumvent state law, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State should have been and still should be investigated and prosecuted for potential violations of 18 U.S. Code 241. Investigations and prosecutions under 18 U.S. Code 241 are currently within the jurisdictional oversight of the Civil Rights Division, not the Criminal Division. Only by moving authority for 18 U.S. Code 241 investigations and prosecutions back to the Criminal Division will the rule of law be appropriately enforced. Rejecting third-party requests for politically motivated investigations or prosecutions. The DOJ should reject demands from third-party groups that ask it to threaten politically motivated investigation or prosecution of those engaging in lawful and, in many cases, constitutionally protected activity. By acceding to such demands, the department risks diminishing its credibility with the American public. This risk is exacerbated by the fact that communications between government officials and third-party groups are generally unprotected by privilege and subject to disclosure, whether via subpoena to the third-party group via request made pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act. These communications can even be made public voluntarily by the third-party group. A recent example illustrates the risks posed by such activity. On October 4th, 2021, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memorandum to the director of the FBI, the executive order for U.S. attorneys and the Assistant Attorney General Criminal Division, calling on the FBI to work with each U.S. attorney to convene meetings with federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders to discuss strategies for addressing threats against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. Subsequent reporting investigation revealed that the memorandum was prompted by a September 29, 2021 letter sent by the National School Boards Association, NSBA, to President Biden demanding a federal law enforcement response to perceived threats to school board members and public school employees. The NSBA letter made it outlandish demands in response to protests that were then occurring at school board meetings in response to COVID policies and revelations about the use of critical race theory, infused curricula in classrooms. Among the letter's demands was a call for a federal investigation into parents' actions, heinous actions that could be the equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes. Under a variety of federal laws, including the Gun-Free Zone Acts, the Patriot Act in regards to domestic terrorism, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes and Prevention Act, the Violent Interference with Federally Protected Rights Statute, and the Conspiracy Against Rights Statute, and an executive order to enforce all applicable federal laws for the protection of students and public school district personnel in any related measure. Both to the Attorney General's memorandum and the NSBA letter drew swift public condemnation, including from 14 sitting state attorney generals. A subsequent internal investigation commissioned by the NSBA revealed that officials at the White House had been in discussions with NSBA officials about the contents of the letter weeks before it was issued. The investigation also revealed that White House officials indicated they planned to raise the contents of the draft letter with DOJ officials a full week before the NSBA's letter was issued. This cooperation by a third party group, the White House and the DOJ, to craft and coordinate a response to an ill advised and politically motivated letter undermines the department's credibility as an impartial law enforcement agency. In the words of the 14 state attorney generals who wrote to oppose the department's memorandum, potential collusion between the White House, the department, and the NSBA in the actual creation of the September 29th letter as a pretext for threats against parents raises serious concerns. The DOJ should carefully scrutinize all requests for law enforcement assistance and reject requests by third parties to engage in political grandstanding that ignores the department's traditional jurisdictional limits and that would trample politically controversial but constitutionally protected activity. Ensuring proper distribution of DOJ grant funds. DOJ grants are an underutilized asset in most conservative administrations. When used properly, they can be highly effective in implementing the president's priorities. The Office of Justice Programs, OJP, is comprised of 6 components and is responsible for most DOJ grants to local law enforcement, juvenile justice, and victims of crime, as well as for criminal justice research and statistics. The opportunity to support a president's agenda may be greater than OJP grant funding than it is through any of the federal grants' other grant-making components. Consistent with appropriations from Congress, the OJP dispenses approximately $7 billion in various grants. Block grants are given to a state to be awarded pursuant to federal regulations. Some funds to support law enforcement and victims of crime are awarded pursuant to block grants. But most OJP funds are awarded through discretionary grants, specific programs written into the budget by Congress. Although Congress dictates the way in which many grant awards are to be made, federal staff enjoy a tremendous amount of discretion in adding conditions and priority points. Grants operate with a carrot and a stick. To receive grant funding, a recipient must agree to certain conditions, which in many instances include the president's priorities. For instance, under an anti-human trafficking grant, during the Obama administration, approximately $110 million in 2020, an awardee had to show a partnership with the LGBTQ organization and always have an interpreter on site. These conditions worked to change culture and overlaid President Obama's priorities, support for the LGBTQ community, and for more of the funding to go to areas with large immigrant populations. During the Trump administration, a condition added to grants stated that an awardee had to comply with all federal law stock language, including federal law regarding the exchange of information between federal and local authorities about an individual's immigration status. This condition prevented law enforcement in sanctuary cities from receiving grant awards. While the Trump administration suffered a series of setbacks from several hostile courts, it obtained from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals a decision upholding the department's authority to impose these conditions. To ensure that taxpayer-funded grants are prioritized and distributed properly, the next conservative administration should conduct an immediate, comprehensive review of all federal grant dispersals to ensure that not only that the programs are being properly administered by the department, but also that the grant funding is being received and used properly by recipients. Or order an overhaul of the DOJ grant application process to include more rigorous vetting of state, local, and private grant applicants, and inclusion of more pre-applicant criteria to ensure baseline fitness and eligibility for federal grant dollars. This long overdue enhancement of the grant application and issuance process will ensure that hard earned taxpayer dollars are going only to lawful actors who support federal law enforcement and demonstrate the ability and willingness to engage in lawful activities. Ensuring proper enforcement and administration of our immigration laws. We're on page 600 out of 922 on the download, page 567. Ensuring proper enforcement and administration of our immigration laws. Although its role has changed over the years, most notably following the passage of the Homeland Security Act of 2002, the Department of Justice plays a crucial role in the enforcement and adjudication of our immigration laws. Its leadership and energy, however, have not always reflected the importance placed by Congress on the prosecution of that crucial mission. With a few notable exceptions, successful fulfillment of the department's responsibilities with respect to immigration was largely neglected until the Trump administration. The Department of Homeland Security may be the largest federal department with immigration responsibilities, but successful fulfillment of the responsibilities prescribed by the immigration laws is not possible without bold and dedicated action by the Department of Justice. The DOJ and its leadership must intentionally prioritize fulfillment of the department's immigration related responsibilities in the next conservative administration. This will be no small task, as these responsibilities play out across nearly every DOJ office and component. If they hope to fulfill their responsibilities as assigned by Congress and deliver results for the American people, the department and the Attorney General should issue guidance to all U.S. attorneys emphasizing the importance of prosecuting immigration offenses and immigration related offenses. The brunt of these offenses is borne by districts along the southwestern border with Mexico, but the simple fact remains that immigration and immigration related offenses are present in every district across the country. Specifically, pursuing the priorities outlined in this chapter will require creative use of the various of the various immigration and immigration related authorities in close partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, and other appropriate federal entities depending on the situation. Pursue appropriate steps to assist the Department of Homeland Security in obtaining information about criminal aliens in jurisdictions across the United States, particularly those inside sanctuary jurisdictions. Examine and consider the appropriateness of withdrawing or overturning every immigration decision rendered by Attorney General Garland and any successor Attorney General during President Biden's term. The Attorney General should pick up where the Attorneys General under President Trump left off and exercise his or her authority to adjudicate cases and prove guidance in appropriate cases to correct erroneous decisions, provide clarity, and align executive order for immigration review, EOIR decisions with the law. At a minimum, pursue through rulemaking and in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, where appropriate, the promulgation of every rule related to immigration that was issued during the Trump administration. Such rulemakings include guidance on the continuances in immigration court cases, eligibility for asylum, and other related matters. However, the DOJ should not stop there. It should continually evaluate its authorities and operational reality within the immigration court system and promulgate regulations accordingly. Commit sufficient resources to the adjudication of cases in the immigration court system in different environments, for example, in the context of the migrant protection protocols. Pursue proactive litigation to advance the federal government's interests in areas where erroneous precedent curtails authorities provided by Congress, for example, by pursuing the overturning of the Flores Settlement Agreement. Pursue aggressive enforcement of the immigration laws within the Immigration and Employee Rights section of the Civil Rights Division to ensure that no American citizen is discriminated against in the employment contest in favor of a temporary or foreign worker. Ensure the deployment and use of appointees throughout the department who are committed to successful achievement of the department's immigration-related missions. This includes personnel and overseeing not only the EOIR, but also the Office of the Attorney General Office of the Attorney General, Office of the Deputy Attorney General, of the Associate Attorney General, Office of the Solicitor General, and nearby every other component office throughout the department. Pursue a more vigorous anti-fraud program within the EOIR. In perhaps no other area of law, there are more attorneys who commit acts of fraud against their clients, advancing completely meritless arguments in exchange for exorbitant fees than there are in the areas of immigration. Fraud and unethical behavior are rampant in the immigration system and must be addressed not only to ensure that the federal government is operating in a proper manner, but also for the sake of the aliens involved in the process, as well as the integrity, credibility of the members of the private immigration bar who do not engage in such conduct. Additional essential reforms. Aligning departmental resources with leadership priorities across all components in U.S. attorneys' offices. As the next administration pursues its objectives, it should use the department's resource efficiently in a manner that delivers results for the American people. To accomplish this goal, it will be necessary to ensure the assignment of sufficient political appointees throughout the department. Ensuring adequate accountability throughout the DOJ requires the intentional devotion of sufficient resources by the administration, not simply replicating what was done under prior administrations and reflected in the Plum Book. The number of appointees serving throughout the department in prior administrations, particularly during the Trump administration, has not been sufficient either to stop bad things from happening through proper management or to promote the president's agenda. It is not enough for political appointees to serve in obvious offices like the Office of the Attorney General or the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. The next conservative administration must make every effort to obtain the resources to support a vast expansion of the number of appointees in every office and component across the department, especially in the Civil Rights Division, the FBI, and the EOIR. In all non-essential details of department personnel, particularly those detailed to congressional offices, until the department can conduct a thorough review of its personnel needs. Considering all the many challenges facing the DOJ, the next conservative administration should terminate and recall all details of DOJ personnel shortly after the president's inauguration. After a thorough analysis of the department's resources and priorities is completed, details to other portions of the executive branch and to Congress can resume. Ensure accountability for personnel sanctioned or referred for discipline after a finding of misconduct. The next conservative administration should complete a thorough review of any sanctions or findings of misconduct issued over the 4 years preceding the inauguration to ensure that the Biden administration acted appropriately in response to any such sanctions or findings. Undertake a comprehensive review of DOJ hiring practices. The next conservative administration should conduct a holistic review of hiring practices employed across all DOJ offices and components to ensure that those practices comply with applicable law and policy. All hiring committees associated with hiring for career positions across the department should be assessed for impartiality, to ensure that the individuals are hired based on merit, aptitude, and legal skill, and not based on association with or membership in certain ideological assigned groups or based on illegal considerations such as race, religion, or sex. Eliminating redundant offices and consolidating functions to increase efficiencies. The next conservative, the next conservative administration should explore the possibility of consolidating and aligning the functions of DOJ's various components and offices in human resources, legal counsel, public relations, and other related areas. While local access to appropriate personnel and resources is important, there are inefficiencies and redundancies across the department that result in a bureaucratic Rube Goldberg style design that ultimately hinders the department's mission. From IT infrastructure to management functions to public relations, DOJ leadership should explore consolidation and intradepartmental efficiencies to obtain the best possible support for its critical missions. For example, the Department of Public Affairs has a dual structure of public information officers in which there are some political appointees who lead the office and provide support, but also career appointees who serve as public information officers for individual divisions, criminal division, national security division, etc. The career officials handle the day-to-day work of the division, which entails monitoring important cases, assisting in editing and distributing press releases. And the political appointees will step in for larger issues that advance the administration's initiatives. This could be made more efficient by having political appointees for each division under the supervision of Director of Public Affairs. Additionally, given the interplay of function between the Office of Legislative Affairs, OLA, and the Office of Public Affairs, as well as the fact that the Assistant Attorney General for the OLA is a Senate confirmed position, the two offices should be folded into one or more efficiency and proper coordination. Under an Office of Public and Legislative Affairs, the Assistant Attorney General's portfolio would encompass both, with one director deputy for public affairs and one director deputy for legislative affairs, pursuing other changes in reporting chains to ensure consistency with the law and administration priorities. The next conservative administration should undertake a comprehensive review of the DOJ's current organizational chart and make decisions about its structure consistent with any authority to do so outside of congressional action to ensure the most efficient accomplishment of the department's missions. For example, is the current reporting structure for the Associate Attorney General's office the best and optimal for the achievement of the department's mission? Should all of the Deputy Attorney General's direct reports continue to be direct reports? Or would a different structure achieve better, more efficient outcome in fulfilling the department's mission? What should be the Office of Legal Policy's role in the next conservative role administration? Should it continue to be responsible for assisting with judicial nominations? Or should that function be assigned to the Office of Legislative Affairs, which interacts with Congress on a daily basis? Pursuing legislative changes for Assistant United States Attorney's compensation to ensure that the department can attract and retain top legal talent away from Washington, D.C., the next conservative administration should see congressional reform of the pay scale used for assistant United States attorneys in the field. At a minimum, that reform should include a proposal to compensate assistant United States attorneys on at least the same basis as attorneys employed by Main Justice who are compensated under the GS scale. Ensuring that the department can attract and retain top legal outside of the DC market is essential and will help to emphasize the importance of the field's work in achieving the department's various missions. Protecting the integrity of the Bureau of Justice Statistics and the National Institute of Justice. The DOJ's statistical and research arm should serve the American people and not special interests. The director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics should focus the BJS on producing the statistics of greater interest to everyday Americans and hence of policymakers rather than those of particular interest to criminal justice academics. The director should insist that such statistics be as accurate as possible and presented as clearly as possible. The intellectually engaged, everyday American citizens should be able to read and understand the BJ's published statistics and reports rather than having to trust experts because the statistics are not clear. The BJS should focus on the core statistics involving crime and punishment, such as those relating to serious crimes committed, imprisonment, time served, recidivism, and the like. It should not pursue the niche political agendas of academics or advocates. Moreover, a clear line should be maintained between official government statistics and third party contractor reports. There should be no reports that look like official BJ's reports, but are authored by private entities such as the Urban Institute, as happened under the Obama administration. Research funded by the National Institute of Justice should follow similar principles. The NIJ should fund high quality, unbiased research on the topics of greatest interest to everyday Americans and policymakers rather than agenda driven research desired by advocates or academics. The National Crime Victimization Survey, which is the nation's largest crime survey and predates the BJ, it dates to the Nixon administration, is of particular importance, and the department should prioritize and sufficiently fund it. This survey provides the only comprehensive and credible alternative to police reports for showing who commits crimes. The demographic information that crime victims provide through the survey who commits crimes against them enables such reports as race and ethnicity of violent crime offenders and arrestees 2018, which was published in January 2021 and finds that police are arresting those who, according to victims, actually commit crimes. So, authors note the preparation of this chapter involved contributions from members of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. Most contributors to this project are listed at the front of this volume, and in the perfect cancel-proof world, all contributors of ideas would be listed, but the staff at America First Legal Foundation deserve special mention for their assistance while juggling other responsibilities. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. So we are on 606 of 922, page 572 of the downloads. Haha, some of my favorite numbers. So moving forward, we're keeping it going, keeping it moving. See how much, see here. I wanted to take a brief break, but no, I'm going to keep going. Forget it. Forget it. I'll take a break after the next chapter, maybe. Got to get it done. Got to get it done. So we are currently on, after the end notes, as you can see. On the download, it'll be page, chapter 18, excuse me, Department of Labor and Related Agencies by Jonathan Berry. This is on page 581 of the download, 614 out of 922. Okay. No, this is a lot, but we gotta read it. You gotta read it and get the information first. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get through it together. That's the great thing. So please leave in the comments if this is helpful, if it's not helpful, and if it is, I hope that you share this with individuals that won't read it. but will be out and tell you what to do or won't do. But just make sure you share this information, especially with our elderly, with people that seriously 922 pages. Some people might be illiterate. So just share this information and allow them to make their own decision because, again, they are still a part of the United States. Chapter 18, Department of Labor and Related Agencies, Jonathan Berry. Uh-oh. Mission statement. At the heart of the conservative promise is the resolve to reclaim the role of each American worker as the protagonist in his or her own life and to restore that family as the centerpiece of American life. The role that a labor policy plays in that promise is twofold. Give workers the support they need for rewarding, well paying, and self driven careers, and restore the family supporting job as the centerpiece of the American economy. The Judeo Christian tradition, stretching back to Genesis, has always recognized fruitful work as integral to human dignity, as service to God, neighbor, and family. And Americans have long been known for their work ethic. While it is primarily the culture's responsibility to affirm the dignity of work, our federal labor and employment agencies have an important role to play by protecting workers, setting boundaries for the healthy functioning of labor markets, and ultimately encouraging wages and conditions for jobs that can support a family. Overview. The labor agencies covered in this chapter include the Department of Labor, DOL, the Equal Employment and Opportunity Commission, EEOC, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, the National Mediation Board, NMB, the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, FMCS, and the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, PBGC. Congress has provided these agencies with the authorities to enforce a wide range of federal statutes regulating workplace conduct, workforce development, employee benefits, labor organization and bargaining, and international labor conditions. In the sweep of American history, these authorities are relatively new. They largely come from Congress's attempts in the middle of the 20th century to resolve major political questions brought about by by labor conflicts. The civil rights movement and the emergence of the modern workplace, the 21st century has brought about new challenges ranging from collapsing manufacturing sector employment and a decrease in family supporting jobs to the massive expansion of an increasing radical human resources bureaucracy. In many cases, these challenges are as significant as the 20th century labor crises and workplace environment and workplace changes that the agencies were developed to manage. But the agencies have failed to respond to these challenges. Despite significant progress by the Trump administration, a massive administrative state now hangs over productive industry and labor organization, acting as a damper on social and economic life. And under the Biden administration, that administrative state has imposed the most assertive left wing social engineering agenda in the agency's history and ratcheted up regulatory costs on small businesses and other productive industry. The agency's authorities have been abused by the left to fair human resources, bureaucracies, climate change activists, and union bosses, all against the interests of American workers. Needed reforms. Reverse the DEI revolution in labor policy. Under the Obama and Biden administration, labor policy was yet another target of diversity, equity, and its an inclusion revolution. Under this managerialist left-wing race and gender ideology, every aspect of labor policy became a vehicle with which to advance race, sex, and other classifications and discriminate against conservative and religious viewpoints on these subjects and others, including pro-life views. The next administration should eliminate every one of these wrongful, burdensome ideological projects. Eliminate racial classifications and critical race theory trainings. The Biden administration has pushed racial equity in every area of our national life, including in employment, and has condoned the use of racial classifications and racial preferences under the guise of DEI and critical race theory, which categorizes individuals as oppressors and victims based on race. Non-discrimination and equality are the law. DEI is not. Title VII, Title VII flatly prohibits discrimination in employment on the basis of race, color, and national origin. The president should issue an executive order banning, and Congress should pass a law prohibiting the federal government from using taxpayer dollars to fund all critical race theory training, CRT. Direct DOJ and EEOC to enforce Title VII. The president should direct the Department of Justice and Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to enforce Title VII to prohibit racial classifications and quotas, including human resource classifications and DEI trainings that promote critical race theory. Eliminate EEO1 data collection. The Equal Employment Office, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission collects EEO1 data on employment statistics based on race, ethnicity, which data can be used to support a charge of discrimination under a disparate impact theory. This could lead to a racial quotas to remedy alleged race discriminations. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, OFCCP, also has a right to the data EEOC collects. Crudely categorizing employees by race or ethnicity fails to recognize the diversity of the American workforce and forces individuals into categories that do not fully reflect their racial and ethnic heritage. Amend Title VII. The next administration should work with Congress to amend Title VII to prohibit the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from collecting EEO1 data and any other racial classifications in employment for both private and public workplaces. Eliminate disparate impact liability. With interracial marriages in America increasing, many Americans do not fit neatly into crude racial categories. Under disparate impact theory, moreover, discriminatory motive or intent is irrelevant. The outcome is what matters, but all workplaces have disparities. Congress should eliminate disparate impact as a valid theory of discrimination for race and other bases under Title VII and other laws. Disparities do not and should not legally imply discrimination per se. The president should sign an executive order explicitly forbidding OFCCP from using disparate impact in its analysis. Eliminate OFCCP. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, OFCCP, exists to enforce Executive Order EO 11246. That order was originally signed in 1965 to require federal contractors and subcontractors to commit to non-discrimination. It gave enforcement authority to the Department of Labor up to and including debarment from federal contracting. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has since grown, often making OFCCP's authority redundant and imposing a second regulatory agency under whose rules businesses must operate. In addition, under EO 11246, the president and DOL can force a huge swath of American employees to comply with rules and regulations based on novel anti-discrimination theories, such as sexual orientation and gender identity theories, that Congress had never imposed by statute. Rescind EO 11246. The president should eliminate OFCCP by simply rescinding EO 11246. Federal contractors would still be bound by statutory non-discrimination law, but would no longer work under overlapping regimes. Contractors' residual obligations under Section 503 of the Rehabilitation Act and Vietnam Era Veterans Readjustment Assistance Act, VEVRAA, could be enforced by EEOC or DOL. Contractors also will be less subject to the changing political whims of a president that might impose significant new costs or burdens on the contractors. Sex discrimination. The Biden administration, LGBT advocates, and some federal courts have attempted to expand the scope and definition of sex discrimination, based in part on the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock versus Clayton County. Bostock held that an employer who fires someone simply for being homosexual or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition against sex discrimination. The court explicitly limited its holding to the hiring firing context in Title VII and did not purport to address other Title VII issues such as bathrooms, locker rooms, and dress codes, or other laws prohibiting sex discrimination. Notably, the court focused on the status of the employees and used the term transgender status rather than the broader and amorphous term gender identity. Restrict the application of Bostock. The new administration should restrict Bostock's application of sex discrimination protections to sexual orientation and transgender status in the context of hiring and firing. Withdraw unlawful notices and guidances. The president should direct agencies to withdraw unlawful notices and guidances purporting to apply Bostock's reasonably broadly outside hiring and firing. Rescind regulations prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, and sex characteristics. The president should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. Direct agencies to refocus enforcement of sex discrimination laws. The president should direct agencies to focus their enforcement of sex discrimination laws on the biological binary meaning of sex. Pro-life measures. Promote pro-life workplace accommodations for mothers. Federal law should protect life and promote pro-family policies. Current law, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, provides non-discrimination protections in the workplace for pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, PWFA, requires employers to make reasonable accommodations for women to the known limitations related to the pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions, unless the accommodation would impose an undue hardship on the operation of the employer's business. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, also provides non-discrimination and accommodation protections in the workplace for certain pregnancy-related disability. None of these laws requires an employer provide health insurance benefits for elective abortion. Pass a law requiring equal or greater benefits for pro-life support for mothers and clarifying abortion exclusions. Congress should pass a law requiring that to the extent an employer provide employee benefits for abortion, it must provide equal or general or greater benefits for pregnancy, childbirth, maternity, and adoption. That law should also clarify that no employer is required to provide any accommodations or benefits for abortion. Keep anti-life benefits out of benefit plans. Some benefit attorneys and pro-choice advocates have argued since the Supreme Court's Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization decision that the long-standing doctrine of Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, ERISA, preemption should block individual states' efforts to prohibit employers from helping employees procure abortions via offering various kinds of coverage under employee-sponsored benefit plans. ERISA should not be allowed to trump states' ability to protect innocent human life in the womb. Congress and DOL should clarify that ERISA does not preempt states' power to restrict abortion, surrogacy, or other anti-life benefits. Religion. Provide robust protections for religious employers. America's religious diversity means that workplaces include people of many faiths and that many employers are faith based. Nevertheless, the Biden administration has been hostile to people of faith, especially those with traditional beliefs about marriage, gender, and sexuality. The new administration should enact policies with robust respect for religious exercise in the workplace, including under the First Amendment, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993, RFRA, Title VII, and federal conscience protection laws. Issue an executive order protecting religious employers and employees. The president should make clear via executive order that religious employers are free to run their businesses according to their religious beliefs. General non-discrimination laws notwithstanding, and support participation of religious employees and employers as federal contractors and in federal activities and programs. Clarify Title VII's religious organization exemptions. Congress should clarify Title VII's religious organization exemptions to make it more explicitly that those employers may make employment decisions based on religion, regardless of non-discrimination laws. Provide robust accommodation for religious employees. Title VII requires reasonable accommodations for an employee's sincerity held religious beliefs, observation, observances, or practices unless it poses an undue hardship on the employer's business. These accommodations, these accommodation or protections also apply to issues related to marriage, gender, and sexuality. Unless the Supreme Court overrules its bad precedent, Congress should clarify that undue hardship means significant difficulty or expenses, not more than a de minimis cost, as the court has previously held. General EEOC reforms. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, does not have rulemaking authority under Title VII and other laws it enforces, yet it issues guidance, technical assistance, and other documents, including some that push new policy positions. EEOC should disclaim its regulatory pretensions and abide by the guidance reforms discussed below. EEOC should disclaim its regulatory pretensions, affirm decision making via majority vote of commissioners. EEOC should affirm as policy the Title VII requirement that it exercise substantial power via majority vote of commissioners, not by unilateral chair action or by delegation to staff. Disclaim power to enter into consent decrees. EEOC should disclaim power to enter into consent decrees that require employer actions that it could not require under the laws it enforces. Reorient enforcement priorities. EEOC should reorient its enforcement priorities toward claims of failure to accommodate disability, religion, and pregnancy, but not abortion. Refocusing labor regulation on the good of the family. The DEI revolution in labor affected not only the administrative state, but it has also targeted much of the private sector. Owing to the combination of regulatory pressure and eager human resources offices in the private sector, much of the American labor and employment policy has become institutionally oriented toward woke goals. Retracting regulations that support this revolution is a good first step, but more is needed. We must replace woke nonsense with a healthy vision of the role of labor policy in our society, starting with the American family. Allow workers to accumulate paid time off. Lower and middle income workers are more likely to be in jobs that are subject to overtime laws that require employers to pay time and a half for working more than 40 hours a week. Congress should enact the Working Families Flexibility Act. The Working Families Flexibility Act would allow employees in the private sector the ability to choose between receiving time and a half pay or accumulating time and a half paid time off. a choice that many public sector workers already have. For example, if an individual worked 2 hours of overtime every week for a year, he or she could accumulate 4 weeks of paid time off to use for paid family leave, vacation, or any reason. Congress should incentivize on site childcare. Across the spectrum of professionalized childcare options, on site care puts the least stress on the parent child bond. Congress should amend the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, to clarify that an employer's expenses is in providing on site childcare are not part of an employee's regular rate of pay. DOL should commit to honest study of the challenges for women in the world of professional work. The Women's Bureau at DOL tends towards a politicized research and engagement agenda that puts predetermined conclusions ahead of empirical study. The Bureau should rededicate its research budget towards open inquiry, especially to disentangle the influences on women's workforce participation and to understand the true causes of earnings gaps between men and women. Equalize retirement savings access across married households. The limit on individual contributions to a 401k, 403b, or similar work based retirement account is $22,500 for 2023. Individuals who do not work or do not have access to a work based retirement account can save up to $6,500 in an IRA. This individual based system creates a disadvantage for married couples with only one spouse who works, or with two working spouses, one of whom earns less than the maximum retirement account contribution. To equalize access to tax-free retirement savings for married couples, the limit for married couples on 401k and similar work-based retirement savings accounts should be double the limit for individuals, regardless of the allocation of work between the couple. Family statistics. Every month, DOL's Bureau of Labor Statistics surveys tens of thousands of households to generate detailed estimates of labor market conditions and price levels. And every quarter, the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Economic Analysis estimates the change in the entire economy's output to the fraction of a percentage point. Yet, data on the state of the American family and its economic welfare are released at best annually and generally a year or more after the fact. Metrics like marriage and fertility rates, the share of children living with both biological parents, the cost of a standard basket of middle class essentials, and the share of families whose highest income worker earns more than twice the poverty threshold should be measured and reported monthly and in real time and incorporated in releases for other labor statistics. Congress should establish an assistant commissioner for family statistics within the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Congress should require the Bureau to establish a pilot survey with a sample comparable to the BLS current population survey that will publish monthly estimates for measures of the American family's well-being and appropriate sufficient funds for that purpose. Congress should require that Consumer Price Index market basket include measurable family essential goods. Alternative view. While metrics on the state of the American families and civil society are important and useful, monthly statistics will be of little additional value and could end up causing unnecessary confusion and concern. Funding should be oriented towards improving the timeliness of annual family statistics. Sabbath rest. God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day. Moreover, a shared day off makes it possible for families and communities to enjoy time off together. Rather than as atomized individuals, it provides a healthier cadence of life for everyone. Unfortunately, that communal day of rest has eroded under the pressures of consumerism and secularism, especially for low income workers. Congress should encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath. That day would default to Sunday, except for employers with a sincere religious observance of a Sabbath at a different time. For example, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. The obligation would transfer to that period instead. Houses of worship, to the limited extent they may have FLSA covered employees, and employers legally required to operate around the clock, such as hospitals and first responders, would be exempt, as would workers otherwise exempt from overtime. Alternative view. While some conservatives believe that the government should encourage certain religious observances by making it more expensive for employers and consumers to not partake in those observances, other conservatives believe that the government's role is to protect the free exercise of religion by eliminating barriers as opposed to erecting them. Whereas imposing overtime rules on the Sabbath would lead to higher costs and limited access to goods and services, and reduce work available on the Sabbath, while also incentivizing some people through higher wages to desire to work on the Sabbath. The proper role of the government is in helping to enable individuals to practice their religion is to reduce barriers to work options and to fruitful employer and employee relations. The result, ample job options that do not require work on the Sabbath, so that individuals in roles that sometimes do require Sabbath work are empowered to negotiate directly with their employer to achieve their desired schedule. Teleworking. COVID made telework ubiquitous, but the law and regulations are still stuck in an era when telework was unique. Congress should clarify that overtime for telework applies only if the employee exceeds 10 hours of work in a specific day, and the total hours for the week exceed 40. DOL should clarify that an employee given the option to telework need only record time if the quantity of work assigned for that day exceeds the usual amount of work that employee performs, so that the employee need not track every time he logs in and out, and the employer need not do so either. DOL should clarify that a home office is not subject to OSHA regulations, and that time to set up a home office is not compensable time or eligible for overtime calculations. DOL should likewise clarify that reimbursement for home office expenses is not part of an employee's regular rate, even if those reimbursements are repetitive, such as internet or cell phone service. Accessible. Our national work ethic is an American hallmark. As Benjamin Franklin once said, America is the land of labor. Much of American life is mediated by Americans coming together to take responsibility for solving problems and helping their communities. Our labor agenda must allow community institutions, including small businesses, schools, and universities, religious organizations, and worker organizations, to thrive. Protect flexible work options and worker independence. Independent contractors. Roughly 60 million Americans across all income groups, ages, education levels, races, and household types participate in independent work, including full-time, part-time, or as a side hustle. People, sh- People choose independent work for a variety of reasons, including flexibility, earnings potential, and the desire to be one's own boss. An economic analysis of data from 1 million Uber drivers found that they valued the flexibility of the platform at 40% of their earnings, and the average Uber driver would not work at all if he or she had to submit to a taxi cab schedule. The value of flexibility extends beyond ride sharing and other platform work. More than half of people who did independent work in 2021 said they cannot work a traditional job because of personal or family circumstances, such as their health or caring for a child or family member. Independent workers or contractors are also critical to entrepreneurship and small business growth and success. On average, employers with fewer employees rely on 7 contractors to run their business. Without the ability to hire those contractors, many small businesses could not compete with larger ones that can afford to employ workers in-house. Businesses and workers currently must navigate many different definitions of who is and who is not an employee or an independent contractor based on federal and state employment, compensation, tort tax, and pension laws. This complexity often leads to confusion, improper classification, and costly litigation. The Trump administration finalized rules to provide clarity on which workers qualify as an independent contractor or employee under the FLSA and NLRA. The Biden administration is replacing those rules with vague and expansive definitions that would add uncertainty, increase costs, and reduce options for Americans who want to work independently. NLRB and DOL should return to their 2019 and 2021 independent contractor rules that provided much needed clarity for workers and employers. Congress should establish a bright line test based on the level of control an individual exercises over his or her work to determine whether a payee is an employee or an independent contractor across all relevant laws. This will prevent continued uncertainty as well as provide continuity across federal laws. Congress should provide a safe harbor from employer employee state status for companies that offer independent workers access to earned benefits. Doing so would increase access among independent contractors to traditional pooled workplace benefits such as healthcare and retirement savings accounts. Protect small businesses and entrepreneurship. Join employer. Millions of businesses across America engage in mutually beneficial affiliation arrangements with other businesses. These arrangements include janitorial services, staffing firms, construction contractors and subcontractors, technology support services, and many other vendor and contracting services. They also include the nearly 775,000 independently owned franchise businesses, which employ 8.2 million workers across the United States. The franchise structure offers a proven business model for individuals who want to own and operate their own small business. An Obama era regulation changed the definition of a joint employer to make corporate franchisors jointly liable for employees of individual franchisee owners, even without the franchisor exercising any direct control over those employees. The Biden administration is advancing an even more expansive definition of a joint employer that would upend the franchise business model, taking away ownership and income opportunities from small business entrepreneurs, costing jobs and raising prices. DOL and NLRB should return to the long-standing approach to defining joint employers based on direct and immediate control. Congress should enact the Save Local Business Act, which would codify the long-standing definition that has existed outside the Obama era in the Biden proposed rules. Overtime pay threshold. Overtime pay is in page 591 on the download, and we're on page 625 out of 922 on the PDF. Overtime pay threshold. Overtime pay is one of the most challenging aspects of the Fair Labor Standards Act rules. Non-exempt workers, for example, workers whose job duties fall within the law's power or whose total pay is low enough, must be paid overtime, 150% of the regular rate, for every hour over 40 in a work week. Overtime requirements may discourage employers from offering certain fringe benefits such as reimbursement for education, childcare, or even free meals because the benefits value may be included in the regular rate that must be paid at 150% for all overtime hours. And because some of these fringe benefits may be more valuable and often come with tax preferences that benefit the worker. The goal should be to set a threshold to ensure lower income workers have the protection of overtime pay without discouraging employers from offering these benefits. DOL should maintain an overtime threshold that does not punish businesses in lower cost regions. For example, the Southeast United States. The Trump era threshold is high enough to capture most line workers in lower cost regions. One possibility to consider, likely requiring congressional action, will be to automatically update the thresholds every 5 years using the personal consumption expenditures PCE as an inflation adjustment. This could reduce the likelihood of a future administration attempting to make significant changes, but would also impose more adjustments on businesses as those automatic increases take hold. Congress should clarify that the regular rate for overtime pay is based on the salary paid rather than all benefits provided. This would enable employers to offer additional benefits to employees without fear that those benefits would dramatically increase overtime pay. Congress should provide flexibility to employers and employees to calculate the overtime period over a longer number of weeks. Specifically, employers and employees should be able to set a 2 or 4 week period over which to calculate overtime. This will give workers greater flexibilities to work more hours in 1 week and fewer hours in the next week, and would not require the employer to pay them more for that same total number of hours of work during the entire period. Compliance assistance programming. Labor agencies are often tempted to encourage overcompliance by companies subject to regulation by pursuing regulation through enforcement strategies. Rather than giving regulated entities clear boundaries for what they can and cannot do under the law, the agencies rely on the vagueness of the law to bring enforcement activity against businesses that fail to meet an inspector or agency head's personal standard. This is not fair to regulated parties and results in disfavored companies bearing the brunt of the agency's enforcement efforts, even through their behavior may be within the mainstream of employer behavior. Labor agencies should provide compliance assistance to help businesses and workers better understand the agency's position on their own rules, and should do so in a way that makes it easier to follow those rules. This frees people to focus on their work rather than slogging through an ever growing body of laws, rules, and guidance documents generated by the agencies. Clear and restrictive rules on guidance documents. Federal agencies not only issue regulations to fill in the gaps left by legislation, but also supplement those regulations with guidance documents that occupy a unique and often confusing area between law and helpful advice. Unfortunately, wielded by overzealous enforcement agents, such as guidance, some of it even hidden from public view, morphs into binding law used against unsuspecting employers. Guidance can be a tricky thing and can be used for good or bad. It should be used to make complicated regulations easier to understand so that businesses can do their actual jobs and focus on providing jobs to American workers and value to consumers, really compliance assistance. But guidance is often used to create new rules overnight without following legal requirements, like giving the public an opportunity to provide valuable input. This wrongful use of guidance hurts workers and those who employ them. In October 2019, President Trump signed an executive order ending this abusive practice and created a new, fairer system for American businesses and their employees. In response, DOL published its PRO Good Guidance Rule, which expressly limits its use of guidance in enforcement actions and gives the public the opportunity to submit comments to influence the department's decisions on creating, revising, and even rescinding guidance. Under this rule, agencies cannot treat guidance as legally binding and must make all guidance documents readily accessible on their searchable online databases. This rule was immediately rescinded by the Biden administration. DOL should reinstitute the PRO Good Guidance Rule via notice and comments. Congress should amend the Administrative Procedure Act to explicitly limit the use of guidance documents. Exemptions from regulations for small business. Burdensome negotiations have anti competitive effects. In general, larger, higher margin businesses are better able to absorb the cost of regulatory compliance than are small businesses. And under the Biden administration, big businesses big business lobbies have affirmatively embraced certain regulations, such as the COVID vaccine mandate for private employers, to reduce competition from smaller businesses. Research suggests that labor regulations may pose the highest aggregate regulatory costs for small businesses. The labor agencies should exercise their available discretion and duties under the Regulatory Flexibility Act to exempt small entities from regulations where possible. Congress should enact legislation increasing the revenue thresholds at which the National Labor Relations Board asserts jurisdiction over employers to match changes in inflation that have occurred since 1935 and better reflect the definition of small business used by the federal government. Congress and DOL, in its enforcement discretion, should exempt small business, first time, non willful violators from fines issued by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration. Education and vocational training, apprenticeships. The next administration should return to prior policy and implement an industry recognized apprenticeship program separate from the Registered Apprenticeship Program, RAP, and explore how best to modernize, streamline, and eliminate duplication in the RAP. For roughly 80 years, the RAP, which requires conforming to government standards and includes federal funding, tax credits, and other federal resources, has dominated apprenticeship programs in the United States. Organizations across the political spectrum have noted that the overly burdensome requirements of RAPs have contributed to limiting them to legacy trades, failing to meet growing legacy demands such as in healthcare and technology. A 2017 study estimated that the number of occupations commonly filed through apprenticeships could nearly triple from 27 to 74, that the number of job openings filed through apprenticeships could expand eightfold to 3.2 million, and the occupations ripe for apprenticeship expansion could offer 20% higher wages than traditional apprenticeship occupations. The Trump administration expanded its apprenticeship options through the creation of the Industry Recognized Apprenticeship Program, IRAP, and more than 130 IRAPs were created. The Biden administration rescinded the IRAP regulations. Congress should expand apprenticeship programs outside of the RAP model, recreating the IRAP system by statute and allowing approved entities such as trade associations and educational institutions to recognize and oversee apprenticeship programs. In addition, religious organizations should be encouraged to participate in apprenticeship programs. America has a long history of religious organizations working to advance the dignity of workers and provide them with greater opportunity, from the many prominent Christian and Jewish voices in the early labor movement to the labor priests who would appear on picket lines to support their flocks. Today, the role of religion in helping workers has diminished, but a country committed to strengthening civil society must ask more from religious organizations and make sure that their important role is not impeded by regulatory roadblocks or the bureaucratic status quo. Encourage and enable Encourage and enable religious organizations to participate in apprenticeship programs, etc. Both DOL and NLRB should facilitate religious organizations hoping to strengthen working families via apprenticeship programs, work organizations, vocational training benefits networks, etc. Hazard order regulations. Some young adults show an interest in inherently dangerous jobs. Current rules forbid many young people, even if their family is running their business, from working in such jobs. This results in worker shortages in dangerous fields and often discourages the otherwise interested young workers from trying the most dangerous job. With parental consent and proper training, certain young adults should be allowed to learn and work in more dangerous occupations. This would give a green light to training programs and build skills in teenagers who may want to work in these fields. DOL should amend its hazard order regulations to permit teenage workers access to work in regulated jobs with proper training and parental consent. Workforce training grant programs. The federal government spends more than $100 billion per year subsidizing higher education, with close to zero supporting people on non college pathways. Congress should create an employer grant worth up to $10,000 per year or prorated or per Congress should create an employer grant worth up to $10,000 per year or a prorated proportion thereof for each worker engaged in on the job training, defined as some share of paid time spent in a formal training program. To qualify, a program, whether run by the employer, an industry consortium, a community college, or a union, would need to define program length, curriculum, career path, and credential, and to report regularly on outcomes for participants. Programs that fail to deliver promised results would be disqualified from continued funding. Funding for employer grants should come from existing higher educational subsidies that are currently disadvantaging alternative education options. Federal BA bots. The American labor market continues to experience a glut of college degrees. The country produces more college graduates than suitable jobs for them to fill. Meanwhile, employers exacerbate the problem, fueling demand for college by needlessly requiring degrees for many jobs. In 2020, the Trump administration took an important step towards pro worker skills based hiring practices. Executive Order 13932, modernizing and reforming the assessment and hiring of federal job candidates, directed the Office of Personnel Management to reduce degree based practices in the federal civil service. Maryland's Governor Larry Hogan issued an executive order in 2022 to adopt this issue for Maryland state employees and Utah's Governor Spencer Cox in December of 2022 announced that Utah would do the same. Today, federal civil service job descriptions must be based on the specific skills and competencies required to perform those jobs, and may prescribe a minimum educational requirement only if it is otherwise legally required. The same policies the same policies do not extend beyond the civil service. Federal agencies continue to require college degrees for contract employees, and federal contractors are rarely able to place workers without 4-year degrees on federal projects, regardless of their qualifications. Private employers consistently impose a BA requirement on jobs, even when existing workers in the role do not have one. Adopt the civil services skills-based hiring standards for federal contractors. The president should direct the administrator for federal procurement policy to adopt the civil services skills-based hiring standards for federal contractors and issue waivers from degree-based staffing requirements in existing contracts. Prohibit the use of a BA requirement in job descriptions. Congress should prohibit the inclusion of a BA requirement in job descriptions for all private sector employers, or the use of a BA requirement to screen applicants using algorithms, except where a BA from a particular type of institution or in a particular field is bona fide requirement of the position. Alternative view. While the federal government has a duty to promote economy and efficiency in federal hiring and contracting, and thus should base decisions on skills as opposed to degrees, It is not the federal government's role to determine whether private employers may or may not include degree requirements in job descriptions and in their job decisions. The inappropriate reference given to degree requirements is a byproduct of the federal government's heavy subsidization of BA degrees. Phasing down federal subsidies would be a better way to eliminate barriers to jobs for individuals without BA degrees. Federal Workforce Development Program existing federal funded workforce development program and training programs should be reassessed to ensure they are outcome based and truly deliver value to taxpayers and job seekers. As of 2019, the federal government spent approximately $17 billion annually on 43 federal employment and training programs administered across 9 federal agencies, many of which overlap with at least one other program. Many of these programs track only inputs or individuals served, not outcomes or outputs, and do not swiftly identify bad actor grantees. The federal government should identify underperforming programs and eliminate or redirect that funding to programs with strong outcome based metrics. Evaluate and streamline workforce development programs, ensuring evidence based outcomes. In its reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, Congress should evaluate and streamline the existing workforce development programs to ensure there is no overlap or fragmentation between programs. Congress should ensure strong evidence based outcomes for each program and tie federal funding for those programs to the outcomes achieved. Review employment and training programs to ensure outcomes based metrics. DOL and other federal agencies with jurisdiction over employment and training programs should review their programs and utilize all available tools and authority to ensure that these programs contain strong outcome based metrics. To the extent that agencies have this authority, they should reevaluate funding for programs that do not meet those evidence based and outcomes based requirements. Finally, strong internal policies should be implemented to ensure bad actor grantees are identified and sanctioned expeditiously. Federal Unemployment Insurance Program. In the post pandemic landscape, the federal government should restore the unemployment insurance UI program's purpose with a particular focus on reestablishing program integrity and accountability. The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, unemployment programs were defrauded of hundreds of billions of dollars, including by state sponsored hacking groups. Not all state agencies are yet thorough their backlogs of appeals and fraud cases. The recovery of lost funds has been minimal, and fraud has now spilled into traditional UI programs. The CARES Act era drastically altered the entire UI ecosystem. The federal state partnership shifted toward federal programs and funding, and the social insurance purpose of the program was disconnected as benefits were expanded to more typically uncovered populations and more exponentially larger. Congress should enact bipartisan common sense UI program reforms, including statutory authority for the Laborer Office of Inspector General, OIG, to access all state UI records for the purposes of investigation and requiring state agencies to cross-match applicants with the National Directory of New Hires. Congress should also develop a framework through commission of a congressional report to serve as a blueprint of technical standards on broader tech topics like usability, state agency, cybersecurity, postures, data taxonomy, standardization, and or identity verification standards. Congress should provide DOL with more reasonable enforcement tools for the UI system. Currently, DOL can either send a strongly worded letter or revoke the entire Federal Unemployment Tax Act, FUTA, tax credit which would place an immediate 6% to 7% tax on all covered employers. DOL should review all actual or planned procurements against the $2 billion under the American Rescue Plan Act for UI fraud detection, accessibility, and equity investments. These funds do not have appropriations timelines and have very minimal statutory descriptions of the intended purpose. DOL should also review and propose changes to improve state monitoring programs, including developing evidence based frameworks for evaluating the technical readiness and security postures of the state agencies, strengthen its relationship with the OIG and Government Accountable Office, GAO, and support continued development of fraud prosecution with DOJ, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and the financial services community, ensure administrative and IT funding is outcome based, and gather and publish best practices from state officials, industry partners, and other vendors who deliver UI services. Worker voice and collective bargaining. Non-union worker voice and representation. American workers lack a meaningful voice in today's workplace. Between 50% and 60% of workers have less influence than they want on critical workplace issues beyond pay and benefits. Even managers are twice as likely to say their employees have too little influence rather than too much. But America's one size fits all approach undermines worker representation. Federal labor law offers no alternatives to labor unions whose politicking and adversarial approach appeals to a few. Whereas most workers report that they prefer a more cooperative model run jointly with management that focuses solely on workplace issues. The next administration should make new options available to workers and push Congress to pass labor reforms that create non-union employee involvement organizations, as well as a mechanism for worker representation on corporate boards. Congress should reintroduce and pass the Teamwork for Employees and Managers TEAM Act of 2022. The TEAM Act, number one, reforms the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, Section 8A2, prohibition on formal worker management cooperative organization like Works Council. Number two, creates an employee involvement organization, EIO, to facilitate voluntary cooperation on critical issues like working conditions, benefits, and productivity. Number three, amends labor law to allow EIOs at large publicly traded corporations to elect a non-voting supervisory member of their company's board of directors. Alternative view. While some conservatives lament that workers lack sufficient voice in today's workplace, others interpret the rise in independent and flexible work opportunities, significant expansion in family friendly policies like paid family leave, and the decline in private sector unionization as indicators of workers' increasingly competency and control. Another way to help expand workers' freedoms and voices in traditional workplaces is by allowing them to choose who represents them in negotiations with their employer. The Workers' Choice Act would accomplish this by ending exclusive representation so that unions in right to work states are no longer forced to represent workers who do not want to join them. Union transparency. Private sector unions must file detailed financial information with DOL on matters including union spending, income, loans, assets, membership information, and employee salary. But unions composed entirely of state or local employees are exempt from this filing requirement. These disclosure requirements help workers and the public understand how union leaders are raising and spending union dues. They also can serve as a vital source of information that helps workers decide if the unions they are asked to join are good stewards of the funds they collect. DOL, under both George W. Bush and Donald Trump, Tried rulemakings, known as the intermediate bodies rule, that would require some government unions to file the same information that is required of private sector unions. Under President Trump, OLMS require unions to disclose involvement that they in trusts that they either own a majority stake or in on stake in or control. In the past, union trust spending has been hidden, and it appears that truth assets have occasionally been corruptly spent for the benefit of private interests in union leadership, such as $30,000 spent on a private party, $37,500 spent on a Mont Blanc pen, condominiums for those in power, golf outings, and a Ferrari. But the Biden DOL eliminated a transparency rule requiring the filing of the T1 Trust Annual Report. More generally, OLMS, which is charged with enforcing the law of union disclosure, has historically been underfunded when compared to other DOL agencies. This relative lack of funding has made ensuring disclosures more difficult. Enact transparency rules. The substance of the intermediate bodies rule should pass into law, either through rulemaking or through legislation. The T1 Trust Annual Report annual filing requirement should be restored. Increase funding levels. Congress should expand the funding of the Office of the Labor Management Standards. Duty of fair representation. Unions have a duty of fair representation to their members, yet they too often abuse that duty to use their members' resources on left-wing culture war issues that are unrelated and, in fact, often harmful to union members' own interests. The NLRB should take enforcement or amicus action advancing the position that political conflicts of interest by union leadership can support claims for breach of the duty of fair representation in a manner analogous to financial conflicts of interest and analogous to breaches of the fiduciary duty of loyalty in other areas of law. Interpreting protected concerted activity. In an effort to prevent employers from retaliating against workers who express a desire to unionize certain activities are deemed protected concerted activity under Section 7 of the NLRA. The NLRB has issued extreme interpretations of these activities, such as determining that a business's requiring its employees to be courteous to customers and one another is an all unlawful infringement on the free speech rights implicit in the protected concerted activity protections in the NLRA. Reverse unreasonable interpretations of protected concerted activity. The NLRB should return to the 2019 all-state maintenance interpretation of what does and does not constitute protected concerted activity, including listing 8 instances of lawful actions by employers. Injunctive relief and worker organizing activities. Within the confines of the more reasonable definition of protected concerted activity described above, the NLRB should increase its pursuit of reinstatement injunctions. Firing workers engaged in concerted activity has an immediate chilling effect on organizing, but remedies under the NLRA typically come only much later and amount only to back pay. In NLRA Section 10J, Congress empowered the NLRB to obtain temporary injunctions that immediately reinstate workers to their jobs in these circumstances. This provides a more meaningful remedy to the worker and creates a significant deterrent to unfair labor practices because prompt reinstatement will tend to reinforce the legitimacy of the organizing efforts. The NLRB overwhelmingly prevails when pursuing an injunction, succeeding 100% of the time in 2020 and 91% of the time in 2021. Increase the use of 10J 10J injunctive relief. Excuse me. The NLRB should increase its use of 10J and should articulate guidelines for situations in which it intends to seek injunctive relief. The board should delegate authority to pursue such injunctions to the general counsel, and the general counsel should establish a policy of considering them expeditiously in all retaliation cases identified by regional offices. Dues funded worker centers. Under current law, both labor unions and unionized employees must file financial disclosures with DOL on an annual basis to ward off potential fraud and corruption of the sort that has been seen recently within the United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, UAW. However, worker centers, which have grown in number and influence enormously over the past decade, are not required to file these disclosures. Investigate worker centers and require financial disclosures. DOL should investigate worker centers that look and act like unions and bring enforcement actions to require them to file the same financial disclosures. Office of Labor Management Standards Initiative. Currently, the Office of Labor Management Standards, OLMS, may investigate potential employer malfeasance with regard to union funds in the absence of any complaint by a worker or union, but may not do the same with regard to potential union malfeasance. If OLMS has evidence that a union may be violating the law based on information available to the agency, such as annual financial disclosure reports, information developed during an audit of a union books and records, or information obtained from other governmental agencies, it should be permitted to open an investigation. It should have the same enforcement tools available for both employers and unions. Revised investigation standards. The Office of Labor Management Standards should revise its investigation standards to authorize investigations without receiving a formal complaint. Persuader rule. During the Obama administration, DOL created significant regulatory burdens for employers with respect to the advice that employers receive about union activity. As a general matter, employers who hire lawyers who are other consultants to advise employees about union issues must file disclosure forms with the department, as must the lawyers and consultants themselves. Prior to the Obama administration, advice provided solely to the employer required no disclosure. The Obama administration attempted to evaluate this advice exemption with a directive known as the Persuader Rule, which was successfully challenged in court. In 2018, the Trump administration formally rescinded the Persuader Rule. The DOL should rescind the Persuader Rule once again should the Biden administration revive it. Unionizing the workplace, card check versus secret ballot. Under the NLRA, instead of having a secret ballot election about the decision to unionize a workplace, a union may instead collect signed pro union cards from a majority of the employees it wishes to represent, and then ask the employer and National Labor Relations Board to voluntarily union recognition. That request gives the employer the option to hold a secret ballot election or to recognize the union without any such election. This card check procedure is likely to induce employees to provide their signed cards in a way that do not accurately reflect their true preferences, ranging from a desire not to offend the signature requester to a wish to avoid intimidation and coercion to signing based on false information based by union organizers. In short, the card check procedure sidesteps many aspects of democratic decision making that free and fair elections conducted by secret ballot are supposed to accomplish. Notably, the General Counsel of the National Labor Relations Board has recently proposed the esoteric legal theory that card check decision making is required under the law, basing this theory on an old NLRB case, Joy Silk, even though the Supreme Court has repeatedly rejected mandatory card check recognition. Discard card check. Congress should discard card check as the basis of union recognition and mandate the secret ballot exclusively. Contract bar rule. Although current labor laws allows a union to establish itself at a workplace at more or less any time, the calendar for any attempt to decertify a union is considerably more constrained. If a union is recognized as a collective bargaining agent, then employees may not decertify it or substitute another union for at least 1 year under federal law, the certification bar. Similarly, when a union reaches a collective bargaining agreement with an employer, it is immune from a decertification election for up to 3 years, the contract bar. A typical consequence of these rules is that employees must often wait 4 years before they are allowed a chance at decertification. Employees then what Employees then have only a 45-day window to file a decertification petition. If the employer and union sign a successor contract, then the contract bar comes into play once again, meaning employees with an interest in decertification must wait another 3 years. Eliminate the contract bar rule. NLRB should eliminate the contract bar rule so that employees with an interest in decertification have a reasonable chance to achieve their goal. Tailoring national employment rules. National employment laws like the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, and the Occupational Safety and Health Standard, OSH Act, set out in one size fits all floors regulating the employment relationship. These substantive workers' protections often do not mesh well with the procedural worker protections offered through the NLRA's collective bargaining process. Unions could play a powerful role in tailoring national employment rules to, to the needs of a particular workplace. If in unionized workplaces, national rules were treated as negotiable defaults rather than non negotiable floors. Congress should amend the NLRA to authorize collective bargaining to treat national employment laws and regulations as negotiable defaults. For example, this reform would allow a union to bless a relaxed overtime trigger, for example, 45 hours a week or 80 hours over 2 weeks, in exchange for firm employer commitments on predictable scheduling. Alternative policy. While some conservatives, including the author of this chapter, believe that it will be a mistake to antagonize unions' core interests, others argue that the next administration should end project labor agreement requirements that repeal the Davis Bacon Act. And while some conservatives have chosen not to address massive federal subsidies for unionized labor, others believe that current laws and regulations that pick winners and losers to the detriment of the majority of construction workers and to all taxpayers should not be ignored. Project labor agreements, PLAs, are short term collective bargaining agreements that apply to construction projects. These are a few reasons that construction projects may benefit from a PLA. And there are many reasons that, even when actively encouraged to do so, public construction projects have declined to use PLAs. Among the consequences, the majority of forced unionization results in large scale wage theft. Construction companies are significantly less likely to bid on projects with PLAs, and PLAs consistently drive up construction costs by 10% to 30%. The Davis Bacon Act requires federally financed construction projects to pay prevailing wages. In theory, these wages should reflect going market rates for construction labor in the relevant area. However, both the Government Accountability Office and the Department of Labor's Inspector General have repeatedly criticized the Labor Department for using self-selected, statistically unrepresentative samples to calculate the prevailing wage rates that drive up the cost of federal construction by about 10%. The Davis-Bacon Act redistributes wealth from hardworking Americans to those that benefit from government-funded construction projects. Repealing the Davis-Bacon Act would increase worker freedom and end a long-standing effective tax on American families. NPLA requirements. Agencies should end all mandatory project labor agreement requirements and base federal procurement decisions on the contractors that can deliver the best product at the lowest cost. Repeal Davis Bacon. Congress should enact a Davis Bacon Act. Congress, Congress should enact the Davis Bacon Repeal Act and allow markets to determine market wages. The states, worker led benefit experimentation. Workers depend on unemployment benefits to navigate inevitable market frictions and seek new employment opportunities. But existing unemployment insurance (UI) is bureaucratic, ineffective, and unaccountable. The outdated system's myriad failures during the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for innovations that respond to recipients' needs. The most promising avenue for innovation is to involve workers and private sector organizations more directly, freed from unnecessary bureaucratic strictures. Americans take for granted that unemployment benefits must be administered by government agencies, but other Western market democracies feature effective and popular benefits administered by non public worker organizations. The next conservative administration should encourage UI innovation by capitalizing on a key feature of the system and principle of conservative policymaking: federalism. State governments already administer unemployment benefits and have broad discretion over their programs. Existing statutory language in the Social Security Act does not prohibit non-public organizations from administering the program, nor does it specifically authorize states to do so. Further, the administration can replicate state-level experiments in welfare programs and empower state officials to adapt UI to local conditions and needs. Approve non-public worker organizations as UI administrators. DOL should approve, pursuant to Section 303A2 of the Social Security Act, non-public worker organizations and as administrators. Offer waivers for suitable alternatives. DOL should offer waivers from the standard requirements imposed on unemployment compensation by Section 303A and Section 303D of the Social Security Act to states that propose suitable alternatives. Require organizations to comply with restrictions on political spending. DOL should establish as a precondition for receiving any political funds a requirement that an organization comply with restrictions on political spending as applied to 501c3 charitable organizations. Labor law. The federal laws governing labor management relations have barely changed in generations, and reforms on the federal level have been almost impossible to get through Congress. To modernize labor law, the Congress should pass legislation allowing waivers for states and local governments. To encourage experimentation and reform efforts at the state and local levels, Congress should pass legislation allowing waivers from federal labor laws like the NLRA and FLSA under certain conditions. State and local governments seeking waivers would be required to demonstrate that their reforms would accomplish the purpose of the underlying law and not take away any current rights held by workers or employers. In addition, waivers would be limited to a 5-year period, after which time they could be modified, canceled, or renewed. Excessive occupational regulation. Excessive occupational regulation, most typical encountered as occupational licensing, creates underemployment and wasted resources and artificially increases consumer prices. It is a significant problem that is difficult to address to the federal level. Congress should ensure that interstate compacts for occupational license recognition that are federally funded do not require new or additional qualifications. That is, qualifications that do not originate from state governments themselves for licensed professionals to participate. Congress should ensure that well qualified licensees are not locked out of the job market by restrictive government programs funded by the federal government. For instance, medical doctors must complete residency training to practice. And because Medicare provides funding for significantly fewer residences than there are doctors, sizable numbers of MDs are locked out of the job market every year. Wagner Pizer staffing flexibility. State agencies that administer unemployment benefits and workforce development programs should be able to hire the best people to do the job and should not be required to use state employees if a contractor can do the job better. Furthermore, the federal government should not force a state to use non union labor or union labor for these positions. DOL should repromulgate the Trump era staffing flexibility rule, and Congress should codify it. Worker retirement savings, ESG, and pension reforms. Remove ESG considerations from ERISA. Environmental, social governance, ESG investing is a relatively recent strategy promoted by large asset managers that focuses not only on a company's bottom line, but also on the company's compliance with liberal political views on climate change, racial quotas, abortion, and other issues. The ESG movement has focused specifically on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. For example, ESG proponents advocate for divestment from oil and gas companies or the exercise of investor influence to reduce oil and gas production. ESG considerations unrelated to investor risk and returns necessarily sacrifice trust laws traditional sole focus on investment returns for collateral interests. And while individual investors may prefer to invest in green companies, woke companies, or companies with greater board diversity, and may even be willing to sacrifice some financial gains to do so. The question relevant to DOL is whether and under what conditions fiduciaries should be permitted to follow this path as well. While Americans are free to invest their own savings however they wish, in ERISA, Congress imposed strict duties on employer sponsored worker retirement plans as a prophylactic protection of workers' retirement security in general. Recognizing the unique status of employer managed retirement savings in ERISA, Congress required that fiduciaries exclusively seek the best interests of plan beneficiaries. Because ESG investing necessarily puts other puts other considerations before the interests of the beneficiary. ESG investing by plan managers is an inappropriate strategy under ERISA. DOL should prohibit investing in ERISA plans on the basis of any factors that are unrelated to investor risk and returns. DOL returned to the Trump administration's approach of permitting only the consideration of pecuniary factors in ERISA. However, this approach should not preclude the consideration of legitimate non-ESG factors such as corporate governance, supply chain, investment in America, or family supporting jobs. DOL should consider taking enforcement and or regulatory action to subject investment in China to greater scrutiny under ERISA. Many large retirement and pension plans remain invested in China despite its lack of compliance with US accounting standards and state control over the aspects of private capital. Alternative view. Some conservatives believe that ERISA plan investments should be made solely on a pecuniary basis, and the consideration of any non pecuniary factor, ESG or otherwise, should be prohibited. Additionally, other conservatives believe that even though ESG investing is often not a sound financial strategy, it is not wrong for retirement plans to offer ESG investment options so long as individuals explicitly not acknowledge and choose to pursue investment options that do not exclusively maximize pecuniary gains. Thrift Savings Plan. The Thrift Savings Plan, TSP, is the retirement savings benefit plan for most federal employees and many former employees. The TSP is managed by the Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board, FRTIB. At over $800 billion in assets under management, the TSPs is one of the largest retirement plans in the world. DOL should reverse efforts to politicize the TSP by removing mutual fund windows that encourage ESG and should clarify the fiduciary duties of the TSP. Recent efforts by congressional Democrats and the Biden administration to politicize the TSP by offering selective mutual fund windows that encourage ESG should be reversed by DOL, and the fiduciary duties of the TSP should be clarified by the department to preclude ESG investments absent individual stock selection by the participant. The TSP is managed under contract by private sector fund managers. Its current managers are BlackRock and State Street Global Advisors. Both of these managers have demonstrated a public commitment to use the funds they manage to advance ESG. The federal government should follow the lead of multiple state governments in removing their pension funds from fund managers, such as BlackRock and State Street Global Advisors, and contract with a competitive private sector manager that will comply with its fiduciary duties. DOL should also consider bringing enforcement actions against BlackRock and State Street Global Advisors for their violations of fiduciary duty while managing the TSP. Congress should enact legislation authorizing the FRTIB to exercise its independent business judgment in exercising the proxy votes for its holdings of the TSP and provide clear proxy voting guidelines for the FRTIB to follow. The current proxy advisor market is dominated by two firms, Institutional Shareholder Services and Glass Lewis, which use heavily weighted ESG criteria in directing the proxy votes of pension plans. If feasible, the new legislation should also offer a streamlined process for other proxy advisors to compete for the TSP's business. As the principal retirement savings plans of America's servicemen and women, part of the FRTIB's fiduciary duties in managing the TSP is a duty not to invest in governments that are enemies of the United States. Yet the FRTIB has repeatedly approved the investment of TSP funds in Chinese military companies and state owned enterprises. Under the Trump administration, DOL ordered the FRTIB to cease investments in China. However, under the Biden administration, the TSP has made available a wide range of investments in China. DOL should exercise its oversight of the FRTIB to prohibit investments in China. Congress should enact legislation prohibiting investments of the TSP in China. Pension reforms. Public pension plan disclosure. Residents of states that responsibly manage their public pension plans for state and local government employees, should not be responsible for bailing out states that do not do so. Money is ultimately fungible, federal aid to states can effectively be used to free up other state funds for pension contributions. Although the federal government does not impose funding rules on public pension plans, These plans should be required to disclose the fair market value of planned asset and liabilities using the Treasury yield curve as the discount rate on annual basis. In this aggregate, these plans were underfunded on a market basis by $6.5 trillion dollars as of fiscal year 2021, even though the plans reportedly underfunding of only $1.76 trillion dollars using $1.076 trillion dollars using overly optimistic assumptions. Disclose the fair market value of planned assets and liabilities. Congress should require public pension funds to disclose the fair market value of planned assets and liabilities using the Treasury yield curve as the discount rate on annual basis. Multi-employer plans. As the result of multi-employer union pension plans, the government has given such plans as much more lenient rules and discretion over funding than it has given to single employer plans. Multi employer plans have been severely mismanaged, and the plans have abused the discretion and interference given them by federal law and enforcement agencies to make promises that they cannot keep. As a result, these plans are generally severely underfunded, with $757 billion dollars in aggregate underfunding and a funding level of just 42%. The Biden administration has provided a massive taxpayer bailout to some of these plans, but without any needed reforms. Even worse, it gave out funds in excess of what the law allows. Congress should reform multi employer and pensions to give participants in these plans the same protections as those in single employer plans. Liability should be measured similarly to single employer plans. Workers should be able to earn benefits at any employer in the plan, but liability should be divided amongst employers instead of the current illusory joint and several liability under which no one is ultimately responsible for making up underfunding. Troubled plans should be prohibited from making new pension promises. More timely and detailed reporting should be imposed. So we're currently on page 609 of the download, 643 out of 922. And so we're almost 4.5 hours in. And so going to take a brief break here as you know, when you're not using AI, this is Adriane Mayes in the flesh. So when you're not using AI, you have to do basic things. So in regards to that, I'm going to actually give you the opportunity to take a look at an amazing video that was shot yesterday. It's about 5 minutes long, and it's literally hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually play day 60. It's about 8 minutes long. Need a little bit longer of a break. So, day 60, Random Acts of Kindness Virtual Celebration Project 2025. This kind of gives you a introduction to the community of the Random Acts of Kindness community, as well as gives you an idea of what you're heading to in regards to building with the AI Genius and CCC Because We Care Foundation and Adriane Mayes. So we're going to go to day 60 and give you this opportunity. And
from brief to build, discover dozens of AI tools on Wix Studio, the platform.
A journey of knowledge and random acts of kindness. On Independence Day yesterday, on day 59 of the Billionaire Journey, God tapped me on my shoulder and said, "Hey, Adriane Mayes, we're going to take this actual Independence Day, July 4th, 2024, and share with those that are not able to read this 900-page mandate that if Donald Trump gets into office, what it means. No type of fluff or Adriane Mayes insight tied into it, just the Project 2025 that will be implemented if in November Donald Trump actually takes office. So on a mission to perform this random, unique acts of kindness, reading aloud this Project 2025, I always raise my hand for something and get myself ahead of something before
I say I'm going to do something, then I get into it. Then I'm like, dang, Adrienne. So yesterday, reading this 900-page comprehensive guide containing crucial insights on wealth creation, financial strategies, health and wellness, and community changes and travel experience adjustments, and the impact of artificial intelligence. Why this matters is because the inspiration kind of struck me when building this billionaire plan and reading Tax-Free Wealth on a daily basis. I read 30 minutes. I do my affirmations for 30 minutes. I make sure I do my 90 seconds daily fitness for my workout. And you have to feed your mind with the billionaire mindset. And so in doing and reading the Tax-Free Wealth, How to Build Massive Wealth by Permanently Lowering Your Taxes by Tom Wheelwright, this book delves into depreciation, amortization, assets, and the evolving of tax laws, prompting me to look into the different changes of how to build wealth, which led me to looking and reading the Project 2025 in addition to Taraji P. Henson putting it to my attention at the BET Awards. So especially considering the potential political shifts if Donald Trump takes office, it piqued my interest. How can we build this billionaire plan? And speaking of the next 2 years, and looking at your housing and looking at your owning your family, your faith, your fitness, your finance, and literally trying to create that billionaire plan. So you have to know where you are, so you know where you're going. So despite it being free, this access document is free online, but also within the Random Acts of Kindness community. Check in the comments on how to join. Free community. But Adrienne, my initiative here, Adriane Mayes, is to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity, even those who won't or can't read it, can grasp the critical information. So the Random Acts of Kindness on Independence Day started around 10:30 yesterday when God tapped me on the shoulder. And around 1 o'clock, I started reading the document aloud. So I have two parts yesterday and read about 120 pages, dedicating hours to this task, determined to provide this valuable service of community. And I'm not done. So by the end of the day, I read about 10 o'clock last night. I read about 120 pages out loud, leaving about 780 plans to go. And Adrian plans to continue reading that document today and breaking the content down as what I've discovered in this Random Acts of Kindness journey as I've been reaching out to small business owners regarding donations and charitable donations and sponsorship for the Random Acts of Kindness virtual celebration to be held September 11, 2024, that a lot of business owners don't even know about charitable donations, what effect that has on their bottom line, and even how the benefit of donating and sponsoring events. So all of the Project 2025, it encompasses some of the answers that I was consisting of the last few weeks, talking to these small business owners and learning, helping them with their billionaire plan to make it easier for people to digest this information. So reflecting on the journey, I'm learning that the act of kindness, I mean, it's within my journey, modeling my empowering modeling and innovation and prospering. It's going to be great for me, right? But if you can show someone else how to do so and finish what you start, you're showing people the commitment to completion. So Adriane Mayes is committed to completing the reading of the entire document, not only just to complete it, but also to be able to process the information and to share it with people and share it with the community in regards to different conversations that I actually withhold. So for personal growth, this journey isn't just about Adriane Mayes sharing information. It's about the community and growing within it and humility. So Adriane Mayes acknowledges the importance of aligning your strong will with God's plan and understanding the guidance and transforming your thoughts into assets and understanding how this can work. So human connection, emphasizing the connection between myself here in Detroit, Michigan, what up though, and being in Canton, Michigan, reaching out to these business owners, and in Westland, Michigan, and in Novi, Michigan, and literally a higher power believes that, hey, the Project 2025, understanding the mandate for leadership will help. So Adrienne believes that the distance between myself and God is zero when you get that ego out the way. My ego, my plan, Adriane Mayes' plan, it's out there. But God is guiding me the right way each day, and I take on those 24 hours strongly, recognizing the value of people pleasing is not what you're supposed to do, not for validation. And I want the genuine connection of love that God provides, the true love and support that God provides in each and every moment. So encouragement and accepting gratitude and love for others, it's okay. because you're exactly where you're supposed to be today on day 60 in the billionaire journey. As long as you continue the mission, you have to keep going. So Adriane Mayes, day 60, it's going to resume today, reading the document until the entire document is read. These bite-sized pieces and segments will be posted on Adriane Mayes' social media, promoting random acts of kindness and spreading awareness about Project 2025. And jump into the community and leave a 60-second video sharing what has you shared with a random act of kindness about 2025. Stay connected. So follow, subscribe, share, please, this actual mission, because the mission for CCC Because We Care Foundation, celebrating 15 years in the community, September 11th, 2024, we're going to have that virtual celebration highlighting all these sponsors and companies that have come on board to build and grow with the actual community. So stay tuned, participate, submit your own acts of kindness and ideas to the community. Support us by helping make a greater impact and becoming a sponsor. And remember, the distance between you and your higher power is yourself. Put it to zero. Get that ego out the way. I can, I will, I must empower communities through kindness and knowledge. Adriane Mayes, president of CCC Because We Care Foundation. You may hear me on the phone, giving you a call or a text message or email showing you this premium lead delivery service. This is good for you and in your business to actually engage more people, more leads, and building campaigns to show people what you're offering in regards to your business. So it's a re-engineering way to show people the premium lead delivery service of what you need to show the audience and build your own community. Build people of those that enjoy what you're sharing. So Adriane Mayes, AI Genius, signing off. What up, dope? Detroit, one product, educated. Adriane Mayes, I can, I will, I must. Let's go. Deuces.
Wasn't that great? Wasn't that amazing?
Wow, I just built the most amazing.
Wasn't that amazing? Thank you so much for tuning in with Adriane Mayes, president of CCC Because We Care Foundation, tackling this Project 2025, a 900-page mandate for leadership. And thank you so much for taking a moment in the commercial break and leaving the comments too if you act your last random act of kindness towards this Project 2025. Name a way that you can actually share an act of kindness to someone else to help get the message out there. Knowledge is power. And sometimes, in Michigan, I know that before I even started this campaign, in the state of Michigan, it's one of the highest illiteracy rates. In Detroit, what up though? It has one of 47% illiteracy rate, which means if they have this document of 900 pages, even if you see it free online, you're going to be intimidated. And this project playbook, I mean, this is something that needs to be in front of people if you're actually looking to vote, which hopefully everyone should be come November 2024. So we encourage voting, because if you don't vote, then you don't get your voice out there. If you don't get your voice out there, then change doesn't happen. If change doesn't happen, then we don't make any progress. If we don't make any progress, we don't get any further. So we have to follow the steps and the things too, especially being in this digital real estate journey and building digital franchise brands. You got to know the rules and laws of where things are going. So that way, even if Donald Trump or Joe Biden, whomever gets into office, you want to have a vision for the future. And since we specialize in wealth creation, just in regards to being the change, our for-profit side, we want to make sure that if people have questions, at least I can direct them to the right assets to be able to get those answered. So sometimes, Adriane, I'm not going to talk politics. I'm not, because that's not what you're supposed to do. I don't talk politics at all, because again, the key thing is just vote. But my thing is this: the politics, if you don't vote, then you don't have any voice. But my thing is get the education. I just want to help out the process with getting the education to people that may not be able to get this information. And being too a proud Delta Sigma Theta Soror, a soror actually texted me, an older soror, appreciative of this information. So the Divine Nine, as we do have a plight, we have things that we focus on in education and politics or what have you. But again, not taking a strong interest one way or another, but more so just allowing the information to be heard. And hopefully my voice is okay. So, again, we're on part 13. You can catch the other 12 parts on at Adriane Mayes. And again, if you have any questions, we're going to go for a little while longer here this evening, and then we'll pick it up because we want to finish. I want to finish. You gotta finish. I want to finish tonight, but it's not looking good. So tomorrow is, it's on the horizon because on Thursday, Enika Gaines and Adriane Mayes, we launched the official Random Acts of Kindness community and the campaign, and it just keeps going. Like, loving people, random acts of kindness, and wealth creation, financial education, travel experiences, health and wellness, AI marketing education. That's what we are about, and helping people. Been doing it for 15 years in the community and bespoke different ways and unique, and everything. It doesn't have to be in front of the media. And so we've been helping people in the community along the way, and we want to take it to the next level. But in order to do that, you got to listen to the rules and regulations and see what our nonprofit organization, CCC Because We Care Foundation, how we can help, as well as our for-profit, being a digital real estate branding and helping people automate systems and create chief executive humans working from home. So it's like a twofer, right? So thank you for the break. Let's get back into it. And we're reading the Project 2025 playbook, Mandate for Leadership. And right now we're reading the Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, Project 2025, and it can be found online free of charge at project2025.org playbook, or you can jump into the Random Acts of Kindness community by going to ccc.wecaremi.com and leaving some comments. Join the community, get a part of the discussion. We haven't even started the discussion part yet, but the key part is if you have random acts of kindness that you want to get funded, this is where you actually lead these ideas so that we start building our campaign. And then the next piece is to get those ideas funded and supported with great ideas. So jump in, take advantage. That's what we're here, is to help and serve. And that's what God put me here for. And Enika Gaines is here for the same reason. That is our mission and our plight, is to help people, period. So we're going to do that and continue to do that along the way. 15 years in, baby, we're still rolling. So let's go. Page 643 out of 922. Let me get my percentage for my percentage people, because I have a couple of people in my community that like percentages, so no problem. 69. Okay, this is amazing. Let me go back full screen. 69.7. We're almost there, guys. 69.7% done. Come on, we're getting there. Once we finish, we can go to the next part, but you gotta get your mind into it, right? It's a lot in this document. It's a lot to talk about. Ooh, Nelly. All right, let's go. 69.7. There we go. I can't help being myself. So that's one thing that in this, when you follow at Adriane Mayes, I can't help being me. I'm just myself. That's what God made. I love it. I'm learning to really love it. Okay. All right, page 643 out of 922. Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation. So we're here live with Adriane Mayes. I'm reading the Project 2025. We're on page 610, actually. It's from the download, or 643 out of 922 from the PDF. Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation. The Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, PBGC, ensures benefits for private sector pension plans with separate single employer and multi-employer insurance programs. The PBGC's annual report must be submitted on time and with timely data that uses fair market value principles to calculate the PBGC's finances. The PBGC has been submitting portions of statutorily required annual reports many months late and using out-of-date data. And PBGC's data on plans is almost 5 years old. This problematic practices make it difficult for Congress to become aware of serious problems in the insurance programs, which received a bailout of over $85 billion in 2021 American Rescue Plan Act. The PBGC should use existing statutory authority to protect workers, retirees, employers, and taxpayers by closely monitoring and taking appropriate remedial action with regard to badly run and underfunded multi-employer union pension plans, including termination where appropriate. The PBGC's refusal to use such authority helped cause its multi-employer program deficit to go from less than $500 million in 2008 to over $65 billion in 2017. Excuse me. Congress should increase the variable rate premium on underfunding and eliminate the per participant cap in order to appropriately take into account risk and limit the degree to which well-funded pension plans must subsidize underfunded plans. Reform should have proportionally reduced the fixed per participant premium to ease the burden on well-funded plans and also increase premiums on the multi-employer plans to match single employer plans. Improving access to employee stock ownership plans. Employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs, are ERISA covered employee retirement savings plans that allow employees to receive compensation in the form of equity in their employer business. These arrangements enable employees to formally participate as investors in how their employers' businesses are run. And they also align employer-employee incentives by giving employees a greater financial stake in the success of their employers. With over half of small businesses owned by business owners over the age of 55, ESOPs also create advantageous succession opportunities that support the continuity of local businesses and regional economic development. Finally, ESOPs can enable greater investment returns for employees. However, ESOPs have to date lacked clear rules under ERISA that recognize their unique structure and benefits, and this opacity can serve as a barrier to employers considering adopting ESOPs. Provide clear regulations for ESOP valuation and fiduciary conduct. DOL should make it easier for employers to offer ESOPs by providing clear regulations for ESOP valuation and fiduciary conduct that encourages the participation of employee beneficiaries in corporate governance, while recognizing the importance of financial diversification for retirement security. Excuse me. Alternative view. Conservatives believe that it is important for American families to have control over their savings and to be able to hold diversified assets. While ESOPs can be a beneficial part of a worker's and family's savings, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me for that. Excuse me. Some conservatives believe that the government should not favor one form of investment over another or make it harder for families to have a diversified investment portfolio. Putting American workers first. A labor agenda focused on the strength of American families must put American workers first. As the family necessarily puts the interests of its members first, so too the United States must put the interests of American workers first. Immigration. The H-2A visa, meant to allow temporary agricultural workers into the United States, also suffers frequent employer abuse. The low cost of H-2A workers undercuts American workers in agricultural employment. The H-2A program is not subject to any statutory numerical cap and has been expanding in recent years, surpassing 200,000 visa issuance for the first time in 2019. Cap and phase down the H-2A visa program. Congress should immediately cap this program at its current levels and establish a schedule for its gradual and predictable phase down over the subsequent 10 to 20 years, producing the necessary incentives for the industry to invest in raising productivity, including those capital investments in agricultural equipment and increasing employment for Americans in the agricultural sector. Encourage the establishment of an industry consortium and match funding. Congress should also encourage the establishment of an industry consortium of agricultural equipment producers and other automation and robotics firms interested in entering the sector and match funding invested by the industry with intellectual property developed within the consortium freely available to all participants. Alternative view. Some conservatives believe that temporary worker programs help to fill jobs that Americans would not fill, prevent illegal immigration by giving farmers and others who hire low-skilled labor access to workers, and keep down the prices of food and other products and services produced by the temporary workers. Some credibly argue that absent the H-2A program, many farmers would have to drastically increase wages, raising the price of food for all Americans, and that even such wage increases may not be sufficient to attract enough temporary American workers to complete the necessary farm tasks to get food products to market, since those jobs are by their nature seasonal. Excuse me. Those who share this view argue that any plan to phase out the program should weigh the program's current costs, relatively low, and the program's current benefits, makes American farming more profitable and sustainable while keeping down food costs. Phase out the H-2B visa program. The H-2B visas for non-agricultural seasonal workers suffers from many of the same harms and abuses as H-2A, albeit of lesser scope because of its cap and distribution across many sectors. Congress should immediately cap this program at its current levels and establish a schedule for its gradual and predictable phase down over no more than 10 years. Alternative view. As with the H-2A program, some conservatives see the H-2B program as a valuable program that provides low-cost temporary workers in jobs that American companies, by and large, cannot find enough American workers to fill. For example, tourist season childcare providers at ski resorts, swimming instructors at summer camps, housekeepers and groundskeepers at amusement parks, and extra summer cooks in restaurants that serve national park patrons. These seasonal jobs are less desirable to Americans who predominantly prefer year-round work. Labor shortages after the pandemic support this belief. Absent the H-2B program, many of these seasonal businesses will be forced to cut their hours or even close altogether. Any plan to phase out the program should weigh the program's current costs, relatively low, and the program's current benefits, make seasonal business more feasible. Higher American requirements. When government purchases goods or services, if at all possible, not only should the company be an American company and the products be manufactured in America, but the company should also be encouraged to hire American workers. Likewise, private employers should be free to prefer our own countrymen. Congress should mandate that all new federal contracts require at least 70% of the contractor's employees to be U.S. citizens, with the percentage increasing to at least 95% over a 10-year period. Congress must amend the law so that employers can again have the freedom to make hiring Americans a priority. Despite the significant advantages that preferring citizens over work or the authorized aliens and hiring would provide to American workers, businesses, and the country at large, such a practice has been illegal since 1986. This makes no sense. Alternative view. Some conservatives believe that the government has a duty to limit its spending in order to limit how much it takes from American families. This means that when the government spends money, it must find the most economical and effective way to do so. Excessive government spending will be borne by American workers and families through reduced incomes and purchasing power. There may be good reasons to require a certain percentage of American workers on federal contracts, but those decisions should be based on economy and efficiency as opposed to arbitrary quotas. Visa fraud. American businessmen American businesses that commit visa fraud and hire illegal immigrants should not be the beneficiaries of federal spending. But a 2020 report by the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General, OIG, examined the department's process for excluding employers who commit visa fraud and abuse from federal contracts and found much to be desired. To protect the American workforce from unscrupulous immigration lawyers, employers, and labor workers, the department must follow the recommendation of the OIG and institute more robust investigations for suspected visa fraud and speedier debarments for those found guilty. International labor policy. Leveling the international playing field for workers as recent decades of intense import competition and offshoring have made clear, American workers suffer when the U.S. opens its markets to foreign nations, minimal labor standards, and exploitative conditions. While federal law already prohibits the importation of goods produced with forced labor, the prohibitions are toothless without effective means of enforcement and cover only the most basic of workers' rights. The Trump administration and its United States Trade Representative, USTR, took unprecedented steps to redress the issue for workers. The US Mexico Canada Agreement, USMCA, contained the strongest and most far reaching labor provisions of any free trade agreement, FTA, with protections and commitments to reduce labor abuses and raise wages. It also established new modes of enforcement. For future FTAs, the USTR should replicate the labor provisions of USMCA, especially the provisions to eliminate all forms of forced or compulsory labor, protect workers' rights to organize and participate voluntarily in a union without employer interference or discrimination, create a rapid response mechanism to provide for an independent panel investigation of denial of labor rights at covered facilities, shift the burden of proof by presuming that an alleged violation affects trade and investment, unless otherwise demonstrated. For, for future authorizations of Trade Promotion Authority, TPA, the president should urge Congress to create mechanisms for supply chain transparency, institute a general prohibition on forced labor conditions, investigate foreign labor violations that undermine American workers. The United States' embrace of globalization has exposed American workers to unfair competition from nations with cheap, abundant, and often exploited labor. American workers have, as a consequence, seen their earning power erode. While negotiating stronger trade agreements with robust labor provisions should be the primary tool with which to regulate international labor competition. The federal government can also take steps to identify the worst labor abuses and rule breakers. DOL's Bureau of International Labor Affairs, ILAB, plays a critical role in monitoring and enforcing the labor provisions of U.S. trade agreements and trade preference programs, as well as investigating child labor and human trafficking violations. The next administration should focus ILAB investigations on foreign labor violations that do the most to damage American workers' earning per hour. Specifically, regimes that engage in child and forced labor fail to protect workers' organizing rights and permit hazardous or otherwise exploitative working conditions. Alternative additional view. Conservatives share a belief in protecting and promoting American workers and their families and orienting in international policies with Americans' interests first. Some conservatives believe that the best way to put American America policies first is by making America more attractive. In addition to restrictions imposed on other countries, removing existing barriers to American manufacturing, employment, and commerce can help American workers, entrepreneurs, and families. Organizational agenda. Budget. Reduce the agency's budget to the low end of the historical average. The Trump administration fiscal year 2020 request, $10.9 billion, will provide a workable target for, for spending reductions for DOL, for example. Spending reductions should occur primarily in the Employment and Training Administration. Focus health and safety focus health and safety inspections on egregious offenders, as other inspections are often abused and usurp state and local governments' prerogatives. Personnel. Maximize hiring of political appointees. At its best, the Trump administration Department of Labor worked with up to 150 political appointees. That is a tiny percentage of the department. The number of political appointees should be maximized in order to improve the political accountability of the department. Appoint new EEOC and NLRB general counsels on day one. The Biden administration broke significant precedent by firing the EEOC and NLRB general counsels despite their term appointments. The next administration should do the same and expand on the Biden administration's new precedent by refusing to acknowledge terms in other offices where applicable and installing acting or full new officers immediately. Implement a hiring freeze for career officials. A hiring freeze imposes financial discipline on agencies' personnel costs and reduces agencies' bloat. Office of Compliance Initiatives. DOL should fully staff the Office of Compliance Initiatives, OCI, which was reopened by the Trump administration after the Obama administration closed its predecessor down. OCI educates employers and workers on their rights, responsibilities, and available recourse under the many statutes, rules, and regulations administered by DOL. Most businesses want to follow the law, and OCI exists to make knowing the rules easier, which leads to increased compliance. Improve visa-related labor market monitoring. DOL's Office of Foreign Labor Certification plays an important role in the approval of H visa applications, but is currently housed in the Employment and Training Administration, which is DOL's primary grant-making division. OFLC should be moved out of ETA and made direct accountable to the Secretary with a political accountable director. Conclusion. The good of the American family is at the heart of conservative labor policy recommendations. The longstanding tradition of a strong work ethic in America culture must be encouraged and strengthened by policies that promote family-sustaining jobs. By eliminating the policies promoted by the DEI agenda, promoting pro-life policies that support family life, expanding available apprenticeship programs, including by encouraging the role of religious organizations in apprenticeships, making family-sustaining jobs accessible, simplifying employment requirements, and allowing employers to prefer American citizens when making hiring decisions. Among the other policy recommendations discussed above, we can begin to secure a future in which the American worker, and by extension, the American family, can thrive and prosper. So we're currently on page 64 out of 922, 70%, 70.3% done. Author's note, many contributors listed on the front of this volume deserve credit for this work, but Orrin Cass, Rachel Grisler, Rachel Morrison, Caleb Orr, and Jonathan Wolfson deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed here should be attributed to any other individual. All right, making progress along the Project 25, Chapter 19. Woohoo! Department of Transportation, Diana Ferchot. Sorry, Diana, for butchering your name. Diana Ferchot. Introduction. America needs transportation that is more abundant and affordable, as well as dignified, accessible, and family friendly. Transportation plays a vital role in the prosperity and flourishing in the United States. Americans use trucks, tankers, and trains to keep our supply chains running, and cars, transit, and planes to go where we want to go. 240 years ago, Adam Smith recognized that connections were a bedrock of society because they stimulate specialization, innovation, and capital investment. In the following decades, America's growth was made possible by transportation. First ports and transatlantic shipping, then roads, canals, and eventually railroads, pushing westward to create the nation we call home. Access to transportation is part of what made our country great. The U.S. Department of Transportation, DOT, with a requested fiscal year 2023 budget of $142 billion, was originally intended simply to provide a policy framework for transportation safety, rulemaking, and regulation. However, it has evolved to be believed that its role is delivered. It has evolved to believe that its role is to deliver the world's leading transportation system. That is, to select individuals, projects, and allocate taxpayer funds in the actual planning, developing, and building of transportation assets. Such a role is held more appropriately by transportation asset owners, primarily states, municipalities, and the private sector. In addition to providing a safety and regulatory framework through its 11 subcomponents known as modes, the department has become a de facto grant making and lending organization. DOT provides approximately $50 billion in discretionary and formula grants, known as obligations, annually in areas ranging from transit systems to road construction to universities, and has lent or subsidized more than $60 billion since the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, TIFIA program, now managed by the Build America Bureau, was created in 1998. This evolved this evolved role as a major and often primary funding and financing source is far from the department's original policy framework. It also removes incentives for state and local officials to ensure that investments are worthwhile, because federal money removes the need to get public buy-in to build and maintain infrastructure projects, as funding becomes someone else's money. Despite the department's tremendous resources, congressional mandates and funding priorities have made it difficult for DOT to focus on the pressing transportation challenges that most direct affect average Americans, such as the high cost of personal automobiles, especially in an era of high inflation, unpredictable and expensive commercial shipping by rail, air, and sea, and infrastructure spending that does not match the types of transportation that most Americans prefer. Transforming the department to address the very needs of all Americans more effectively remains a central challenge. DOT is particularly difficult to manage because its 11 major components, 9 modal administrations, the Office of the Secretary, and the Office of the Inspector General, all have their own sets of personnel, including administrators, deputy administrators, chiefs of staff, and general counsels. Most grants flow through the modes such as the Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration. The Office of the Secretary contains its own grant making operation that funds research and some special grants, as well as major lending operation. The Build America Bureau that functions as an infrastructure bank. The Office of the Secretary has department-wide offices for such functions as budget and financial management, the general counsel policy, The Office of Research and Technology, Government Affairs Administration, the Office of the Chief Information Officer, Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, Public Affairs, Drug and Alcohol Policy and Compliance, and Civil Rights. The modal administrations include the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, Federal Railroad Administration, FRA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, Federal Transit Administration, FTA, Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation, the GLS, Maritime Administration, MARAD, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, and Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, PHMSA. DOT's fundamental problem is that instead of being able to focus on providing Americans with affordable and abundant transportation, it has become saddled with congressional requirements that require the department to do a de facto grant-making organization. Yet there is little need for much of this grant making for two reasons. New technology enables private companies to charge for transportation in many areas, which could transform how innovation is financed. It is vital to consider the role of user fees and other pricing innovations with regard to transportation infrastructure. Airport landing fees for aircraft, toll charges on roads and bridges, and per gallon taxes on gasoline and diesel fuel are all examples of user charges that affect the decisions of transportation system users. These changes could shift our nation's transportation away from being a top-down system that is misaligned with the needs of so many Americans. Increasing the private sector financing could revolutionize travel and increase everyday mobility to its greatest potential in a way that Americans prefer. Doing so would keep transportation decisions out of the hands of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., who are far removed from local problems and preferences. If funding must be federal, it would be more efficient for the U.S. Congress to send transportation grants to each of the 50 states and allow each state to purchase the transportation services that it thinks are best. Such an approach would enable states to prioritize different types of transportation according to the needs of their citizens. States that rely more on automotive transportation, for example, could use their funding to meet those needs. Meanwhile, many Americans continue to confront serious challenges with their day-to-day transportation, including costs that have increased dramatically in recent years. DOT in its current form is insufficiently equipped to address those problems. DOT's discretionary grant-making processes should be abolished, and funding should be focused on formulaic distributions to the states, which know best their transportation needs and are incentivized to think of the long-term maintenance costs. At a bare minimum, the number of grants should be consolidated. DOT would also reduce unnecessary burdens by returning to the Trump administration's rule on rules approach to regulations implemented in late 2019 as R1N 2105-AE84. This rule strengthened the administration's effort to remove outdated regulations, find cost-saving reforms, and clarify that guidance documents are in fact guidance rather than mandatory impositions. The Biden administration unwisely moved away from this reform, and the next administration should revive it without delay. Build America Bureau. The Build America Bureau, BAB, resides within the Office of the Secretary and describes itself as responsible for driving transportation infrastructure development projects in the United States. This lofty sounding goal is in practice means that the Bureau serves as the point of contact for distributing funds for transportation projects in the form of subsidized 30-year loans. For higher quality projects and in certain circumstances, these government loans may disintermediate the private sector from providing similar financing, albeit at higher costs. At certain times in the economic cycle, and for many lower quality projects with more dubious economic return, similar loans from the private sector are similarly not available. Should the BAB continue to exist and potentially disintermediate the private financing sector, it must maintain underwriting discipline and continue best practices of requiring rigorous financial modeling and cushion for repayment of loans in a variety of economic scenarios. In addition, the BAB should ensure that these loans do not become grants in another form by maintaining the requirement that all project borrowers be rated at least investment grade by the major ratings agency and that project sponsors remain liable to ensure that all financing is repaid, even in periods of financial stress and economic downturns. Project sponsors should be required to show that projects have positive economic value to taxpayers, and sponsors should guarantee that all federal financing will be repaid through properly structured loan terms, including a minimum equity commitment from all project sponsors. All projects should be required all projects should also be required to show repayment ability in various interest rate environments, and the BAB should ensure that long term loans are structured appropriately with regard to the fixing of interest rates and hedging of interest rate risk on the part of the borrowers to avoid financial stress or default driven solely by rising interest rates. Policymakers should maintain awareness and promote transparency regarding the continued existence of this loan program and whether private financiers are being disintermediated by the subsidized BAB lending that the private sector simply cannot match. A cost benefit analysis of the federal government's potential replacement and disintermediation of the private financing sector regarding infrastructure loans, which is not currently performed, should be conducted on a regular basis. Public-private partnerships. Much infrastructure could be funded through public-private partnerships, P3s, a procurement method that uses private financing to construct infrastructure. In exchange for providing the financing, the private partner typically retains the right to operate the asset under requirements specified by the government in a contract called a concession agreement. In addition, the private partner is given the right either to collect fees from the users or of the asset or to receive a periodic payment from the government conditioned on the asset's availability. If a highway is not open to traffic when it should be, for example, the government's payment to the private concessionary is reduced. The best practice for a government that is interested in using a P3 to deliver a project is for the government first to perform a value for money study, which compares the costs and benefits of procuring the asset under a typical procurement against the costs and benefits of utilizing a P3. Since private equity is involved, the financing costs for P3s are higher, but they also are but they also are frequently more than offset by the private sector's ability to generate efficiencies and cost savings in the design, construction, maintenance, and operation of the asset. If the value for money study finds the efficiencies of a P3 and the value of risk shifted to the private sector exceed the additional financing costs, then utilizing a P3 is good public policy because Americans have better infrastructure at a lower cost. As well as providing better transportation facilities for Americans, P3s offer a number of benefits to governments. Specifically, they provide access to some of the world's best talent with vast experience in delivering infrastructure, create incentives for innovation and creativity, shift unique project risks to companies that are familiar with those risks, and allow designers, contractors, and maintenance teams to work together through the delivery of the process to focus on life cycle costs as opposed to just initial design and construction costs. It should be noted that project funding and P3s are not synonymous. Policymakers and government leaders frequently mistake the financing that P3s provide for funding. A P3 allows government to obtain equity from the private sector, but that equity has to be paid back with interest. Like a loan, a P3 can be used to accelerate revenues and provide needed capital to help pay the upfront costs of a project. But also, like a loan, the private P3 investors must be paid back for investors to realize a financial return. Some mistakenly think that using P3 would allow a road or bridge to be delivered without increases in tolls or taxes. It is important to remember that all funding for governmental infrastructure comes from either taxes or user fees. P3 financing can be used to make those funding sources more efficient, but it cannot replace the need for taxes or user fees to provide the funding for the project. In addition, a poorly managed P3 procurement process, the process government uses to identify the best private P3 partner, can result in excessive consulting costs and years long delays in delivery. While P3s can offer efficiencies in delivering the project, the P3 procurement process itself can be significantly longer and more expensive than traditional procurement processes. Finally, and possibly most important, a P3 gives a private party the ability to collect fees or payments over decades, a period well beyond the length of the careers of the political appointees who sign contracts with private parties. Thus, P3s create an opportunity for current governmental leaders to obtain a higher upfront payment from the private party in exchange for greater user fees paid by future generations who will use the asset. In other words, a governmental a governmental CEO, governor, mayor, head of an authority can use a P3 to impose unnecessarily high costs on users decades in the future in exchange for upfront cash. It is important that contracts be transparent in order to minimize that possibility. A P3's greatest public value is realized when the procurement model is used for a project that is unusually risky or a type of project with which the government has limited experience, such as a tunnel or light rail line. P3s are an excellent tool, for transferring risk from the public sector to the private sector and can create considerable value for the taxpaying public. However, a high degree of expertise is required to ensure that the risk transfer warrants the higher financing and procurement costs that P3s impose. Emerging technologies. As private companies develop a future of new emerging technologies, one role for DOTs is driving clarity in the government's role and setting standards for safety, security, and privacy without hampering innovation. DOT can oversee the testing and deployment of a wide variety of new technologies, allowing communities and individuals to choose what best fit their needs. It is the role of the private sector, not the government, to pick winners and losers in the technology development. If a technology underperforms, the private sector should be liable, not the government. The department should ensure a tech neutral approach to addressing any emerging transportation technology while keeping safety as the number one priority. As part of this, it should work to facilitate the safe and full integration of automated vehicles into the national transportation system. Over time, these advanced technologies can save lives, transform personal mobility, and provide additional transportation opportunities, including for people with disabilities, aging populations, and communities where car ownership is expensive or impractical. NHTSAs and FMCSAs current regulations were written before the advent of automated vehicles and driving systems. Both operating administrations have issued advanced notices of proposed rulemakings, ANPRMs, that begin the process of updating their regulations to reflect this new technology. However, these regulations have stalled under the Biden administration, which has chosen to use the department's tools to get people to take transit and drive electric vehicles instead of helping people to choose the transportation options that suit them best. NHTSA should work to remove regulatory barriers by focusing on updating vehicle standards as well as publishing performance based rules for the operations of automated vehicles, AVs. FMCSA should work to clarify the regulations to align with DOT's AV 3.0 guidance, which would allow the drivers to be safely removed from the operations of a commercial motor vehicle. From a non-regulatory point of view, DOT has pivoted from a successful focus on the voluntary sharing of data to improve safety outcomes to adoption of a more compulsory and an antagonistic approach to mandating data collection and publication through a standing general order related to automated vehicles. This needs to be reversed. Many of these new and innovative technologies rely on wireless communications that depend on the availability and purchase of radio frequency spectrum, a trend that is consistent with what we see in connectivity in our everyday lives. There is a role for DOT in ensuring that in the fight over spectrum, transportation gets its fair share. For technologies to work in transportation, and in particular to work for transportation safety, they have to meet the unique needs of a transportation environment. They need to account for rapidly moving and out of line sight vehicles as well as pedestrians, bicyclists, and other road users. They should account for the potential for radio interference, and they should address security. This is why in 1999, in response to a request from Congress, the Federal Communications Commission allocated the 5.9 gigahertz band of spectrum to traffic safety and its Intelligent Transportation Systems, ITS. In 2020, the FCC took away 45 megahertz of the 75 megahertz it had added, leaving only 30 megahertz for transportation, safety, and ITS. DOT needs to represent the transportation community and make the case for needed spectrum to the public and Congress. Corporate average fuel economy, CAFE standards. One reason for the high numbers of injuries on American roadways is that national fuel economy standards raise the price of cars, disincentivizing people from purchasing newer, safer vehicles. Congress requires the Secretary of Transportation to set national fuel economy standards for new motor vehicles sold in the United States. This mandate was established in the Energy Policy and Conservation Act of 1975, EPCA, a law passed in the wake of the Arab oil embargo to promote greater energy efficiency and lessen the national security threats of U.S. dependence on foreign oil. The statute directs DOT to prescribe the maximum feasible mileage requirements for different categories of internal combustion engine, ICE, automobiles for each model year. The standards must be achievable using available ICE technologies running on gasoline, diesel fuel, or similar combustible fuels and must not be so high as to prevent automakers from profitably producing new vehicles at sufficient volume to meet consumer demand. Congress recognized that the ICE-powered automobile has been instrumental to advancing the mobility and prosperity of the American people, and that the domestic mass production of new ICE vehicles generates millions of jobs and remains critical to the overall health of the U.S. economy and the strength of the nation's industrial base. Accordingly, Congress took care to ensure that the mileage requirements issued by DOT would not undermine the vitality of America's auto industry or interfere with the market economies that drives consumer demand for new vehicles. This rulemaking authority, which has been delegated by the Secretary to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, is exclusive to DOT. EPCA expressly preempts states from adopting or enforcing any different requirement related to fuel economy standards for new motor vehicles. While the statute instructs DOT to consult with the Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency in formulating its standards, no other federal agency, including EPA, has clear authority to set fuel economy requirements in place of NHTSA. The Clean Air Act gives EPA general authority to establish emissions limits for new motor vehicles for air pollutants that are found to pose a danger to humans. However, there's no reason to believe Congress ever contemplated that EPA's authority to address automotive air pollution might be used to displace or supersede NHTSA's fuel economy mandate under EPCA. Congress chose to assign the power to set fuel economy standards to DOT rather than EPA. This was not only because DOT understands the technologies and economics of the auto industry, but also because NHTSA is the nation's leading motor vehicle safety regulator, and Congress sought to ensure that fuel economy requirements would not adversely affect highway safety. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has flouted these statutory limitations in nearly every respect. The predictable result is higher expected transportation costs for Americans. In pursuit of an anti-fossil fuel climate agenda never approved by Congress, the Biden administration has raised fuel economy requirements to levels that cannot realistically be met by most categories of ICE vehicles. The purpose is to force the auto industry to transition away from traditional technologies to the production of electric vehicles, EVs, and compel Americans to accept costly EVs despite a clear and persistent consumer preference for ICE-powered vehicles. In further support of this agenda, federal regulators administer a scheme of generous fuel economy credits that subsidize EV producers such as Tesla at the expense of legacy automakers. Moreover, and contrary to Congress's design, the Biden EPA has been given permanence in the regulation of fuel economy through the setting of carbon dioxide emissions limits for new motor vehicles under the Clean Air Act. Because carbon dioxide emissions levels correspond to mileage in automobiles powered by fossil fuels, these EPA rules are de facto fuel economy requirements that apply independently of NHTSA standards. The Biden administration has also granted California a special waiver under the Clean Air Act that permits the California Air Resources Board, CARB, to issue its own fuel economy directives, notwithstanding EPCA's prohibition on state standards. Under this waiver, CARB has ordered automakers to phase out the sale of ICE-powered automobiles in California and transition to the production of zero-emission vehicles by 2035. The Clean Air Act allows other states to follow California's requirements. Thus, CARB is effectively determining fuel economy policies for the entire nation. As a result of these regulatory actions, automobiles will be significantly more expensive to produce. There will be fewer affordable new vehicle options for American families, and fewer new vehicles will be sold in the United States. That will do more than to translate into a loss of auto industry jobs for American workers. It will also mean a significant increase in traffic deaths and injuries. As fewer newer cars are purchased, the price of used cars will rise, and more Americans will be left driving older cars, which traffic statistics show are much less safe than newer vehicles. NHTSA itself has acknowledged that the Biden administration's fuel economy standards will generate hundreds of additional fatalities and thousands of additional injuries on U.S. highways because older cars also produce more harmful air pollution. The aging of America's fleets will also have negative consequences for air quality. In addition, the Biden administration's efforts to accelerate EV sales by regulatory fiat work against the national security interests of the United States in contravention of Congress goals under EPCA. Increasing the production of EVs will make the United States more dependent on China and other foreign countries that control the supply and processing of rare earth minerals that are needed for EV batteries. And the faster deployment of EVs will put a major strain on America's vulnerable power grid, requiring large investments in critical infrastructure and a big boost in the nation's electricity production, including from gas fired and oil fired power plants. In exchange for all of these harmful effects on traffic safety, consumer choice, American jobs, the national's air quality, and U.S. national security, the Biden fuel economy regulations are predicted to have no meaningful effect on global temperature trends over the long term. The next administration must return the federal fuel economy program to the limits established by Congress. The standards issued by NHTSA must be reset at reasonable levels that are technologically feasible for ICE automobiles and consistent with an increase in domestic auto production and healthy growth in the sale of safer and more affordable new vehicles. To achieve these goals, the next administration should reduce proposed fuel economy levels. The administration should consider returning to the minimum average fuel economy levels specified by Congress for model year 2020 vehicles, levels aimed at achieving a fleet-wide average of 35 miles per gallon. Consideration should be given to maintaining the standards at those levels for the near term in order to promote the objectives laid out by Congress. Ensure that DOT again exercises priority in the setting of fuel economy standards. Any EPA limits on carbon dioxide emissions, even if authorized under the Clean Air Act, must support and work in harmony with DOT standards and must not override them or usurp DOT's regulatory role under EPCA. For example, EPA could regulate air conditioning systems and leave engine standards to DOT. Revoke the special waiver granted to California by the Biden administration. California has no valid basis under the Clear Air Act to claim an extraordinary or unique air quality impact from carbon dioxide emissions. And EPCA is clear that under no circumstances may a state agency regulate fuel economy in place of DOT. The federal government should therefore exercise its preemptive authority over CARB and take all steps necessary to invalidate any inconsistent fuel economy requirements imposed by CARB, including its ban on sales of internal combustion engines. Federal Highway Administration. The Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, has jurisdiction over the interstate highway system, which is vital for the transportation of goods and people throughout the country. FHWA, in conjunction with state DOTs, works to ensure the quality and safety of highways and bridges. However, over the course of decades, presidential administrations and Congress have caused the FHWA to go beyond its original mission. The variety of infrastructure projects now eligible for funding through the FHWA include ferry boat terminals, hiking trails, bicycle lanes, and local sidewalks. In many cases, such projects should be the sole responsibility of local or state governments, not dependent on FHWA funding. For local projects, federal improvement adds red tape and bureaucratic delays rather than value. The Biden administration has broadened the FHWA's scope by emphasizing the priorities of progressive activists instead of pursuing practical goals. These policies include a focus on equity, a nebulous concept that in practice means awarding grants to favored identity groups, as well as imposing obligations on states concerning carbon dioxide emissions from highway traffic areas not encompassed within FHWA's statutory authorities. Furthermore, the Biden administration's embrace of the Vision Zero approach to safety often means actively seeking congestion for automobiles to reduce speeds. Finally, the administration has sought to use a guidance memo to impose policies not enacted by Congress, most notably to make it harder for growing states to expand highway capacity. Instead, the next administration should seek to refocus the FHWA on maintaining and involving and improving the highway system, remove or reform rules and regulations that hamper state governments, reduce the amount of federal involvement in local infrastructure decisions. Aviation. Americans value the ability to travel safely and inexpensively by air. In the United States, the private sector has developed the world's safest, most effective passenger and cargo air transport networks. Current policies threaten to undo that legacy and to strangle the development of new technologies such as drones and advanced air mobility, including small aircraft to serve as air taxis or to conduct quiet vertical flights. Starting in the 1970s, deregulation and increased competition turned air travel from a luxury to an affordable travel option enjoyed by most Americans. The United States has four major airlines, each with roughly 20% of the domestic market. They compete with each other over the vast majority of routes. Several smaller carriers provide additional competition and other options for travelers. The current administration's policies are self contradictory. In order to placate specific labor groups, the Biden administration not only opposes the growth of the major airlines, which would reduce the price of air travel, but also opposes measures such as low fare foreign competition and joint ventures of smaller U.S. carriers that would increase competition. Another problematic area is aviation consumer protection. Congress has authorized DOT to prohibit specific unfair and deceptive practices in the airline industry after undertaking a hearing process. Authority exercised by the Office of Aviation Consumer Protection within the General Counsel's office. Beginning with the Obama administration, this authority has been used to justify broad new regulations in the name of achieving fair competition that would impose burdensome disclosure mandates and other costly requirements without a sufficient process for gathering supporting evidence. The Trump administration reformed the process for issuing such unfair and deceptive practice rules, but the Biden administration promptly reversed those reforms. A new administration should restore them. In general, the next administration should focus its efforts on making air travel more affordable and abundant, increasing safety, increasing competition to benefit the flying public, and removing obstacles to the rapid deployment of emerging aviation technologies that hold the promise of improved safety, competition, or opportunity and growth. To achieve a more level playing field and increase options for the traveling public, the next administration should publicly indicate that a new administration would support joint venture efforts by smaller carriers. For example, JetBlue and Spirit, to achieve scale necessary to reduce costs and compete more effectively with the larger carriers. Review foreign ownership and control limitations, and if necessary, work with Congress to change existing statutes. Worldwide investors are providing access to capital to foreign airlines for innovations and new equipment purchases that U.S. airlines cannot match. The United States should use the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CIFIUS, process to keep out nefarious foreign actors while allowing investment from investors in designated like-minded countries so long as US-based investors maintain plurality ownership. Establish a new entry initiative that commits the federal government to approving or rejecting the applications of new air carriers within 12 months. Initiate a rulemaking to allocate slot players more consistently to airlines at capacity controlled airports on the primary basis of safety, maximizing capacity and competition. In a perfect world, the market would dictate these options, but in the highly regulated international aviation sector, The current incentives are to keep out competitors. Slot regulations have not been updated since the 1990s. Well meaning legislation and the pilot shortage are adversely affecting aviation safety. In the wake of the 2009 Airlines crash, all commercial pilots and co pilots were required to have 1,500 flight hours. Today, facing a pilot shortage, larger and safer twin engine planes with two pilots are being phased out of service at smaller airports and replaced by single engine planes that have only one pilot. This trend could be reversed if co pilots were required to have fewer flight hours or could count certified simulator training. Federal subsidies are also distorting the commercial market. The Essential Air Service EAS program subsidized flights to 200 small airports that are not otherwise commercially viable. The program was established in the 1970s as a temporary measure to cushion deregulation, has been since made permanent. Finally, ending the program would free hundreds of pilots to serve larger markets with more passengers. A new administration could reform regulations to encourage airports in lower served areas of the nation. International air travel is regulated and restricted by individual treaties between the United States and other countries. The new administration should remain committed to the laudatory goal of open skies. However, many of the largest emerging markets are not fully open, and our aviation policies should reflect that reality and ensure that U.S. air carriers compete on a level playing field. Specifically, so long as U.S. carriers are not able to fly over Russian airspace, the U.S. should not allow foreign carriers serving markets in East Asia and South Asia to enjoy a competitive advantage by continuing to allow them to fly to the U.S. China has failed to put in place several of the policies to which it has already agreed. The United States should not offer additional negotiations until the Chinese implement the agreements they have already signed. The current administration's policies in several areas that affect aviation and limit America's future opportunities for growth are internally inconsistent. In addition to a new entry initiative, the new administration should establish an interagency clearinghouse to drive consistent policies across the government on spectrum, drones, and advanced air mobility. Federal Aviation Administration, with a budget of $18.6 billion requested for fiscal year 2023 and an international regulatory footprint, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, is DOT's most visible mode. It needs reform. Air traffic control, ATC operations account for two-thirds of FAA's budget, and the Air Traffic Organization, ATO, is far behind its counterparts in Australia, Canada, and Western Europe in implementing 21st century technology. The FAA primary mission is ATC. Its two smaller functions are distributing federal airport grants and regulating all aspects of aviation safety. The FAA was once considered the world's best government aviation agency. Those days are long past. In the more than 5 decades since 1958, when the Federal Aviation Agency, precursor to the Federal Aviation Administration, was formed, there have been notable developments in air traffic control technology, aircraft, avionics, and engine reliability. But despite many well intentioned attempts, there have been few changes in the FAA's funding structure. The FAA is still improperly organized and financed, and the management reforms provided in the late 1990s remain largely unused. The FAA is 10 years older than DOT. It provides two separate and functionality different services. The world's largest and most complex air navigation service provider, ANSP, and at the same time, the world's largest civil aviation regulatory and certificatory agency. The first is a 24/7, 365 air traffic service provider. The second is an inherently governmental organization responsible for ensuring that aerospace operators, vehicles, airports, and ANSPs are properly certified and follow all FAA regulations. These two different organizations ought to run separately. The FAA is the only modern civil aviation authority, CAA, in the world that does not assess fees for its services. Its funding structure, subject to the annual appropriations process, stifles efficiency and innovation, and the FAA does not innovate well. It spends too much time and money on research and development, R&D, and is not very good at either one. It should get out of the R&D business and focus on testing, evaluating, and certifying private sector innovation much more quickly than it does today. The FAA workforce needs to modernize. The agency needs safety and certification experts, not professional airframe and power plant mechanics, A&Ps. It needs to hire people trained to oversee mechanics, engineers, and pilots. It is time to consider promoting the FAA's top executive team from within and requiring strict professional requirements for its top appointees. Under organizations such as the FAA, whose sole responsibility is public safety, should be fully auditable and led by experts in their field or industry with oversight from DOT leadership. For 60 years, the FAA was the global leader in aerospace, from general aviation to commercial space, but the US lead has vanished. The FAA's overly bureaucratic, legalistic, Byzantine, and more recent hyper-politicized way of processing regulations, adopting innovation, publishing rules, and procuring new technologies has been eclipsed by foreign CAAs and ANSPs that are eagerly certifying drones and creating environments in which new technologies and new entrants such as air taxis can thrive. To regain America's global leadership in aviation, the next administration should separate the FAA from DOT, or at minimum separate the ATO from the FAA. Completely restructure the FAA's funding system so that the nation's aviation system is not held prisoner to annual appropriations or used as political football to solve non-aviation problems. Require the FAA to operate more like a business. The FAA has not made good use of the unique authority it has been given in areas like personnel and acquisition. In Europe, conventional control towers are being replaced by digital remote towers with high-resolution cameras and other sensors on tall structures and at points adjoining runways. In Germany and Scandinavia, as many as 15 small airports can be controlled from one remote tower center. The FAA has yet to certify a single digital remote tower. Text messaging between controllers and pilots is widespread over the oceans. The ATO began to implement what is now called Datacom in 2002, but suspended the project in 2003. This was restarted at airport control towers in 2016, but as of October 2022, it was available in only 7 of the 20 high-altitude control centers. Current technology enables flights to be managed anywhere from anywhere, but the ATO resists consolidating its 20 aging centers into a much smaller number and lacks the funds to consolidate them. The FAA's as regulator and the ATO as traffic manager have no plans in place to handle millions of drones and other emerging technologies such as electrical vertical takeoff and landing eVTOL aircraft. These shortcomings have been documented over in many decades by the Government Accountability Office and DOT Inspector General. One peer-reviewed study for the Hudson Institute by scholar Robert Poole identified the ATO's underlying problems as including an overly cautious culture, a growing lack of technological and managerial expertise, the inability to finance major capital projects with revenue bonds, and overdependence on aerospace defense contractors. Sorry about that. Lost my spot. Okay. All of these problems are interrelated. Because of the ATO's lack of top-notch engineers and program managers, it has become dependent on aerospace contractors, unlike counterparts in Canada and the United Kingdom. Operating within the constraints imposed by the annual congressional appropriations process and with no bonding authority, the ATO is forced to implement major projects piecemeal over many years. The ATO's overly cautious culture appears to stem from its being embedded in a safety regulatory agency rather than being regulated at arm's length, as are airlines and airports. Three organizational changes, all requiring legislation offer the likelihood of dealing with these problems based on the experiences air traffic providers in Canada and Europe. They could be implemented one at a time or together. Separate the ATO from the FAA and relocate it to separate headquarters outside the District of Columbia. Shift from aviation user taxes to fees for air traffic services paid directly to the ATO. Allow the ATO to issue long-term revenue bonds for major projects. Shorter-term reforms could include implementing user fees for unconventional airspace users, for example, advanced air mobility, space launch, and recovery, and giving the ATO a deadline after which it cannot authorize or fund any more non-digital remote control towers. These reforms would also require legislation. Federal transit policy. The definition of mobility continues to evolve dramatically with the rise of new and multimodal concepts, traveler needs, and emerging capabilities. These fundamental changes in the way transportation services are offered also influence the form of our communities. New micromobility community solutions, ride sharing, and a possible future that includes autonomous vehicles mean that mobility options, particularly in urban areas, can alter the nature of public transit, making it more affordable and flexible for Americans. Unfortunately, DOT now defines public transit only as transit provided by municipal governments. This means that when individuals change their commutes from urban buses to rideshare or electric scooter, the use of public transit decreases. A better definition for public transit, which also would require congressional legislation, would be transit provided for the public rather than transit provided by a public municipality. The COVID-19 pandemic caused a substantial decline in usage of all forms of transportation. Mass transit has been the slowest mode to recover, with October 2022 ridership reaching only 64% of the level seen in October 2019. The sustained increase in remote work has caused changes in commuting patterns. Since facilitating travel for workers is one of the core functions of mass transit systems, a permanent reduction in commuting raises questions about the viability of fixed route mass transit, especially considering that transit systems required substantial subsidization before the pandemic. Regrettably, the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act authorized tens of billions of dollars for the expansion of transit systems, even as Americans were moving away from them into personal vehicles. Lower revenue from reduced ridership is already driving agencies to a budgetary breaking point, and added operational costs from system expansions will make this problem worse. The Capital Investment Grant (CIG) program is another example of Washington's tendency to fund transit and expansion rather than maintaining or improving current facilities. The CIG program, which began in 1991, funds only novel transit projects. These can include new rail lines, regardless of the demand for pre-existing rail in the area, and costly operations such as streetcars. Because Americans have demonstrated a strong preference for alternative means of transportation, rather than throwing good money after bad by continuing federal subsidies for transit expansion, There should be a focus on reducing costs that make transit uneconomical. The Trump administration urged Congress to eliminate the CIG program, but the program has strong support on Capitol Hill. At a minimum, a new conservative administration should ensure that each CIG project meets sound, lost my phrase. Okay. Sound economic standards and a rigorous cost benefit analysis. The largest expense in transit operational budgets is labor. Compensation costs for transit workers exceed both regional and sector compensation averages. This is driven by generous pension and health benefits rather than by exorbitant wages. Since workers value wages more than they value fringe benefits, this has led to a perverse situation in which transit agencies have high compensation costs yet are struggling to attract workers. The next administration can remove the largest obstacle to reforming labor costs. Section 10C of the Urban Mass Transportation Act of 1964 was initially intended to protect bargaining rights for workers in privately owned transit systems that were being absorbed by government operated agencies. The provision has mutated into a requirement that any transit agency receiving federal funds cannot reduce compensation, an interpretation that far exceeds the original statute. Returning to the original intent would allow transit agencies to adjust fringe benefits without fearing a federal lawsuit. It is also vital to move away from using the Highway Trust Fund to prop up mass transit. The fund was driven into insolvency and repeated bailouts through decades of transfers to transit without any increase in transit usage to show for it. With the federal government facing mounting debt, the best course of action will be to remove federal subsidies for transit spending, allowing states and localities to decide whether mass transit is a good investment for them. Federal Railroad Policy. The Federal Railroad Administration, FRA, is making decisions based on political considerations that are at variance with its safety mission. Instead of basing regulatory decisions on the costs and benefits of the available alternatives, FRA is promoting actions that favor the status quo and inhibit the use of technology to improve railroad safety. FRA should be making decisions based on objective evidence of the most cost-effective way to accomplish the agency's safety goals. FRA's singular focus on job preservation is contrary to FRA's mission, and it has a deleterious effect on the morale of FRA's professional staff, as shown by the annual employee surveys conducted by the Office of Personnel Management. FRA needs to communicate clearly to its career employees a new commitment to making decisions that are consistent with the agency's safety mission. FRA's procedures call for decisions on waivers to be made by its safety board. Appeals can be taken to the administrator. However, FRA has deviated from these procedures as the administrator has injected himself into safety board decisions. FRA needs to review its actions with respect to its specific proceedings where the agency's direction cannot be justified. For example, FRA's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, NPRM, on crew size is not based on safety considerations. It is designed to reduce flexibility by making it impossible for railroads to operate with crews of fewer than two in circumstances where there's no operational need for the second crew member. Although FRA could adopt a modern inspection program that takes advantage of technological ways to inspect track, it is refusing to amend 50-year-old track inspection requirements, leaving customers with higher costs. FRA is refusing to take final action on a rulemaking proceeding that would modernize brake inspection requirements by taking advantage of the ability to track brake inspections on rolling stock electronically instead of by using paper air brake slips, which would enable extending the interval between brake inspections for trains and eliminating restrictions on the ability to remove blocks of cars in trains. FRA will be proposing certification requirements for dispatchers despite the failure of the railroad, but for dispatchers and signal employees, despite the failure of the Railroad Safety Administrative Committee, RAAC, to identify any safety benefit. FRA is planning to propose emergency escape breathing apparatus requirements for train crews, even though FRA staff long ago concluded that the cost of these requirements would far outweigh their very minimal benefits. It is vital that the integrity of FRA's research program be preserved. In 2022, FRA switched the management of the Transportation Technology Center, TTC, in Pueblo, Colorado, from a subsidiary of the Association of American Railroads, AAR, to INSCO, Incorporated. FRA seems determined to direct research to TTC, even when there are better choices with respect to the research in question. In an effort to support TTC financially and justify its decision to change management at TTC, this change in approach threatens the collaborative approach to research between FRA and the railroads that has existed for decades. FRA should make its decisions on where to spend its research dollars solely on the merits of improving the safety and efficiency of the railroad industry. Maritime policy. The Maritime Administration, MARAD, was established by President Harry Truman in 1950 and was transferred to DOT in 1981. A principal function is maintaining the overall health of the U.S. merchant marine, which is important both to national defense and to foreign national defense and to foreign and domestic commerce. MARAD is also in charge of the United States Merchant Marine Academy and operates ships and funding for the 6 state maritime academies. MARAD will be better served by being transferred from DOT to the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. MARAD is the only DOT modal administration that does not regulate the industry that it represents. The maritime industry is regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard, ships and personnel, and by the Federal Maritime Commission, cargo rates, and competitive practices. Furthermore, MARAD has responsibilities both in peacetime commerce and operationally in wartime crisis sea lift through its responsibility to manage the National Defense Reserve Fleet and 45 ship ready reserve force for the U.S. Navy. These missions are unique to MARAD within DOT. As a result, MARAD's missions and purpose, and therefore its funding priorities, are not well understood and historically have been minimalized in planning and budgeting. MARAD, including its subordinate service academy, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, should be transferred to the Department of Defense if the Coast Guard is located there because DHS has been eliminated, or to the Department of Homeland Security. In this way, the two agencies charged with oversight and regulation of the maritime sector, MARAD and the United States Coast Guard, will be aligned under the same department where operational efficiencies could be realized more easily. Serious considerations should be given to repealing or substantially reforming the Jones Act, which will require legislation. The economic costs of the Jones Act, which is notionally in place to promote a robust merchant marine, vastly exceed its effects on the supply of domestic ships. For instance, no liquefied natural gas, LNG, can be shipped from Alaska to the lower 48 states because there are no U.S. flagged ships that can carry LNG. If there are genuine concerns about U.S. fleet capacity in the absence of the Jones Act, it will be possible to do so through an expansion of the Defense Reserve Fleet. Another DHS agency, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is a frequent user of MARAD Ready Reserve for shipping during disaster assistance missions. Transferring MARAD to DHS would make coordination and requisition of those vessels a smoother and more rapid process. DHS has responsibility for reviewing and improving Jones Act waivers. This process first regulates a market survey of available shipping tonnage that is completed by MARAD. The processing of Jones Act waiver requests will be streamlined if both agencies were in the same department. Finally, DHS, a department, is experienced in administering and budgeting for the operation of an existing Federal Service Academy, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, which is similar to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in size. There will be increased efficiencies and better alignment of the missions of these two institutions if they were under one single department that has equity in the industry served by these academies. Conclusion: Americans need more abundant and affordable transportation. They need more affordable and safer cars, as well as physical aspects of transportation, such as roads, bridges, airports, ports, and rail lines. The Department of Transportation should be evaluating which aspects of transportation are contributing to the economic competitiveness of the United States and the well-being of Americans, and that therefore should continue to be funded. All too often, DOT is described as reducing the number of trips using less fuel and raising the cost of travel to Americans through increased use of renewables. These goals are not compatible with what should be DOT's purpose: to make travel easier and less expensive. That is what the American people want, and that is what DOT should provide. Okie dokie, artichokes. Authors note the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but Stephen Bradbury, David Ditch, and Robert Poole deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Okie dokie, we are on chapter 20. Yay! We're on page 674 out of 922. Chapter 20. Yay! Y'all see the muscles come through? Okay. Just a little, okay, call it what you want. Chapter 20. 640 on the download, 674 out of 922. Chapter 20, Department of Veterans Affairs, Brooks D. Tucker. Mission statement: the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, is the primary provider of healthcare, benefits, and memorial affairs for Americans, veterans, and their families. The VA has the noble responsibility to render exceptional and timely support and services with respect, compassion, and competence. The veteran is at the forefront of every VA process and interaction. The VA must continually strive to be recognized as a best-in-class, veteran-centric system with an organizational ethos inspired by and accountable to the needs and problems of veterans, not subservient to the parochial preferences of a bureaucracy. Overview. At the end of the Obama administration, The VA was held in low esteem both by the veterans it served and by the employees who served these former warriors. Eroding morale caused by the downstream effects of a healthcare access crisis in 2014 led to the resignation of Secretary Eric Shinsky and extensive oversight investigations by Congress from 2015 to 2016. By 2020, however, the VA had become one of the most respected U.S. agencies. This significant progress was due in part to the leadership of Secretary Robert Wilkie, 2018 through 2021, and his team of political appointees and career senior executives, many of them veterans who led the effort to ensure the VA become veteran-centric in its governance decisions and fostered a more positive work environment. This mindset translated into a department that was better attuned to employees and veterans' needs and experience in the daily operations of healthcare, benefits, and memorial affairs. During that period, the VA received the largest number of watershed congressional authorizations to reform its healthcare and benefits that it had received since the post-Vietnam War years, along with the historic increases in annual appropriations, which have tripled since the last full year of the George W. Bush administration. The current VA leadership team of Biden appointees has adopted some of their predecessors' governance processes. However, they have not sustained the previous administration's commitment to a genuine veteran-centric philosophy, most notably with respect to the delivery of healthcare and harbor a bias toward expanding the unionized federal employee workforce that has not always been aligned with the focus on veteran-centric care. There also is growing concern in Congress and the veteran community that the VA is poorly managing and in some cases disregarding provisions of the VA mission, maintaining internal systems and strengthening integrated outside networks. Act of 2018 that codified broad access for veterans to non-VA healthcare providers. Efforts to expand disability benefits to large populations without adequate planning have caused an erosion of veterans' trust in the VA enterprise. Additionally, the current VA leadership is focusing very publicly on social equity and inclusion within departmental policy discussions toward ends that will affect only a small minority of the veterans who use the VA. For the first time, the VA is allowing access to abortion services, a medical procedure unrelated to military service that the VA lacks the legal authority and clinical proficiency to perform. In addition to continuing the grotesque culture of violence against the child in the womb, these socio-political initiatives and ideological indoctrinations distract from the department's core missions. Departmental history. Following the Civil War, state veterans' homes were established to provide medical and hospital treatment for all injuries and diseases. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, Congress established a new system of veterans benefits, including programs for disability compensation, insurance for service personnel and veterans, and vocational rehabilitation for the disabled that was overseen by three different federal programs: the Veterans Bureau, the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Pensions, and the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers. In 1921, Congress combined those programs into the veterans, combined those programs, hold on one second, I lost my check, combined those programs into Veterans Bureau. Following World War II, a national VA hospital system, much of which remains operational today, was established to care for millions of returning veterans. Following the Vietnam War, the VA's federally owned and operated hospital network expanded again to meet the needs of the volunteer and draftee population. In the past 2 decades, the VA has purposely transitioned to leasing medical properties rather than building its expensive new facilities that can take years to complete and often experience budget overruns. As the nature of healthcare has evolved with the growth in same day surgical procedures and outpatient care, so has the VA. And in 2018, Congress added access to private sector urgent care outlets as one of the VA's healthcare benefits. Today, the VA operates 172 inpatient VA medical centers, VAMCs, which are an average 60 years old, and 1,113 community based outpatient clinics, CBOCs, which are newer facilities designed to meet the needs of veterans closer to home. The VA also manages a community care network, CCN, through contracts with Optum and TriWest, third-party healthcare administration and its administrators responsible for building and maintaining a robust population of community providers to meet the needs of veterans referred for care outside of the VA system. Currently, approximately 6.4 million veterans out of 18 million nationally and out of 9.1 million who are enrolled use the VA for healthcare. The remainder use employer-sponsored plans, TRICARE, Medicare, and Medicaid. The disability benefit system evolved significantly in the years between the Cold War era and the global war on terrorism, a period when the VA enrolled large numbers of veterans from World War II, Korea, and Vietnam who were seeking disability benefits and health care. Disability compensation is the largest VA benefit, but there are dozens of others, the next largest of which are the GI Bill and the Home Loan Guarantee. These benefits are administered through 56 regional benefit offices, RBOs, and hundreds of satellite sites across the country. The Agent Orange Act of 1991 significantly expanded the scope of disability benefits for those who had deployed to Vietnam, and the cost of those benefits began to increase dramatically as the Vietnam generation of veterans aged and began to experience adverse health conditions, some of which were presumed to have been caused by defoliant chemicals used in Southeast Asia. In 2016 and 2017, a burdensome backlog of appeals of denied disability claims from multiple wartime generations, a backlog numbering in the hundreds of thousands, led to a joint effort by the VA, veteran service organizations, and Congress to pass legislation that streamlined appeal processes. Implemented in 2017, this historic good governance success has helped the VA to reduce the number of these appeals dramatically. The Surgeon First Class Health Robinson, honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxic PACT Act of 2022, addressed adverse health outcomes presumed to be the result of veterans' exposure to airborne toxins during the global war on terrorism, and expanded disability benefits to the most recent generation of veterans. These ambitious authorities, like the 1991 authorities, have the potential to overwhelm the VA's ability to process new disability claims, and the potential to overwhelm the VA's ability to process new disability claims and adjudicate appeals. Currently, the VA is seeking to hire large numbers of personnel to process these claims while exploring the use of an automated process to accelerate claims reviews and decisions. The ever-present LAG in the hiring and training of new employees could result in major problems with the timely adjudication of benefits well into the next administration in 2025. In sum, VA for the foreseeable future will experience significant fiscal, human capital, and infrastructure crosswinds and risks. Budgets are at historic highs, and with a workforce now above 400,000, the VA is contending with a lack of new veteran enrollees to offset the declining population of older veterans. Recruitment of medical and benefits personnel has become more challenging. Veterans are migrating from the northern states to the southern and western states for retirement and employment. Meanwhile, VA information technology, IT, is struggling to keep pace with the evolution of patient care and record keeping. Consequently, VA leaders in the next administration must be wise and courageous political strategists, experienced managers to run day to day operations more effectively, innovators to address the changing veteran landscape, and agile fixers to mitigate and repair systemic problems created or ignored by the present leadership team. Veterans Health Administration, VHA, needed reforms. Rescind all departmental clinical policy directives that are contrary to principles of conservative governance, starting with abortion services and gender reassignment surgery. Neither aligns with service connected conditions that would warrant VAs providing this type of clinical care, and both follow the left's pernicious trend of abusing the role of government to further its own agenda. Focus on the effects of shifting veteran demographics. At least during the next decade, the VA will experience a significant generational shift in the overall patient population. Of the approximately 18 million veterans alive today, roughly 9.1 million are enrolled for VA healthcare, and 6.4 million of these enrollees use VA healthcare consistently. These 6.4 million veterans are split almost evenly between those who are aged over 65 and those who are aged under 65. But the share of VA's healthcare dollars is spent predominantly in the over 65 cohort. That share increasingly significant as veterans live longer and use the VHA system at a higher rate. VHA enrollments of new users are increasingly at risk of being exceeded by the deaths of current enrollees, primarily because significant numbers of the Vietnam generation are reaching their life expectancy. The generational transition from Vietnam era veterans to post 9/11 veterans will take several years to complete. The ongoing demographic transition is a catalyst for needed assessments of how the VA can improve the delivery of care to numerically declining and differently dispersed national population of veterans, a population that is more active, reaching middle age or retirement age, and migrating for lifestyle and career reasons. At the center of the BHA's evolution during this generational transition is an ongoing tension, some of it politically contrived, between direct care for veterans provided from inside the VHA system and community care for veterans who are referred to private providers participating in the VHA's two community care networks, CCNs. In recent years, the budget for community care has grown as demand from veterans has risen sharply, sometimes outpacing the budgets for community care at individual VAMCs. The Trump administration made community care part of its veteran centric approach to ensure that veterans will be able to participate more fully in their healthcare decisions and have options if or when the VHA was unable to meet their needs. The Biden administration has watered down their effort, has sought various procedural ways to slow the rate of referrals to private doctors, and at some facilities is reportedly manipulating the community care access standards required by the VA Mission Act of 2018. If the makeup of Congress is favorable in 2025, the next administration should rapidly and explicitly codify VA Mission Act access standards in legislation to prevent the VA from avoiding or watering down the requirements in the future. First and foremost, a Veterans Bill of Rights is needed so that veterans and VA staff know exactly what benefits veterans are entitled to receive, with a clear process for the adjudication of disputes, and so that staff ensure that all veterans are informed of their eligibility for community care. Currently, veterans are not routinely and consistently told that they are eligible for community care unless they request information or are given a referral. To strengthen community care, the next administration should create new directives to implement the VA Mission Act properly. Sections for consideration and areas for reform include the following. Number one, sections 101 and 103, community care eligibility for access standards and the best medical interests of the veteran. Number two, section 104, community care access standards and standards for quality of care. Number three, section 121, developing and administering an education program that teaches veterans about their healthcare options available from the Department of Veteran Affairs. Number four, section 152, returning the Office for Innovation of Care and Payment to the Office of Enterprise Integration with a joint governance process set up with the VHA. Section 161, overhauling family caregiver program expansion, which has gone poorly, so that it focuses on consistency of eligibility and awareness that the most severely wounded or injured may require the program indefinitely. Require the VHA to report publicly on all aspects of its operation, including quality, safety, patient experience, timeliness, and cost effectiveness, using standards similar to those in the Medicare Accountable Care Organization program, so that the government may monitor and achieve continuous improvement in the VA system more effectively. Encourage VA medical centers to seek out relevant academic and private sector input in their communities to improve the overall patient experience. Budget. Conducted independent audit of the VA similar to the 2018 Department of DoD audit to identify IT, management, financial, contracting, and other deficiencies. Assess the misalignment of VHA facilities and rising infrastructure costs. The VHA operates 172 inpatient medical facilities nationally that are an average of 60 years old. Some of these facilities are underutilized and inadequately staffed. Facilities in certain urban and rural areas are seeing significant declines in the veteran population and strong competition for fresh medical staff. In 2018, Congress authorized an Asset Infrastructure Review, AIR, of national VHA medical markets to provide insight into where the VA healthcare budget should be responsibly allocated to serve veterans most effectively. However, the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee lacked the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee lacked the political will to act on the White House nomination of commission members, and this has ultimately led to termination of the AIR process. The next administration should seek out agile, creative, and politically acceptable operational solutions to this aging infrastructure status quo. Reimagine the healthcare footprint in some locales and spur realignment of capacity through budgetary allocations. Specifically, number one, embrace the expansion of community-based outpatient clinics, CBOCs, as an avenue to maintain a VA footprint in challenging medical markets without investing further in obsolete and unaffordable VA healthcare campuses. Number two, explore the potential to pilot facility sharing partnerships between the VA and strained local healthcare systems to reduce costs by leveraging limited talent and resources. Personnel. Extend the term of the Undersecretary for Health, USH, to 5 years. Additionally, authority should be given to reappoint this individual for a second 5 year term, both to allow for continuity and to protect the USH from political transition. Establish a senior executive service. SES position of VHA Care System Chief Information Officer, CIO, selected by and reporting to the chief of the VHA Care System with a dotted line to the VA CIO. Identify a workflow process to bring wait times in compliance with VA Mission Act, required timeframes wherever possible. Assess the ability, assess the daily clinical appointment load for physicians and clinical staff in medical facilities where wait times for care are well outside the timeframes required by the VA Mission Act. Number two, require VHA facilities to increase the number of patients seen each day to equal the number seen by DoD medical facilities, approximately 19 patients per provider per day. Currently, VA facilities may be seeing as few as 6 patients per provider per day. Number three, consider a pilot program to extend weekday appointment hours and offer Saturday appointments options to veterans if a facility continues to demonstrate that it has excess capacity and is experiencing delays in the delivery of care for veterans. Number four, identify clinical services that are consistently in high demand but require cost prohibitive compensation to recruit and retain talent, and examine exceptions for higher competitive pay. Number five, assess the medical facilities where community care is readily available, but referrals for community care are below the averages in other similar markets. Referrals expiring are above the average and or canceled appointments are above the average. Identify reasons and factors and consider possible ways to improve timeliness and responsiveness for veterans. Number six, further explore how to leverage telehealth to reduce personnel costs across the enterprise and serve veterans. Continue to pursue expansion of broadband services to remote and rural areas. Number seven, assess recruitment and retention in highly competitive and medical markets to identify common limiting factors for attracting high demand, specialized occupations. Number eight, consider aggressively recruiting retired physicians who desire to serve veterans. Number nine, consider expanding VA tuition assistance in exchange for reciprocal service in rural or understaffed VAMCs. Number 10, examine the surpluses or deficits in mental health professionals throughout the enterprise, recognizing that the department needs a blend of social workers, therapists, psychologists, and psychiatrists with a focus on attracting high quality talent. Conduct a high priority assessment of electronic health record, EHR, transition delays, and functionality of problems. VA innovation in healthcare for the next 20 years and beyond will rest squarely on the timely implementation of the new VHA EHR in coordination with the DoD's parallel pacing effort. The VA's EHR rollout has been blocked by technical delays at local facilities where personnel have raised safety concerns and infrastructure has not been modernized to accept the new system. Veterans Benefits Administration, VBA, needed reforms. The most evident and ongoing concern is the complexity of benefits, which can lead to confusion for the veteran and, if not mitigated, early in the veteran's interactions, long-term distrust of and animosity toward the VA. Wholesale benefits reform is unnecessary and politically a third rail, but effective managerial approaches and technology tools that currently exist in the private sector could be employed to improve existing VBA activities. This problem is most pronounced in the disability claims process, which needs more and better management attention focused on streamlining the procedures involved in processing claims and administering benefits. The VA must improve timeliness of claim adjudication and benefits delivery. Veterans want the VBA to provide timely responses to requests for benefit support, render empathetic customer service, and understandable explanations of those benefits, and deliver those benefits without frustrating delays, weeks, not months. We identify performance targets for benefits, report publicly on actual performance each quarter, and use these metrics to drive consistent improvement. Develop a new pilot Express 30 commitment for a veteran's first fully developed disability compensation claim, and organize the VBA to complete that first claim in 30 days. Hire more private companies to perform disability medical examinations. Delays in completing the examinations could be eliminated with more external capacity. Increase automation. Hiring additional staff to process claims is costly, is inflexible, and has yielded mixed results. Attempting to change laws and regulations simply to adjudicate claims would be a Herculean effort given their complexity. The best way to provide benefits faster and more accurately is by using technology to perform most of the work. Technology can currently exist in the private sector, but the VBA lacks the expertise to use it. This will be more of an organizational challenge than a technology hurdle. Reduce improper payment and fraud. About $500 million is improperly paid out each year. Better tools, training, and management could reduce this substantially, but rule changes at the department level would be needed. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's see how much we got. Okay, we are going to. Dang. Ugh. Dang. I don't want to rush through it. Okay. 8 minutes. Okay, so we're going to stop here on 682 of 922. I did want to finish the chapter, but I have a 9 o'clock appointment with the Power Rangers. I can't cheat my Power Rangers, which is myself. So I have to make sure I bring the power to you. So what we'll do tomorrow, we're going to start on 682 of 922. And my plan is to finish this thing out tomorrow. What do we have? 240 pages. Let me do that. Did I do that math fast? 782, 922. 240 pages. Let me do that math again and make sure, Adrienne, that brain of mine is all right. That Detroit Renaissance education, that Murray State, and all that education in there is all good. Yay! So 240 more pages to go. Hopefully we're enjoying this journey as I am, as again, Adriane Mayes, AI Genius, Project 2025, 900-page mandate for leadership, live, part 13. And don't hesitate to please leave your viewpoints in the community and share with us, how you actually plan to share this random acts of kindness. It could be your own random acts of kindness, but this Project 2025, as you can see, is extensive. Just today, spending about 9 hours reading this amazing document. Okay, so bringing it to you, but we're building a community, Random Acts of Kindness community. CCC Because We Care Foundation is celebrating 15 years in the community. And I am so thankful actually for reading this document. It's giving us so many ideas for wealth creation, financial education, health and wellness, travel experiences, as well as AI marketing education programs that CCC Because We Care Foundation specializes in, and random acts of kindness such as these. So this education, this wealth creation this random acts of kindness is for you. So you're welcome. No worries. Adriane Mayes, AI Genius, gave it to you, president of CCC Because We Care Foundation. No applause needed. I'm just messing with you. But we'll be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early. But I got to go ahead and make sure we take care of the billionaire mindset, because as we build this billionaire brand, you have to continue your program, your consistency. So again, we'll talk about all that at the end. I just want to stay and hold. Thank you so much for all that are tuning in, to taking a moment to get the education of what could be. It's etched in stone. And as you can see in the media is going to give it what it is. But we are reading from the Project 2025 Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, the actual document. No additions from Adriane Mayes, except when I go to commercial and except when I go on a break. But no additions in regards to the document as of yet, because again, we have 240 pages left to go. We have, oh my, isn't that amazing? So we're going to finish this thing tomorrow, because finish anything you start, you want to finish. And I am on that 100%. So again, please support our community. Please go ahead and support the rand. And even if you don't support the community, just support Random Acts of Kindness. You never know how you can impact someone else on the way to your why. Just give somebody a quick smile. Give somebody a quick water or something. That, you know, they didn't sponsor that. But seriously, give someone a random act of kindness that might be bespoke, might not be unique. Doesn't always have to take thousands or millions of dollars to impact someone, but you can make an impact on someone simple and easy. Just picking up the phone, sending a text message, or giving them a phone call and letting them know that you actually are thinking about them, support them, or care about them. Those little small things in 2024. Let's get back to those things. So Adriane Mayes, AI Genius, building right now this billionaire mindset, growing with the community. Thank you so much for tuning in. I can, I will, I must. See you tomorrow, because we finished this thing up. Let's go. Deuces. What up, though, Detroit? What up, though, Detroit? One product. Educate. Let's go. Deuces.